Hey, what's going on? Hang on a second. What? Oh no. Well, we're getting there. That's a little better. I'll go for that. I'll take it. Hey, hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm happy you all are here. And boy, that threw me off track a little bit. I don't know why it started doing that just last week. It has a mind of its own. But anyway, this is our 106th show today, which is pretty cool, I think. I mean, I feel like we're pretty experienced. We're in show business now. We're, professional podcasters, basically. So, and what else makes it so special is that we have Sam Hofman that is with us every Saturday. I was bragging on Sam. I went live on TikTok this morning, which I never do on a Saturday because I'm so busy with this, but I had to. So anyway, I was bragging on Sam and explaining to people that he is the only person in the whole world that has this information. Like, you can't just look around for it. You have to be in the right place at the right time. And obviously we all have come across that, So anyway, we have Sam with us today, and let's go ahead and bring him on and see how things are going in Montana. Let's find him here on the one and only Twin Solar System podcast. Here we go. Hey Sam, how are you?
Hello, everybody. Up here in Montana, we had a little bit of snow this morning. Let me reach over here and give you the exact temperature is 39 degrees under cloudy skies. A whole lot going on the Midwest from Chicago down to Mississippi right now. I've been watching that all morning. Today is Site Drawing Day, the 15th of March, 2025. I'm glad you're all here. I see there's a lot of nice people in the comments section and in the back of the,
and on TikTok. I'm checking TikTok right
now.
TikTok
folks. Glad you're along with us. The one and only. I think there's other people that have this information, perhaps maybe even more, but I think that's they're being really quiet. And maybe they work for agencies.
Yeah, but the drawings, I mean, that sets you so apart from anybody else. Nobody else has that talent.
Yeah, former government remote viewers do not grow on trees. I put that out yesterday. I was a little not happy with my drawing of Uri. It's a little dark, but it should have been white instead of the blue. And I don't know what I was thinking when I drew it, but
more of a gray blue maybe.
We are in between them right now. Nepacity is, remember, these planets move. They're not static all the time right there. But the transition of them is they flow at us in a scrolling pattern from the right and from the left in different ways, and it's weird. I still don't fully understand it. And what we're watching, I think, in the Midwest right now with this low storm is a really big thing, and we'll talk about it here in a little while.
We have pictures to show of that.
There's reports coming in
more in a minute too. But as far as them moving, how I see it when I'm watching all the time lapse videos I like to watch, honestly, it looks like clockwork. Like they're just like, here comes one, and then that goes by. Here comes another one the other way. It's like they're just zip-zap, around.
Yeah, and they're folding into each other in the center. And I've always, even
highly intelligent
scrolling.
Yeah, right. It's very intricate. It's just they're doing their thing, and everything's, going up.
Yeah, the other day I was sitting outside, clear blue sky, one little cloud there, no planets. 20 minutes, 25 minutes goes by, there they are. And just amazing. And the views. We got some photographs in from Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, and or Followers Anonymous of some micro clouding of Uri that I've never seen before. I imagine you have a copy of it. If not, I'll grab you. I did save a couple.
I actually do. I'll get it so we can.
Well, you don't have to do it this moment, but I mean, there's some unbelievable things happening above us. And everybody, again, has been citing the Long Box Cube and quite a few sightings of the Texas Cube this week again. And, I'm watching the startup of the show, and I'm looking at the Empire orb, where it says alien craft. And that blue light turns on. And every time I watch it still, I'm tapping the old toad, and I like the sound, the startup song title. Yeah, those ones. And every time I see that light on the Empire orb turn on, I still get chills because I did actually see that happen by eye, which is why we knew that that was a real footage. And we got that years after I saw it by eye, so I automatically knew what we were looking at. Yeah, look at that. It almost looks like a whole bunch of packing peanuts, aligned in a row. And
our friend Bill, he said a fingerprint, and I'm like, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look like a fingerprint. All little skin cells and stuff. But that's Uri. That's the bottom of Uri, strangely enough.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. Actually, I've not seen very many pictures of that.
I've not seen anything like this in a cloud pattern of Uri, but then she is going over us. And we've never been under Uri before. We've always been in front of or beside, or, we watched it cross from the right hand to the left over, 2019 and 2020, etc. And God, I still keep going back through those old pictures. And I still see things that I never noticed before, and I'm going, "Oh man, I should have known that." And in the monthly site drawing, I did draw what we suspect is Matim's moon. I did not label it, but so far we're suspecting that Matim has a moon. So, and other people have mentioned it from members in Europe and in Australia, etc. So I had a couple other people ask that question, and so it's kind of stuck with me. And it's like, yeah, you might be right. We might have a moon. I mean, we're still discovering new things all the time.
Right.
Anyway, I know there's a whole bunch of night folks in the green room.
I know. That too. I'm talking to people on TikTok. I'm like, come over to YouTube. That way they can jump into the chat here, and we can, Sam can see it, and you can ask questions. And so, okay, let's go ahead and guess. It's not very often that we get to bring Jesus on at the start of a show, right? And he jumped in the show. I was so surprised. So let's go ahead and bring Jesus Marquez on here.
Hey.
Right.
In Utah.
I saw him. I was like, yay.
Yes. How y'all doing, everybody? How's it going?
Yeah.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready for the day.
It was very consistent in the beginning of the show, but, life sometimes gets in the way, so the inconsistency has kind of tapered off with me being on the show. But, it happens, and I got to say that the week, it feels like this just happened yesterday. Not that I don't love doing the show, but it feels so quick. I don't know how we did it in the beginning.
It feels far less than 2 days today. Now, last week it felt like 2 days, but I was saying right before the show when I was in the green room, right as the startup was kicking, it was just like, God, we just did this about a day and a half ago, I swear.
Yeah.
Yep. I was going to say on Wednesday, or no, it was Thursday, and I was like, told Taylor, I was like, thank goodness it's only Wednesday, and I still got so many days to prepare. And then he reminded me it's Thursday, and I'm
telling him that yesterday.
Something like that. Anyway, I spent all day yesterday out in the wind. I just wanted to look at it and see what was happening. So I was out there.
I started watching for a little bit, and I think I dozed off. I've been so exhausted lately, and for no reason. I can't even blame it on work or anything. I'm just so tired. I was telling you guys backstage, I just got off like a 16-hour binge sleeping, which I'm not complaining because I love my sleep anytime I can get it, and also the fact that it was so consistent, 16 hours straight. I woke up very refreshed this morning, went to work and got it over with it early, but it's been like these waves of either I'm sleeping too much or not sleeping enough. I don't know what's going on. Maybe our Schumann resonance is kicking our butt. I don't know. What do you think?
I'd say that's what it is.
I don't feel like I sleep enough, but I average like 5 hours or maybe 4 hours a night.
Yeah, there's two things I can't be without is my sleep. I need a little more than 5 hours. Is just I couldn't function.
Well, Carol Ann keeps me up all night usually, so I gotta visit with her.
She's kind of a late. She's
a late nighter.
As well. She's a night owl. and
Tara stays up super late, and Maria. We've had like all these 2 and 3 o'clock visits in the morning, so it's.
I saw Maria
anyway.
was here. Nice to see you, Maria.
Yeah, is she here?
We'll do roll call here in a while.
We'll get there. Yeah.
I saw her commenting from when we were still backstage.
Well,
great to be here as always, guys. Great to be here. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm glad you're here from the
beginning.
Start of the show. Right. Let's go ahead and bring on Jillian. I see her. I think she's ready. She's smiling at me. That's a good sign. So, okay. Well, she's our friend in Scotland, Gillian Watson. Here she is. Ta-da. Hey, Jillian.
Hi. Sorry, I look like a hippie tonight, but I'm trying something new.
Yeah.
I love it.
It looks cool. I like it. Is that a headphone?
Well, see, they fell in water, so they haven't worked for about a year and a half. But I'm going to get proper ones, but I just wondered if these now work. Can you tell me if there's any zinging?
It's cracking and popping.
Yeah, I could hear that.
Yeah, I can hear the water. It's doing the water sound.
Well, I mean, it sounds better.
Doing that because there's nothing else on.
Jillian needs a headset, so we're gonna try to get you a pair by the next show. Okay, we'll figure this out.
Well, there is a letter on the way, and
that too.
Jillian,
okay.
So she will be able to get whatever she needs.
Perfect.
Thank you, Sam.
That's nice, Sam.
And I messaged you the day I mailed it, and Nicole has reported a video that is on Skywatcher 1, and I'm looking for it. I'm still not finding it. Somebody posted a video saying dragons are real, and I haven't found it yet. Yeah, Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Dragons really did exist, and they may still somewhere in the world, but I don't think they're flying in the sky or in space.
I think I just found it.
I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah, I have the dragon. He's pointing. He's doing the. Okay, delete. There we go.
You know, when I first started exploring YouTube. YouTube was really cool when it first came out. There was a lot of crazy, interesting things, and then it got really censored because there's a lot of stuff on there that I just cannot find that I would see in the beginning. And of course, I don't talk about things that I can't prove. But there was a video that I found really interesting. A few of them where they were they called them sky serpents, space serpents. Which I know it sounds ridiculous, but the videos were actually quite believable. And they were VHS was another thing, was because technology or AI wasn't as prevalent then. If I were to see that today, I would completely dismiss it. But who knows? I do kind of believe what is it Rick says in Rick and Morty. There's everything in space,
Yeah, I'm a believer in space bugs and space whales and all of that. It's I mean, if they can exist, in different planets and stuff with all different life forms that we know are real, and if crustaceans can live at the bottom of the ocean under excruciating pressures with no light and living off the sulfur out of volcanoes, then anything's possible.
Well, there was an episode in, I don't know, have you ever watched, has any of you, which I highly recommend, Star Trek Discovery. It's love it. It's one of the best. I think it's even better than the movies, personally.
I think I might have a copy of that. I have yet to watch.
You got to watch it. It is amazing show. It is packed full of action. The characters are amazing. I love it. The main character is a girl. I love her in that show. But in one of the episodes, there's this what you could only describe as a space whale that was feeding on anything electric or anything radioactive, I think. So life, just because life, we always think of we look for oxygen, we look for water as far as life goes, but that might be for us. We may need those things today, but things have adapted. I mean, again, look at the bottom of the ocean. we're seeing life in places where scientists thought would be impossible for life to take hold, and they're thriving. They're not just surviving. Like these crustaceans and things they're thriving down there. So
not to go
Okay.
sidebar, and I'm sure Christopher's hanging out in the green room.
We're not. Well, I was gonna say we're not complete just quite yet.
Okay.
I'm sitting here.
I didn't want to
like,
keep
well,
talking without him.
are dragons in space, or what am I thinking
Dragons
about?
in space.
Dragons. Okay.
I was wondering if I should go out and come back in. There's two ways that you can get in from here on the chrome, and maybe it's the chrome thing that's crackling, and the other one won't crackle. I'm just
You wanna
testing
test
theory.
it? Try it and see. 'Cause
Okay.
I don't.
So
I feel like whatever's cracking, we need to,
we
remove.
need to figure this out because it's driving me insane as well.
I
So if
know.
you put me out, and I'll try and get back in and not use chrome,
Try.
use the other
Okay,
one.
I'm gonna take you out. All right.
Yeah, she could also try adjusting her microphone setting as well. It might be pegging out.
I will say,
Yeah,
it sounds
I know
better
a
than
headset will fix
last
it.
week was pretty bad. After
Yeah,
I
last
left.
week it was nerve wracking.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I
we
saw. I think I saw a few people actually leave because
That's what I was saying.
yeah.
They had people leave. Yeah. So we don't.
Cheap.
We're gonna get it under
Yeah.
control. So we'll go ahead and bring Christopher on because I know he's ready. He's excited. He's sitting there going like this. No.
No, he's down there
yeah.
sweating in the heat
Here
of
he
Las
is,
Vegas.
everybody. He's
And
he's like a beautiful backyard. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow? Vegas looks gorgeous today.
Yeah, it was
Sunny.
apparently it was snowing in some parts of town yesterday. I mean,
What?
I don't think it lasts very long on the ground, but I saw a few videos where people were
Right.
saying it
That's
was snowing,
weird.
and yeah, that's how it is here. Some parts of town don't get cool at all, and then the area of town I'm in now, where my wife's mom lives, it's a little higher elevation. It gets really cold up here pretty quick, so. Yeah, it's really nice out. So we're just hanging out in the
Right. It
backyard.
was good. I was
So
gonna say it's.
are you in Vegas or where are you?
Yeah, like
Vegas,
Centennial
but
Hills area. It's like
I love Centennial Hills. That's a nice area of a town. It's a little expensive, of course, but it's really nice area. It's kind of away from all
right.
the crap that comes with Vegas.
Yeah, it's like a maybe 15-20 minute ride from
Yeah.
downtown. So
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're all here. Almost. We'll get Jillian back with us in a moment. Let her do her thing. Let's go ahead and look at the comments and see who's here. Who's checked in first and whatnot. Right? That's always fun. Let me get there. Oh boy, look who it is. One of our favorites, Sharon Holloway, our friend in Australia. Nice. Good to see you, Sharon. Always is. I was just thinking about her.
I love everything that she adds to the group. She's so knowledgeable on a lot of things.
I do too.
Right? And that lab coat.
I love how articulate she is when expressing herself.
Yeah.
I love listening. I love listening to you, Sharon. Putting that out there, but
Right. Yeah. Same here. I always like it when she messaged me and she'd be like something about, I'm able to join if it's okay or something, I mean, it's just out of nowhere. It's just so spontaneous. It's a surprise. It's always a nice surprise. So anyway, I told her she's always welcome. So we all love her. So anyway, glad you're here, Sharon. Good. Glad you could make it. And next is Nicole, our friend Nicole in Colorado. Hi, how are you? She says, "Oh, stay weather aware today, right?"
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Anywhere from Mississippi to Chicago, straight up that line.
Yeah, don't worry about people in Chicago.
There's a lot of folks that are suffering. Unfortunately, there are some people that are unalive, and we use that term for YouTube purposes. Sadly, and we'll send out our prayers and our thoughts and our concerns for them. I am going to definitely pay attention to whether or not FEMA is going to step in because it's been pretty much disbanded and gutted. So, we have to, send our
Well,
hope and our prayers and maybe a little bit of our support to some people. Now, I am not one to say send money to large donation places. There's a one that everybody, I don't want to mention them and get sued, but I would investigate who you give your support to, and make sure you know where the money goes, because there are a lot of fly-by-night operations out there, and some of them are the big ones. So
Yep.
it's kind of sad, and
yeah.
and
Yep.
And a lot of it are just tax write-offs.
yeah.
A lot of every time you go into a store and they want you to round up, it's just to get a tax write-off. They're not. Maybe most of that money probably isn't even going to.
Right. You really need to research who you're sending your money to, right? For sure.
Correct. But
So-
yeah, there's a whole bunch of folks that are going to, and tonight as well, it's going to continue. It's going on right now. We'll give a shout out to Max Velocity. He's doing a live program right now. So all you have to just go to YouTube, Max Velocity on live, and you can find his show right now. I think it's still going on. It was right before we went into the green room, so I had to turn it off, but I was watching it all morning. And it's we hope everybody in Arkansas and Mississippi and Missouri and Illinois and Indiana, and it's going to continue towards Kentucky and Tennessee. So folks, if you're in that area, I mean, it's another one of those flying trampoline days. And again, don't buy yard furniture this year.
And I was going to just say that you called it. You called it. And I've been seeing a lot of videos with flying furniture. And
Semi trucks are getting blown over.
Yeah, and they've had a major dust storms in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas since yesterday. There was a tornado yesterday in California, and that's that same front that went over California, over Texas, over Arizona, New Mexico, came down in off the Rockies out of Colorado, and then it developed into literally a Class 2 hurricane. So they're not telling you the truth of what's going on. And if you have that picture, Rebecca, that you want to...
the Reggio or something
You can
stupid.
do that. There we go. I'll come back to the comments in a minute.
Yeah, this note the central cell, note the bow wave, the rotational storm. This is a on land developing Class 2 or above hurricane. And of course, we'll have to wait to see the information that comes in the next day or two about wind speeds and all everything. But anything above 74 miles an hour is a hurricane.
Oh,
And this is a rotational open core storm. Gee, I wonder what else we know that has an open core. Yeah. So I cannot wait to see what
It's
pictures
simplicity.
we get in the next day or two about. Maybe somebody will capture the base of this storm from down on the ground.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I feel like I have, a lot of things to show people, but it's still kind of new.
yeah.
Things are still getting posted. So I feel like, as the days go by, I'll get better, more stuff. So we'll come back to that.
This is
in a minute.
completely not seasonal either. This is not a normal
this one
progressive
was-
storm by
got my
any means.
attention.
Bad. Oh my gosh.
It's
Yeah, we are seeing-
crossing between Texas and Oklahoma, and I'm in Tulsa. It was headed straight towards me.
Yeah, so keep your doors and
Yeah.
windows closed and be prepared to get out your
A long
Swippers.
shower.
Yeah,
That
Swiffer
last night.
sleepers. And there is comments. We talked about this last year as well, that we might be going into a Dust Bowl era scenario, just like in 1930s, late 30s.
Unbelievable.
So, folks, if you're planning on growing crops in Texas this year, I would be really thinking about it. Of course, there's a lot of issues going on with farmers right now as well, and our economy. So we're in deep trouble. We are in deep trouble, and this weather event is just, because this is not supposed to
We're
happen
just
this
getting
time of year.
started.
Yeah, we're
I
just
mean,
getting
it's
started.
only March.
Right.
Like this is the beginning of, it's going to be a crazy season, it sounds like.
Well, I did warn that 2025 is going to be extreme, and
Yeah, I'm
everything
not ready
is
for
leading to
summer at
that.
all.
Oh, we're going to fry. We are going to fry. And even this morning, I'm driving back from. I went into town real early this morning. That way, I could try to get a nap in, and I did not successfully nap. I wish I had. Anyway, and I'm driving back to Lolo, and I see the sun pop out between the mountains. Oh my God, that thing was so big I couldn't believe it. And it's like that is not the normal size of our sun, and so there's a lot going on in there, and we're still watching those details to prove and document this information of what we believe is going on. And Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Nibiru is already here, and Nibiru Skywatchers and Katie Joe's and everybody else's and Jillian's sites and all the sister sites. And I was talking yesterday to some of the folks at that UK site that we are trying to work into a sister scenario, so that we will mention them only after they kind of work their way to sticking with the facts rather than letting everybody and their brother post whatever.
Right.
Oh my God, right next to your site, Christoper, on YouTube, there is like 300 Planet X / Nibiru videos that have come out over the years, and there's one that came out like 3 months ago, and then there's one that came out a week ago, and then one that came out 10 years ago. And I try to watch those things, and I get about 2 minutes into it, and I'm just going, oh my God, you people, I'm going to slap you, and yet these guys are getting 90,000 views, it's like,
it's crazy.
What?
It's just wild.
It's so back ass wrong. And I was just sitting there going, if I was a cartoon character, with a flatulence issue, I'd be popular as hell. And yet, we're working for 1,000 views on our YouTube show. And
I could probably make a TikTok that would go viral. Just posting the stupidest things I could think of, and I'd be probably pretty successful at it.
Yeah.
Well, we have to pay the bills here. That's for sure.
Right.
Fortunately, I am not willing to make an ass out of myself. That's really what it takes to get TikTok famous, I guess, these days. It's just to make an ass out of yourself,
Yeah.
Everybody with their main character syndrome. I can't tell you on a daily basis how annoyed I get as I'm like these stupid videos with millions of views, and I'm like,
it's weird.
We're showing you planets, guys, and we get hundreds if we're lucky, maybe
Where do you start?
a couple thousand. I just don't get it.
I did have a good live today. I had about 1,000 people watch, and
really?
30 new followers just in an hour's time. And Saturday morning is the time to go live.
I don't. Okay, so I don't necessarily think that it's people. I think it's the algorithms. I think it's the platforms. They don't want. They're not gonna push anything. That's gonna actually teach people anything. I mean, look, we don't want a smart audience. We just want people entertained so they can stop asking questions. But they don't really want informed citizens. So I don't really blame it on people, because I think people are genuinely curious. I just think that some of these topics aren't pushed out there as much as something stupid,
Yep. I see Jillian. Let's bring her back on and check. We'll do a testing. 1, 2, 3. Say something.
I even turned it down and left the other thing off.
It's still cracking.
It's still cracking. It's still crack-a-lacking, yo.
How you try? Okay, so how about you take the headphones off?
Might as well.
Take it. I turn it off. And try that. Let's try it without and see what it does. If you need to come back out and back in, let me know.
Looks like she locked up. Okay.
All right. Let's see what the suspense.
All right, start talking, Jillian.
Say something, Jillian.
What does she mean? Like, what does she mean? Like, just any regular headphones don't work for you?
Yeah, because it's the feedback from her devices.
Really?
Picking up. Yeah. Mine would do that too if I didn't wear a headset. It would echo.
Are you wireless?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you do wireless, Jillian?
Well, she needs the headset to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not sure she even hears us
What
now.
I mean is,
Uh-huh.
could she handle connecting Bluetooth to that?
Oh,
Because I know she's. I mean, we're all a little not too tech savvy.
yeah.
I think Jillian
I
might
can help her.
be.
I could help her.
So is it still bad for you guys? Is it
Oh,
still
that's better.
crackling?
You sound good
No,
now.
it's working fine.
That's better. Yay!
Is that better?
Yay.
All right.
Yay. Magic.
was
stuff.
Jillian,
That was a little nerve wracking there, but I'm glad it's working now.
Yeah, it's like
pro.
you're in outer space and you're just getting past
Right.
Mars and you might see something cool and shit.
it's actually better. Hey, Jillian, PM me your address. Like,
Okay,
Like
Yeah.
right now.
like right now.
I even have
Right
that.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because this has been going on. I saw last show, and I think even the last show before that, it's been an issue. And you know,
Well, I just sent her a letter.
I'll just send you some headphones. But just PM me your address, and then I'll give you the
Yes.
details in a while.
That's
Be
nice.
careful of that postage, Jesus. You'd be amazed what it costs to send something. That's why I mailed a letter rather than anything else to her.
He
Well,
can
when
order.
when I mailed her gift, it was more expensive for shipping.
Right.
It wasn't
Right.
expensive because it was just a small thing, but it
Right.
came on more for the shipping.
But
And everything.
Yoda goes everywhere with me. He dangles when I get into work in the morning and everyone goes, "Oh, Star Wars is here."
Yeah, of course.
I've
Worth
got
it, worth every penny. I'm
Right.
glad you got that, but maybe I don't know if Amazon even works in your area, but I'll figure it out. Just PM me your address and I'll see.
She
Yeah,
can
that might
get
be a good thing to
Amazon,
do.
and I think other people have ordered on Amazon and had it sent to her address without any trouble. So
Oh,
Cool.
well, then there we go.
yeah, that's the way
Yeah,
it
but you
goes.
have to make sure that it actually goes into the slot of this computer. I mean, this tablet. Well, it'll be a standard.
It can be
Do you not
wireless.
want wireless? Do you want Bluetooth headphones, or do you want a wired? Do you want to be plugged in?
I don't really want to be plugged in. I'll probably kill myself. I'll forget that I've got a wire.
I was
Right,
gonna say,
put wireless.
you're gonna be chasing your cat and tangled.
Yeah,
at the same time.
Right.
you need wireless. You do. That way you can walk around and not be attached.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
well, let's go back to the comments and see who is.
Yeah, well, let's see what's going on in life here.
Yeah, now we're all here. Good job. Hi,
Experimental.
experimental. She is here. So it's a full moon, she says. Oh man.
Mercury is in retrograde, which
Yeah.
also causes a little bit of strife and discomfort, and God, I'm telling you, I'm hearing. I think I hear like two different planet sounds, and it's like they're intermittent waving. It goes wow, 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 wow,
Man.
and it's just loud.
Yeah. Be
And
quiet.
it's been like 2 days, 3 days. It's been going like this, and I'm just like, man, my ears are ringing. And it's not tinnitus either. It's a different high
It's-
pitched chirping.
You know, in my culture, they say that's somebody's talking bad about you, Sam.
Yep, that's what my Dutch parents, the old Dutch wives' tale, said the same thing. Yes,
Yeah, you never know.
Hi,
that
Dennis.
Ratten Krat person. Yeah, Yosemite
here.
Sam swearing.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure he was on my live this morning. He
Cool.
has a different name on his TikTok account. I'm pretty sure it was Dennis. Was it Dennis? Was it you? Anyway, he's here. Hi.
Yeah, that's the one thing
Here.
I'm having trouble navigating too. You know, everybody seems to have like a different name on all the other platforms. So,
Yes.
you know,
it's
I don't notice
confusing.
who you are, and I'll say, well, you know, join Nibiru Followers Anonymous to get more information. And
Yeah.
somebody will say, oh, it's me,
Yeah.
but and I'm already there, and it's like, oh, hey, how you doing? So
Yeah, I know.
you know,
And there's
just
Spring Chicken 93
trying
or
to figure out
something.
everybody's name.
Yeah. Got new names over there. So, but he's here, so we can proceed. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, and same for Dubaloo. She's always
Hey.
on my lives. Oh, yeah. Hi, Dubaloo. In California, that is. So, always good to see
Glad
you.
you're here. Thank you for
She's always here.
joining us.
She gets a gold star today. All right. And Audrey is here
Hey.
in South Africa. What time is it? I don't know, like 10 or 11 p.m., something like that.
Yeah, she said 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because it's 8 o'clock here, so.
I guess there's
they're
some folks out
all-nighter
there that look forward to our shows every week.
every week from start to finish. A lot of them, like Dubalu, she never, hardly ever is not on there. You know what I'm saying? During the whole entire show. She's a diehard, you know. So that's awesome. It really is. I mean, and Brandon is too. Brendan, hello. Get back over here.
Yes, and I did see his email that, or he sent a PM or something, and I read that he had sent you the address. So when you get the chance,
I'll get it. Okay.
Send that to me on Facebook PM, and then I will get that letter that is sitting over here off to him. I just have to check the address because I thought I had two different addresses, and so I want to make sure before I zing something up into, I believe, Ireland.
Yep, he is. That's our Ireland.
And the European addresses are a little different than what we're used to in the United States, so I wanted to clarify.
Sure. All right. Well, hello and welcome to Brendan and Michelle, our good friend Michelle Cox in Indiana. Hope everything's safe in your part of the world. You know, I mean, it's going that direction. I thought maybe it's a little bit further
out there,
but still, it is here.
Michelle.
You know, our friend Bruce Martin, he was on the show a few weeks ago, and he told me he wouldn't be here because the weather is so bad where he is. I forgot where he is, like North Carolina. I don't remember. I'll find out. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's spooky. But
I was talking to folks yesterday that said they were going over to Wisconsin or Michigan today. And I said, I wouldn't be doing that if I was you. It's not traveling weather right now. And, you know, not only that, I'd rather be home and defend my house, you know, than leave it and then come back and find that possibly it's not there when you come home, which is better than being there if it was to be removed. But I mean, I'm sure you get my drift. The point with it is I'd rather be home to make sure that things don't, you know, fly off the handle, so to speak.
I was going to say, I didn't tell anybody this. I you know, went to the field. I come back, and the wind was coming from the southwest, and I have a window that faces the west, and it had a crack in it. Well, I don't know what happened, but the whole window was blown in, laying on my kitchen table. It was wide open. I'm surprised my cats were still here, you know, because anyway, it's got a paper bag or plastic bag on it now. I had to cover it. And it was hard to put a plastic bag when the wind was just nonstop. It was still blowing at 9 o'clock last night. You could hear it just.
Yeah, you know, and we also forget, remember, England, just like last week, the week before that, they've had a massive amounts of storm and rain and flooding. And we've already forgotten about all of that flooding that went on in the, you know, late winter, early spring in Europe and the U.S. And it's amazing. I mean, we go 2 weeks and everybody has forgotten all the damage that just happened. And I mean, I haven't forgotten the fire that we had in front of my house here, 2 summers ago. Or was it one? I don't even remember now. And we're going to see a lot more of this for everybody. And you know, the tornado alley has moved north, and you know, poor Missouri, poor Kansas, and Nebraska, and Ohio, and you know, Ohio and Pennsylvania, and Kentucky and South Carolina. I mean, we go on, and remember, you know, they just had last year's major hurricane dumping and carrying on land and spreading all the way up into, you know, Tennessee and Kentucky, where all those people were flooded out and all of that. And those people are still recovering from that. So, God, guys, there is so much destructive force going on that I think we've kind of gotten numb to it because we automatically forget. Oh, by the way, there was a 3.0 earthquake in Mississippi today, and it's not normal. There is high activity all over the country right now, especially in the Pacific Northwest for volcanic activity. There's been a couple of earthquakes in the Los Angeles area today alone, and last week, etc.
And a friend of mine on TikTok said in San Francisco they had a tornado.
Yeah,
that's unheard of.
And that's
wild.
Yeah, that's the same storm that's hitting now over Missouri and Tennessee and Kentucky, and it's going to be going on through tonight as well. So, night times. Now, last night it was pretty bad. Unfortunately, 14 people did pass away. And that's the count that we have so far. So there may be more because it's still in the early stages of them picking up the pieces. So anyway, be prepared. The weather is not going to be fun anymore. It's dangerous.
There's clusters of tornadoes. I mean, that's what that one video said that I seen last night about, live storm.
Yeah, it was a bow storm. We saw the picture of it, of that rotational, literally on-land hurricane. Because when the millibars and the wind speeds are in a rotational backpedaling, what they're calling a reverse negative or whatever, they got so many terms for it now. Those are on-land hurricanes. And in the northern hemisphere, it's absolutely unheard of. But most hurricanes over the ocean develop those speeds and that rotation and everything, and the barometric pressure, it's down to 970, 960, 950, 900, 910. Boy, that's a superstorm. 890, that's a mega storm. When that kind of barometric pressure is existing over land in a rotational storm, and we've never seen evidence of that in my recorded lifetime other than the last couple of years, we know that the pan's been on the burner a little too long here, and I think we're going to be fried in a lot of scary ways. And again, I mean, Christoper's sitting there in springtime in Las Vegas, and obviously enjoying some iced tea off camera. When he's hot and sweaty down there at this time of year, it's just scary, because that's the nicest thing about Arizona and Las Vegas and Utah and everything is the springtime before it gets hot. And springtime in the desert is awesome when the cactus start blooming and the bushes and everything starts blooming and flowering. It's just the most beautiful thing in the world if you like the desert. Now, me, I'm a high mountains guy, and it does take a little getting used to, but I did enjoy the desert a few times.
I got best of both worlds here, Sam.
Yeah,
you got not only that, you got some great geology to the northern part of the state of Utah. It's just the most unbelievable rock formation.
The reason why I love what I do is because I get to drive all this, and it's just absolutely amazing. It's just so beautiful.
Yeah, another place I always found really interesting was Colorado Springs and the rock formations there, and the old American Indian villages and stuff, and they're kind of touchy about that. But we were up back in the years ago. We were climbing around on the rocks when we weren't supposed to be, but we found out that the park rangers cornered us and was like, "Oh, okay, sorry, we didn't know. Didn't read the rules. Sorry, we're from Montana. That's normal. We walk on everything." Just because nobody's ever been where we live. It's pretty desolate. It's rare that you see even garbage, except unfortunately recently in town. But anyway, totally off topic.
Hi, Esri Colette. He is here, everybody. He is here, and he was on time, not even a minute late.
Yeah.
Yay! So right, good job.
You're always too hard on him.
I'm hard on him. No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, but look he was on time today. See,
yeah, you're always checking on it.
Yeah.
Glad
so
you're here.
I'm happy you're here. Good to see you. And
Ooh.
our friend Katie Jo with East Coast Looking Up and Out. So that's her group, everybody. If you're not in it, you should be. So
I'm going to check the worldwide earthquake
Katie Jo is here in New Jersey.
I still have that feeling like we're waiting for another shoe to drop. Something's going to happen.
Oh no! Hi, Maria. Maria in Alaska is here. She's one of our all-nighter crowd.
In Glen Elder, Kansas. Now that's a weird place to have an earthquake.
That is weird. It's too close to me.
There's a 6.0 in the South Sandwich Islands region.
Oh man!
Okay.
Stop. Yeah, it's scary. It's too much.
5.1 Papua New Guinea. 4.8 Pagan region, Northern Mariana Islands. There's one up in Japan. 4.5. Yeah, it feels a little bit weird. Like I said over and over again, my ears are ringing like crazy. And there's a biggie in Kuwait. 4.3. And Procida, Italy, 3.2. Now, everybody should still be watching the volcanic activity going on in the Mediterranean. And it's slipped out of the news, but you keep watching it.
Yeah.
Because if Santorini or Etna or any of those guys go mega boom, then, well, they're already pumping so much dust into the atmosphere. Volcanic ash is just insane, and I'm even noticing it on my windows in the car in the morning, there with the ice frozen. And there's definitely ash in the air. People have been talking about iron oxide again, the red dust, and of course. Now there's a whole bunch of that is coming off of Africa, but right now, currently, the wind direction is going the opposite of what it normally would, which is why Africa is turning green again in the northern Sahara. And I haven't checked on that, but I bet you if anybody should go out there and get some live overview shots, satellite footage right now would be probably worthwhile to see how green it's getting.
Yeah.
We are watching climate change right in our faces right now. And the storm is an exact example of that. We've never seen storms like just went through last night, which is the worst time it can go through is at night. And those poor folks in Missouri, etc.
Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of places. There was a lot of fires actually around Tulsa. I saw a small community just to the west. People were like flooding out. They were showing on the news, all the people leaving Manford, Oklahoma, because there were so many fires. It's it's a little tiny town.
Yeah, well, you get those high winds. The same thing that happened with Los Angeles,
scary.
A month ago.
And
you get those high winds, and you get a spark, and a tree on a power line, and off you go into this firestorm. And that could happen in the Northwest, or it could happen in the Southwest this year again. I mean, it happened. They had forest fires in South Carolina and I believe North Carolina this like a month, 3 weeks ago, something. It was serious. Barely made the news. And that's just what amazes me is the things that are important aren't making the news. Meanwhile, we're caught up in the drama of all the craziness that's going on, and everything else is getting shoved to the side. And the insanity that's going on with our government right now is just unbelievable. And I don't think we're going to recover from that too easily.
Okay, let's get on to the comments and see who else is here.
Right.
Tony's here. Hi, Tony. How are you?
I always appreciate the distraction off the topic when I'm doing the politics.
We're not doing that. That was bad. Hi, Tony.
I'm not walking into that one today, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
No.
But it's so hard. It's never been this hard for me.
But this isn't the place to vent your frustration.
No, it's not.
I do have to say that
they don't want to hear it.
I completely agree. In fact, there's not really too many. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
It just sort of wiped me out financially this month also. So anyway.
All right. But I wanted to tell everybody, Tony, he's going to be on the show next week.
Right.
Saturday. Yes, this guy, Tony.
Yeah. And Tony is I believe he's an admin of a website, and we will discuss it when he comes on.
I'll get to know him.
I'm glad to see he's here. And I noticed him at the beginning of the show on the early list. So nice that you're here. Thank you.
Hi, Tony.
Great.
All right.
Hi,
Good job.
Tony.
And experimental, yes, I am celebrating just like you. So got my martini right here. Coffee martini. Oh my gosh, it's Taylor.
Yeah.
Look what he brought me, everybody. A chicken pot pie.
There you go. I looked
Dude, now
at
I gotta
those
get up
today.
again.
I love chicken pot pie.
Thank you. Wow.
I think that's the only thing that KFC didn't ruin for me was the pot pies. I can still eat those. I love them.
Yeah, they're yummy. Yeah, I like theirs too.
The perks of work.
I know. I love it. It's nice.
I like to go get them from Costco. To just put in the oven. That
I love them too.
What's the other one? It's like a meat pie. What is it called?
Like a shepherd pie or something?
Humble pie. Is it humble pie? I love that. Freaking great stuff.
What's in the humble pie?
Well, it's like I think it's like mashed potatoes on top, and then it's like a hamburger. I don't know what you call
It sounds like shepherd's pie, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is it shepherd's pie? Is that? I think I don't know what
It's
the
got like
difference is
peas
because
in
I know
it.
they.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has like peas and vegetables, and I love it. It's so good. So
Carrots,
it's
potatoes,
shepherd's pie. I think you might be right.
gravy.
Dude,
I'm
you
kind
guys
of
are making me
I'm very
hungry.
new to it, honestly.
No,
I
we
ran
all
into
had
recently. I ran into it. And I just wanted something to just throw in the oven, and I was like,
Yes.
I've
Comfort
been missing
food.
out. These are
Yeah.
great, but I'm a dangerous person at Costco. I don't like going
No.
Definitely. It's
You have to be supervised when you go in there.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And in the long run, it's cheaper to buy in bulk, but in the moment, it's like, God, what did I just do?
right.
Tara's here. Everybody,
Hey, Tara.
Tara made it.
Hey,
Hey,
Tara.
girl, how are you? She's our friend in Texas.
Man, she's
And-
been getting some great stuff this week too.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah,
I
she
saw
has.
a
I was-
slideshow of her stuff.
I was gonna comment on her on your post recently, Tara, and then I got distracted, and then by the time I came back, it like reset my feed, and I never.
Oh, I
commented.
hate that.
But
Oh, I
great
hate
stuff.
that.
It was great stuff. It was great stuff. I think it's the one that you posted backwards. But it was great. It was great. I love when you get to see it from beginning to end as the sun goes down, and then they kind of illuminates, and you see its color. Great stuff. Awesome stuff. But you made a comment a while ago, Tara, and I wanted to double back to how you posted something thinking it was. I don't know if you meant Jesus or Jesus. Me, I don't know. I'm guessing you and me, but somebody gave you a hard time. Could you elaborate on that as we do roll call here?
Okay. All right. I'll be on the lookout. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see who else is. Oh, good. Esther is here.
Hey.
Hi,
Oh,
Esther.
Esther.
In the Netherlands. I
Cool.
know that is so. I was telling people on TikTok, I was like, we have people all around the world, like
Incredible.
everywhere. It's not just a few people, it's years and years and years of worth of people, have collaborated together on all of this. So I love it.
Yeah,
But
that's the one
hi,
thing I
Esther.
found absolutely surprising is how there's so many members that have just stuck with this for, almost a decade at this point. It's absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
I think once you see the planets for yourself, there is no going back. This is such a direly important thing, and that's what blows me away. That this hasn't made the public in any way other than the NASA announcement of the Skull asteroid, and that's the absolute only thing that they've talked about. Now they take credit for this, and we found a planet that's even better than Earth. I saw that today. And I'm going, yeah, right. And I don't even click on their stuff anymore because I know that it's just all distraction. And maybe 1/3 of it is the truth, and the rest of it's working around the countertop, and it's absurd. And so it blows me away that this hasn't gone public. But then now the planets are so large, I could see where you would just completely ignore that. Oh, look at that dark blue right there compared to the light blue sky over here, or the yellow here, and the massive purple or green planet right there. But I see it instantly in everything, in TV commercials and movies. And I spent kind of part of the week watching Time Team. If any of you guys, it's an archaeology, an English archaeology program. I recommend it. For those of you who are into archaeology and geology, et cetera, and history. But I watch a lot of that, and I was watching stuff that's 8 years old and 10 years old, and I'm looking in the background, and they're the planets way 10 years ago, and It's like, wow, I remember that, back when that was small, and I know exactly what I'm looking at, and I'm just going, I'm swooning over these old programs with the planets in the background, and it blows my mind that more people aren't, or maybe they're out there talking about it and they just can't connect to us, or that we do.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, Sam. How it might not be that it's a lack of interest or even a lack of people noticing. It's just that the algorithms, especially now in this AI phase that we're in, I mean, One of, and I'm not going to mention names here, but one of the persons that we dealt with a few months, in the beginning of the show, was saying that you can literally program bots to basically remove certain words, certain keywords. You can make bots for very specific things. If this, they're not going to push this out there, as we were saying, like of all this stupid stuff that you see online, that gets the algorithm going. But I don't think it's a lack of interest. I think it's just a lack of.
While watching my smart TV this week, I saw two of Rebecca's shorts going live, where she was announcing that she was going live, and those did come over my regular feed.
Cool.
Now I do on that TV look up Nibiru Followers Anonymous and you guys' other sites as well. So maybe I was being, metered by my television rather than the actual feed. But I was happy to see that she was coming up on in the public. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, hi, everybody out there in TikTok and YouTube.
Right. They're here. Esther has a question. I'll come back to your question in a minute after we finish going through everybody. And Robin is here. Thank you, Robin. 106. That's us. So good to see you. Always is.
Hey, Robin.
And let's keep going.
Hi,
Let's
Robin.
see. Everybody's chatting, having a good time. And Susie is here from Slovenia.
Hey.
She's a nice lady. I love her time-lapse videos.
Yep.
She takes the prettiest time-lapse videos. I've made a couple of videos of her time-lapses. We should watch one today just
Cool.
because, it's been a while. So we'll do that.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, but good to see you, Susie. And she's on TikTok. So, all right. Hey,
RN.
RN is here. Look at that.
What's
TikTok
new?
is the reason I am here. She heard me this morning. Oh, cool, RN. Hi. Yeah.
boy.
There you go. There's the algorithm actually doing what it's supposed
Yes.
to do.
Boy,
I
do
think
we
you
have a
messaged,
long-
messaged me this morning on one of my videos. So I'm glad that you were able to come and
Nice.
join
Awesome. Welcome, and
podcast.
soak it in. There's a lot to unpackage here, but
Boy, do we have a long
Yes.
story for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I wasn't able to
Here
give
we
her any
go.
information because we were starting the podcast.
Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff after the show.
Right.
You know what it would be the perfect, and we always eat up many, many hours doing this podcast, and this is what makes us completely different than everybody else, because most shows, they run 2 hours and then they shut up. No, not us. We run 8 to 10 hours. We're insane. A very good Nibiru video has come on YouTube recently that I keep posting all over the place for everybody. And it's done by this really good filmmaker that I hope you all are familiar with. And Christoper, you have done a fantastic job on that video, and I keep watching it.
Me?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
the fifth time, seriously, the fifth time I was watching it, because I count, I actually had tears rolling down my face, and they were tears of joy and elation over how you had put it together in the description. And I was just in awe, and you did a very good job. And if you have a copy of that, Rebecca, you could slap that up, and then everybody could have a bathroom break.
Okay. Wait a minute. The one about Nibiru?
Right.
The Nibiru video?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let me finish saying hi, and then I'll.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's okay. Let's see.
A little
We're
easier
almost
to
there.
get ready.
So, RN, glad you're here.
Grab your
Yeah.
popcorn and your
DJ
sandwich.
is
and you
here.
get comfortable in your blanket
DJ's
in your
here.
chair.
And DJ's on TikTok.
Now I gotta go make some popcorn.
I know. Bathroom popcorn. Okay. Hi,
know, right?
DJ.
Hey.
See, Dublou, she says it. She rarely misses a show. It's her favorite addiction. I knew it.
Uh-oh.
We're just alike. So, yeah.
Gotta join that Nibiru
Sussy.
Holics Anonymous.
Right. Sussy's here. Hi, Sussy.
Hey.
And he's on TikTok too. He found me on TikTok the other day. I was like, wow, it's a little small reunion, so that's fun. Glad you're here, Sussy. Oh boy, David is here. Hi, David. I haven't seen you in a minute, it feels like, but
Do you have a phone number, Jillian? Do you want to PM it to me?
Oh, okay.
all right, David. Let's keep I lost my track. But welcome, David. Good to see
Oh,
you.
David, I haven't seen you. I thought we
Uh-huh.
he's been on my friends list for years. I mean, years and years.
Sure.
And he recently popped up, but I hadn't seen him in months. I thought maybe I don't know what I thought, but it's good to see you here, man. Good to see you here.
Yeah, I know that name. I mean, you know, I was like, I've seen that name for years.
It's been around since
the beginning,
our initiations. Yeah.
But
lots of new friends coming back around in some ways too. Yeah. You know, we're trying to reach out. You know, get more sister sites going, more people. Get some onboarders. Pardon the expression. Welcome to the crazy train.
Yeah. Karina, she's on board. Hi, Karina. Good to see you. Good.
Hello.
Happy you're here. So, she never misses a show, hardly ever, too. Okay. And same for Egg. Where is she at today? Hey. She say she's at a St. Patrick's Day party. Oh boy, that's
Monday.
Fun. Yeah.
I think it's Monday, isn't it?
Yeah.
17.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like fun. Glad you're here. She's checking in. I'm not sure if she's gonna, but she's here. Okay.
And I will remind everybody again, it is monthly site drawing day, so everybody can grab your copy of it while you can. It is pinned on Montana Skywatcher 1. I believe it's on 2. It's on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous and on Nibiru Followers Anonymous and a couple other places.
Right.
And so,
Sandy's here. Sandy Cheeks. There she is. That's our friend Catherine. So
it's made it a little harder now that I have to send 2 copies of everything. And like a couple months ago, we divided it into 2 pages so I could draw it in better, more descriptive.
I'll show those in a minute too. Yeah, we have the 2 new drawings for today. Yes, but hey to Sandy.
And hey, Jesus, did you get a look at the overview copy that we talked about?
Loved it. Yeah. And I saw that you actually still made your regular 2. So it was more like 3 drawings, right?
Yeah, I put out the first one we talked about last week. I put that out yesterday.
But it's very helpful because I've never been more confused in my life with this whole passing. Now what's happening now? It's just
I have a similar drawing I did like a month and a half ago, and I even looked at that one versus what I had redrawn here the other day. And of course, they were separate. I wasn't even really aware of what the other one looked like. And then I ran into both of them on my file today, in my drawing file, and I went, "Oh, that's right, I did do another one, but it wasn't the same, but it was." And just, it's amazing how fast the transition of what's going on now that they're going above us and beyond Earth, and facially illuminating. And oh my God, and it's just, it's so glorious what's about to come. The spatial illumination where we could actually see
when he says about to come.
Yeah. I've been watching a lot of your, Understanding of the Skies series. And
I saw you reposted that.
Cool. Yeah. At one point you're talking about, this was like 2-3 years ago, how eventually they're going to, when they pass, they're going to facially illuminate, and they're going to be even brighter and more apparent than they were coming forward. I think that's pretty awesome.
Well, we've been staring at the back of them. We've been staring at the night side of all of these planets, and for the longest time. And when they're in between the light, between the sun and us, there's a lot of room between 93 million miles. And we've been staring at the black sides of them, which is why they're so dark blue. They blend in. But the difference is the light blue, normal, boring sky, like if it go back to any 1970s Western, and you can see what the sky really used to look like. And we don't even have, our sky isn't even close to that. And anything you watch on television commercials or on Time Team or this movie or that movie filmed within the last decade, you can see these big dark ass bodies standing right there in the shot, and nobody even looks up. And I wonder, do they ever watch their own videos to look in the sky? Does anybody catch on to this? Because those huge dark blob with the rounded edge that you can't miss on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, that's over repetitive. So much so that I can look back at a show, that was filmed in 2018 per se, and go, oh, I know when that was, because the pattern and the size of the planets and who's what and where, where they are.
Right.
And I chuckle over that.
Yes, but the regular person, this is
Right.
the last thing on their mind. They're not going to just look at the sky and imagine, oh, that's got to be a planet. They're not going to think that.
No, but I mean, they're big, huge dark blue balls, where you're staring at half the sky filled up with this big round blue thing.
They're not going to see it.
Different colored than anything else in the shot, and goes right over their head.
Think you have to be told and shown. You have to find us. And
yeah, I think you're right.
Somebody's not going to just put it together by themselves.
I'm so absolutely hardwired into my little intravenous stand and everything, walking, breathing Nibiru planets. I mean, I'm totally drug obsessed here with my Nibiru addiction. Which, by the way, every time anybody mentions Nibiru Aholics Anonymous, I remember how the AI was trying to describe that site as some people who were trying to get away from the Nibiru addiction rather than clinging towards it. And I still think about that every time.
I don't know. No. That AI, man.
It was like, people who were trying to break the cult syndrome and get away from the addiction of Nibiru. And I still laugh about that, a year and a half later. And every time anyone mentions that site, and I go there occasionally to say hi to those guys, because I've noticed that a certain group of people have sort of migrated to certain sites of our sister sites. And they're a great bunch of people. They're all a bunch of close friends here, and a bunch of close friends there, and a bunch of close friends there, and they're all such nice little, warm, fuzzy little websites on Facebook. Yeah. And they don't have the fighting, they don't have the crazy people, they don't have I had to remove 2 off of Montana Skywatcher 1 today. Dragons are real and all of this, and it's gone now because somebody reported it, and so I went in there. I had a little bit of looking to find both of them. I was only looking for one, but I found 2. But anyway, we try to avoid those folks that do go over the edge a little bit into, shall we say, extreme. God, what would be the term for that? Non-science.
There's a lot of things I could call that, but it's definitely science is not one of them.
Yeah, and rumor and innuendo.
Here's the thing with that, Sam.
Hyperbole.
This topic here seems to attract a lot of them, and
I have met some really interesting folks over the years.
It doesn't help our credibility. So, folks, before you before you kind of walk into a lot of this stuff, just try and weigh out the information. And
Nibiru is not red.
Please get your information from more than one source.
Not Nemesis. It's not.
Well, I was going to say.
Not with this topic. But I'm being the information in general. With this topic, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. It's so rare. There's only sister sites that have sprouted from Montana Skywatchers, but when it comes to this topic, literally nobody else is talking about it. Nobody.
Not the way we are, with the information base that we've gathered and collected for, April 9th, it will be 15 years.
Wow.
And we're just a few weeks away from 15 square years of documenting and gathering this information. And you stated that so well in your video, Christoper. Cool. And I think it'd be a great time to play that.
It's important that people know
let me
the body of work you guys have created. It's incredible.
Oh my gosh, what is this? My gosh, you got no wonder I'm gaining weight. Okay, my other son brought me nachos.
Oh, boo! I'm jealous.
I know, right?
Careful on the.
It's Mother's Day soon.
Oh my gosh, y'all! Look, I'm okay on my desk.
He's always spoiling her on,
Thank you, Tanner.
You're good, dude.
Oh my god, and they're popcorners.
Great.
Thank you, Tanner.
You must have, good mother. You made a good son.
Where's my food?
Yeah.
Why are my people bringing me trays of snacks? Where's my snacks?
Yeah, I always got to go in the kitchen and cook everything. What is the
Oh
deal
man,
here?
it's nice. You teach your boys how to cook, and then they'll feed you. You know.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
really getting ready to get my girls to start, because they can, they're
Yes,
complaining
don't-
about, well, I don't want to eat that. I'm going, well, get your butt in there and cook something you do want to eat for once.
Yeah.
My
You
mom
know?
used to tell me, well, if you don't like it, it's because you're not hungry enough.
Right?
Yep.
No
Always,
kidding,
no
right?
way.
Yeah.
Just wait, give it some time. I'll give it some time.
Right.
And Jillian, we got Jillian some headphones
Nice.
Nice.
on the
Oh, yes.
26th, Jillian. So.
Yes.
But they're
Yeah.
Bluetooth, and then it's for you can make calls and all that, and
Right.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
just like mine. Probably.
Wow.
You remember I told you last week that my headphones quit working? Well, they started working again.
Oh,
I have
nice.
no
Okay,
idea.
What is it with us girls and our earphones?
I
What
don't
do we
know.
do? Drop them in water or
I
something?
can't do it. I feel like I'm so isolated with the headphones. I can't hear anything outside. I saw some headphones the other day that they were more like speakers outside of your out. I think they call them outer ear headphones.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm like, I think I may be able to do that because I get anxiety. I get a little
Okay.
claustrophobic when I have the earbuds and I can't hear anything.
I
around
don't
me.
like things
It drives
pushed
me
inside
nuts.
my ears.
Have,
Yeah,
have
I
you
don't
seen
either.
these like little headphones? They like clip on to the
Oh, there's
to your ear
those.
like
I've seen
this,
those.
and they
Yes.
vibrate. There's no
Yeah.
speaker. It's like they're called bone conduction headphones, and it's supposed to vibrate your inner ear bones.
Oh,
And I think I've never used them before, but that sounds kind of interesting.
I have an issue with putting electronic devices, especially Wi-Fi, next to my brain.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I've had weird electrical crap going off all week too with everything, and I noticed one day where everything I touched would not
Oh,
work
yeah.
right, and like
I'll
what
show you
the
this.
hell
real
just
quick.
happened from the microwave TV to the remote to you name it. I had a weird week. It was a really
This was
strange week.
me yesterday. My lights were flickering. I mean, I'll just throw that out there.
Oh no.
During the
It's not that the show's starting earlier. It's that
Oh.
our time changed.
Right.
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah.
There's
Whoa,
reports
Rebecca,
of this
that's-
going on all over the country, in parking lots, street lights around entire neighborhoods where they're doing this, and I think it's planetary. Now, we talked about this before the show in the green room. The Schumann resonance is in the red zone. It's off the charts. Has been for a couple of weeks now, and we've never seen anything. It's never been this
Right.
way.
blackouts,
And-
it says on it.
And there's been big blocks.
Well, I'm sure that there's an
information
electrical
missing from it.
situation going on.
I didn't see the
Blackouts.
Why would this happen, Sam? Like, do you have any?
A bleed off. You put a larger body that steals. We've seen this in space at night, where a larger body will rob ions. We've seen the towers with the light towers where it goes straight up, and all the city lights are going straight up into the sky, reaching to the bottom of these planets. I think the larger a certain electrical exchange is going on between space bodies, where now if their magnetosphere is bumping into ours and it's affecting ours, and it's breaking through or draining off, that would affect the electrical grid. Could be minutely drained by a larger passing body. And we've been seeing reports from like the East Coast and Midwest for all 2 weeks now, where their lights are flashing all over the place. God, there was an infiltration of gamma radiation from the sun a month or 2 or 3, I can't remember exactly when, that actually put electricity into the ground in Indiana, and it was literally detectable from space satellites. So the whole ground area become electrified. And this is either part of that or the opposite therein of that. I think there's an electrical effect going on between these planets and us. And what is he? And we, walk into the chair, or the corner of the chair, or the table, or the wall when you're going through the doorway. I think we're being affected in our brains, in electrical equipment, and animal behavior. And by the way, has anybody noticed how few birds there are? We have lost a lot more birds they're dying off because of that bird flu, and it's gotten into the bird populace. And we've been watching it for a few years now. And there's just, I mean, the spring birds, they're there, but they're not. I mean, the count is way low. I see one this bird and one that bird, one robin, one this. And there used to be waves of them, and I haven't seen all the finches or the starlings or anything. Saw an eagle this morning, but I mean, the numbers of birds there's stuff going on. We're in doo-doo, man. We are in deep doo-doo. And we're watching climate change right before our very eyes, and it's not even being talked about. And those people that are going to spend their next 6 months trying to get through every day and pay our bills, it's going to affect us in many different ways, from higher air conditioning costs to more expensive gasoline and everything else. That's because all of these things are affected by weather and travel costs and ice costs and how much this costs to keep cool and et cetera, and wind and ripping up people's homes, like the storm in Missouri last night. And timber prices are skyrocketing. Metal prices are skyrocketing. We got tariffs. Here I go again. Anyway.
Yeah. ABCD is here.
Hey.
Harry.
Is that another new person?
I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Sorry. But they are here. Hi. I've never really known for sure. But it's good to see you. Let me keep. Oh, hey, Stacy. Look who's here. She was on the show a couple of weeks ago, I think. A couple of weeks. Hi, Stacy.
Hi, Stacy.
We got to have her back on, though, because I want to know more. She's like, there's more. I know she has more to say. You know what I mean? You can always scratch the surface on your first visit. You got to come back again. So,
yep.
Yeah, okay. But hi, I'm glad you're here, Stacy. Let's keep scrolling. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Any new names popping up. Hey, it's William. Hi, William. I was talking about you a minute ago. I saw your comment about that fingerprint, looking like the clouds, or the clouds looking like fingerprints.
Crazy.
This one here. Yeah.
Hello.
Anyway, good to see you, William.
Hi, William.
And, Robert. Robert in New Zealand is here.
It's like anybody's ever seen clouds like that in their entire life. No. I mean, there's no such thing as those clouds. We've never, ever seen that. Ever. Not even on Montana Skywatch. We've seen things close to that, but not like that. Anyway, hello, Robert. Some of your comments and work this week. Thank you.
Robert. Yeah, I saved some of his pictures, and we'll have them to look at here shortly. So he has some really good ones. He's got the eye, So good to see you, Robert. Let's see.
Another treasured member from around the world.
I know. Oh, that was it. I think we're all caught up. So good deal. Yay.
So, William just joined us now.
Nibiru video.
Did we say hi to William?
We did.
Yeah. Oh, I did. Sorry. I've been on Amazon trying to figure out
the address.
By the way, Jillian, that address, I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, I was so confused with the whole. But anyways, William, nice to see you. I see you're doing a lot better, buddy. That's good. Congratulations on your new set of wheels. That's really nice to see. But looks like you're getting it done. So glad to see you here, buddy.
Yeah, I'm glad he's feeling better. He wasn't well for a while.
Right. That's no fun. Okay. Oh, hey, here's another one. Let's see. I'm not sure how to say that. QASS.
Kaz.
QApp. Oh, never mind.
Okay. It says, are you all aware of the photonic light beings sent from our galaxy center? They say it's to help awaken humanity.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Photonic light beings, not beams, but beings.
Right.
Interesting.
Right.
Very interesting.
Wow. That's new to me.
Me too.
I am aware there is a plan that's been in effect for quite a long time that is set to help some people evolve, and others will continue to do their job here on Earth. And no, I was not aware of that, and we'll leave it at that.
That's interesting. Well, I'm glad you're here. You're in the right.
Our galaxy, galactic center, we're all connected to our galaxy, and our galaxy is connected to us. So
Yeah.
it's an electric universe.
Tara is asking, are they like orbs, these little beings? Is that what you're saying, Tara?
Yeah, we have no way to prove or disprove that.
There's so much going on. It's like, what belongs with what? What's going on? There's this.
Did you guys hear
every day now?
The Los Angeles? I think it was Los Angeles, or was it I think it was Los Angeles sighting last week. I have a copy of it posted somewhere. But the ship that was hovering directly over the city was captured by several people at the same time. And it takes this banking turn, and lo and behold, it's that new ship we've been seeing a lot of, with the rounded front and the square, funky little thin back.
Really?
Yeah, and that's what because I see these sightings all the time, and you kind of go, God, is it Photoshop? No.
When he's talking about stuff and it goes like that.
You're doing the robot thing.
I watched it.
Robo Sam.
Yeah, robot.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's cutting out pretty bad.
Completely cut you off there.
There is, I don't know when you can answer this question, but they have a question about if you've ever remote viewed within the planets.
Wow, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully he can.
I just got my interruption flag warning on the internet. I have not. I have an idea of what's up there, but I don't intentionally look where I don't want to get information from. I mean, I'm already scared enough as it is. I don't necessarily look everywhere people would imagine.
Sure.
You have to be careful for the answer you get.
Right.
Samuel.
Yes.
Well, talking about that, we can't just, this is, we're talking about space beings that are advanced and they use telepathy and certain things, and they would see that as an intrusion. So you don't want to be doing
things
like that.
I am aware of the people in the ships over the top of me every once in a while. It's literally like they crawl into your head. It's just all of a sudden it comes across you. It's like, oh shit, why did I think of that? Sure. And I know that the beings on Saru and Nibiru are probably much larger than us because they live on a super planet, a water type planet, and the Earth is a rock type planet. We're much smaller. So and I was talking about, somebody said, well, do you think we'll ever get to visit up there? And I'd say, well, yeah, you'd have to be in a spacesuit though, because the barometric pressure would be completely different than anything you're comfortable with. And that's also why the higher races, it's an example of why the higher races use the grays to do their heavy lifting here on Earth, because they can't freely run around without having, issues with our atmosphere versus their native atmosphere. So,
Sure.
Hi,
Loxy. Hello. How are you?
So how do you behave yourself,
Hi,
Sam? I'm sure everybody's wondering here, how do you behave yourself? How do you not give in to intrusive thoughts and remote view things?
How does it not happen? Like just pop in.
Let's just say, things that are maybe classified or.
I don't think that's quite how it really works. I don't think you can actually, remote view a paper in somebody's file desk or anything.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you? Okay, so just generalizing.
You get what happens with.
How do you keep from doing, remote viewing something that may get you in trouble?
Well, there is that, and it is stressful, and you realize in your gut that you're looking too far, and there's a set of rules that keeps you humble, because if you put your hand in the mousetrap, that thing is going to snap. And so you learn, and now I've had it with people there are certain people. I'll meet a guy at the truck stop, gas station, whatever, standing in line, and you talk for 5 minutes or whatever, and then they come home with you, and then you can't get them out of your head. The same thing is true with remote viewing. Anything scary and spooky, you automatically would tend to avoid, because it's sort of like when you're walking in the dark and you find the couch with your knee. It slows you the hell down. And you go, wait a minute, I can't take both steps here. So it lets you know. I mean, I've seen some things, and God, as a matter of fact, this morning, I'm sitting there drawing the site drawing, and I got up really early to do it today. And it took me a very long time, longer than ever before. And I kept seeing things walking around the house. And I'm a little leery and jumpy of it currently because I had an event here like a month ago where I did this odd vanishing act. And so I'm and the cat's watching it too. And and so I actually, and it doesn't happen very often, but I actually was afraid this morning. And I was actually in fear that there are too many ghosts walking around here, and I'm seeing too much. I'm seeing more than I want to. So I actually start looking down at the table rather than across the room.
Do you feel all this turmoil that we're seeing in the world right now?
Oh God, so bad I could
affects or even maybe brings in make some of this stuff a little bit more prevalent.
The anxiety level that I'm feeling right now, and I'm spending great deals of time listening to Eastern music or Om chant or classical music, or trying to distract myself by watching Time Team or whatever.
It's a stressful time for the entire world right now.
It is. It's very uncomfortable.
What I mean is do these things? Do you think they respond to that kind of stress?
We have noticed, even when we start talking about ghosts here on the show, we've had events happen in people's homes while we were live on air, and where stuff starts knocking over in the back room, and then I go and look, nothing. What noise? And so I have a tendency to, we start talking about ghosts, and excuse me, dry throat. We start talking about ghosts, and it sort of increases the activity around me, for sure. So, and this is why I don't sit down and watch Slapped Ham all the time and all the crazy shit. And because, it's like, don't do this before bedtime. Not wise. And we've had a lot of ghost activity in the house lately. And this morning, I was actually seeing so much, I was actually scared. Because when you realize that they're standing next to you, I hate that. I hate driving through them. I see them walking through the house, or flying at the ceiling all the time, or phasing out. I hate it when they're heading toward my kids' bedroom all the time, and for the dark hallway, and it's just, and I try to ignore it, but I see it all the time, every day. And the thing is, people go, well, this old lady died in that house. Well, no, that's not how it works either. She might be still there, but there's 87 other ones walking right past you. Every Walmart.
In my Mexican culture, what they say is, if one of these beings does make itself seen to you, ask them what they want instead of being scared. Just ask them, what do you need? Sometimes they say there might be something that they left unfinished, or maybe they might have been murdered or something, and they kind of want to. I don't think I would have the guts to ask anybody.
I try not to give them any attention to let them know that I see them.
Apparently, that's a thing. At least that's what my grandma used to tell me. Is just don't fear them. It's
brave,
just
man.
They're stuck. What she would tell me is that they're stuck. Because their ending came violently, or something was left undone,
or for any numerous reasons.
Yeah, for whatever numerous reasons. Yeah, so she always told me, don't be afraid of them. Just
they don't get recycled to heaven, quote unquote, as quickly as modern day religion tells them. And then they're a little disappointed, and they're lost, and they're lonely, and they're panicking, and then there's some people that are comfortable with it. I mean, I've had experiences. I have photographs where me and several people went to an island in a lake here in Montana and witnessed the most unbelievable thing that I mean, I could make a movie out of it alone. And there were four of us there, and we watched thousands and thousands and thousands of spirits get recycled up the celestial stairway, just like the American Indians talk about. And
Wow.
and I have photographs of them, and there's only 3 out of 58 pictures came out. It was amazing. And then there's the talk about the keepers and the Green Man, and it's a whole story. I mean, it literally is a movie. It could be a sci-fi horror film from hell. And because it's just an unbelievable plot what we watched happen. And I was directed to go there by a Hopi and Indian guy in the Four Corners area. And then when I went back to Montana, he said, "Oh, when we were talking about Halley's Comet," and he says, "Well, when you see Halley's Comet come back," and this was like 97. You can check these dates. It could be inaccurate. It could be 96 or something, or whichever comet it was. But it was going to be this big major comet. I believe it was Halley's.
Hail Bob.
Or maybe it was Hale Bop,
Yeah.
whatever, in 97. Anyway, we went to the lake to watch this comet, and he had told me, about the spirits that will be passing and blah blah in a general metaphor of American Indian comments. And so we went up there, and we brought cameras and everything for this event. And it turned out to be far more than we ever expected. And we saw thousands and thousands of spirits floating across the lake in multiple different lines, all headed towards that waterfall. And they were all following this big 8-foot tall glowing green guy. And then there was the keepers that were nasty little creatures that had no legs, and they flew around, and they had these nasty claws and teeth, and they were keeping all the spirits in line to go forward into this celestial stairway. It was just unbelievable. And it would be a movie that would like The Exorcist, or not, the one with Carol Ann that went there here. What was the name of that show? Anyway, I'm sure there's people out there that know which one I'm talking about. Go ahead. Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, that was.
I kept saying it, and I'm like, I'm muted.
They're here.
Well, okay.
Spirits are real. All of this. There's more going on cosmically, electrically, connectively, being-wise. I'm sure there's creatures that are not made of the same stuff that we are, that are right here that we don't even see. I'm sure there's extraterrestrials running around all over the place that we don't necessarily register. And we have an off switch. Question: is our twin sister ever halted in her way to prevent too much problems on her? No, it's cyclic. It is all chemistry. It is already non-paradoxal. We don't crash into each other. We do electrically affect each other and shove each other out of the way. But it's a stable compound, and it's been in existence for billions of years. This is a regular event. This is why the tectonic plates around the planet have broken up from Pangea, and they all keep moving and doing this and that and the other thing beyond our knowledge, and why our continents are shifting and making new ones with volcanic activity and being subducted in other regions. The middle of the Sahara Desert at one point in time used to be underwater, under the oceans, and they have some of the coolest fossils in the world in the middle of the Sahara Desert with whales or pre-whales. And I was watching a thing on Nova about that this week. So yeah, I've been doing my homework. So you got where is Chris?
Oh, well, he's busy for a minute. Okay, we can watch his video. Also, Jesus sent me a small clip of questioning if it could be the Skull asteroid. So let's take a peek at that first.
Cool.
And let's see, because it's
been bugging you for a few days now.
So here's the video, and then I'll show you the still. Wait, you know what? I'm going to have to back out and come back in because I can't pull that picture up, the still pictures. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I don't know.
Audrey, my grandma used to tell me either ignore them or ask them what they want. I'm
Yeah,
more comfortable with ignoring them.
Right. I don't want them sticking
I don't
around.
like to take bites bigger than I can chew. We're emotional beings, and you have to always keep that in mind when you're dealing with some of these things, and know that don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
Yeah, that's why I don't. That's why I don't have live cameras in my home to film what's going on in my living room when I'm not looking.
You imagine, you'll end up wanting to move and
right. And well, I stopped taking photographs. I used to have the regular throwaway cameras that you take to the film to Walmart and have developed. And I stopped taking pictures. I have a couple of them when the kids were little because we had so many ghosts jumping up in front of the camera, and they started showing up in the kids' photographs, and it's like I don't want to know this. And
here's the still picture first. I'm going to show you the still picture so you can get a visual,
okay,
and then we'll play the video.
So what was the question?
Here's what we are wondering: is it that see the dark area?
No, smaller.
I think I got it earlier this week too.
Way smaller.
Smaller. Way
smaller.
Yeah,
it's right above. It's right above the 2 tree points in the middle. You can see the chin and you can see the eyes.
Let me fix him real quick. Hang on. Let me fix him.
Gotta go smaller.
I do see it now, but sometimes he is huge.
The size of a strawberry.
Okay. Well, we'll fix it. Let's go ahead and play the video, and then I'll fix it.
2 eyes. I can see his eyes, his nose, and his chin.
That makes sense too. But I saw those big old dark areas. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, I've seen those 2 eyeball things looking there.
What you guys are seeing.
Right there. Dead center.
Yeah, that's
the skull asteroid right there.
Hey, okay.
Hopping out of the darkness.
Well, okay,
definitely.
So that picture, it's a little zoomed in. So maybe that's why it looks bigger. But I don't know if you saw here as I zoom in. So it's right to the left. Could you rewind it real quick, Rebecca?
Sure.
It's right to the right. You pause right there. See, I see. So right with dead center, as you say, but right below the phone lines, and then it's catty corner from the branches, and that
there's 2 crater-like things.
Yes, and then exactly. That's kind of
right above the tree on the left, on the first couple of right-hand sided branches, is the tan asteroid.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What's cutting into the sun in the upper right corner is very large now, planet Matim.
Yeah, look at that.
Uri is the dark blue area in the background.
That's great.
On the far left, but not in the middle bottom right. That is the bottom of Saru.
Okay.
So now if you go to the monthly site drawing, you will notice the difference between last month where the skull asteroid was and where the current skull asteroid is, and the head is actually axis tipped from the right-hand side to the left. The tip of the skull is tipped to the left now, and it's exactly in the right place in this as well.
Okay. I'm getting your drawings pulled back up. I had to close it.
No problem.
Okay.
But it has actually moved over because Uri is moving up and then over us, and so all of that is sort of moving to the left front shoulder of us. It's changing places.
Now, do you see that line there, Sam? That dark line that goes from the right to the left towards the branches?
Yeah.
On
the bottom?
Yeah, there's like a dark thing on the bottom.
That shadow line went pretty much all the way to the sun, which is just out of frame a little, right at the right corner.
It's the bottom of Saru.
Bottom of Saru? Okay.
Wow.
And a big open core.
Wow.
So I haven't had I've had a lot of cloud cover. Last night was purple outside. It wasn't the brightest purple. It was a really dingier purple, but it's definitely purple. And,
that would be refractive at 2. Showing. And this morning I saw sunrise, and it was really weird because we didn't have too much of a snowstorm or anything really. We had kind of a rain thing going, but It wasn't that cloudy out, but the sun actually came up in the west illumination before in the east. And that was because the sun was shining on the face of Attu and Attu's moon. And it was just the whole western sky was way brighter than even sunrise east, because I watched the sunrise come up pretty often. And I was just in awe that the illumination was so diametrically the opposite of what normally would be. Even though I was looking at mostly clouds, I knew that that had to be Attu's moon creating that brilliant illumination, because I know it's beyond Earth now, generally.
Well, last night that's what was going on. I was like, that's definitely planet, because I had a lot of cloud cover, but it was purple. Like I said, It was just freaking
that's
purple.
spatial illumination of your
Again, not the brightest purple as I've seen Attu, but it was definitely purple. It just had a Attu's moon in the mix kind of feel.
And there's that is a particular purple as well, and there's no purple like Attu, and there's no green like Nepesity.
Exactly.
Okay, I have it fixed now, I believe. Okay, so this is the still picture, and is it that?
Nope.
Gosh darn it!
See the
side. It's lying to the side.
Yeah, that's the tan asteroid right there above the tree on the right. But dead center, peeking out, you can barely see it peeking out from that circle, that dark circle. There's two eyeballs, a nose, and a chin in that big dead center circle.
Oh, you mean right in the middle of the
center?
two?
I thought you said by the trees.
No, that's tan asteroid right where you have that.
Gosh darn it! I'll fix it. I'll fix it. We're gonna get it right. All right. Anyway,
yeah, now remember, I'm on a big screen TV or computer screen.
Okay. Also,
yeah, I can see it now. I blew it up, and I definitely see that the skull asteroid is hiding in the back with his eyelids, the bottom eyelid.
I think I see it. It's right
there. Okay, see, so Sam should be able to draw this on.
But that's really small.
Yeah, it is. It's getting smaller.
We're gonna
because
get it
the jury is rising up.
But it's right in the middle of those two dark circles above there. Wow, okay. I think
there's two smaller trees at the bottom in the middle, and it's just directly, it's about, if I was to hold my fingers in front of my face, it's 2.5 inches above that. Dead center in the middle of the pic. Inside the little dark hole.
There he is. This is Christoper's. He had a post.
The same place.
And he's wanting to know if that was it too.
Okay, see that size right there is kind of what I'm seeing now.
Now there are objects in front of the skull asteroid as we're looking at it, but yes, the white illumination. There's an asteroid in front of it, and that's a regular occurrence lately. We've seen it a lot.
It's in the same location. One of the reasons why I was like, this could be is because it's just right where it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
so
it's right there.
Small white round thing.
It's crazy how Sam is able to, he makes the drawing. I just took this picture maybe a day or two ago, right where, there where he's telling us it's going to be. It's just incredible.
Okay, now this is February's drawing.
Right.
Yeah.
And in March, it
makes it a lot easier to
let's get it.
Identify stuff.
And Donald's here, everybody. Hi, Donald.
Now you all notice.
Really want to know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Potit? Potty?
I know. I don't know either. I want to say petite as well.
Yeah, it's what I want to say.
French means small.
It's a mystery.
We're
gonna. I want to say potiat.
We're gonna say petite until he tells us otherwise.
Wow. Okay, it's gonna be petite for now.
Now you may notice that
Sarah was Sarah for months until we got it right.
Yeah.
And I think I think Jillian still calls her Tara sometimes, but
that works.
Hey, I butcher names.
What do you guys say, Tara?
Tara.
Like Sarah. It's like Sarah, but Tara. Tara, right.
Tara.
It's your vowel pronunciation.
Yeah.
All right.
It's long.
Working on that, and we looked at that picture.
I was going to say about that. You guys may notice that the red asteroid has moved placement as well, because it's totally different than anything in the last few months.
Let me go back and see.
Yeah.
See? Red asteroid used to be.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's dramatically different.
Yeah,
Because
now
it
the
was
Atu and
just
Atu's
I have
moon
to
are
find
moving
the
farther
west.
beyond Earth, but I'm still drawing it in. But they are
Oh, yeah,
beyond
look
us
at that.
over our left shoulder
Whoa.
now. Yeah, but those
Okay,
asteroids
Okay, that's
are
why I
still
haven't been able to see it because I'm looking in the. I've been looking for the red asteroid under the sun, basically, and
right, and it's moved
okay.
because
Oh, I can't wait to
Atu
go
and
back and look at
Atu's
my
moon have
pictures and see
moved,
if I got
and
it.
the out view in between Uri and Atu is now changing, which is why the direction of the lead asteroid has all of a sudden gone to the far right, but now is going for the first time ever in the opposite direction.
It's
Only
incredible.
because the orbitation under attached to Uri and Atu is so far apart. It's literally a moon of theirs, but it's it's an asteroid because we have close-ups of it. It doesn't have any moon dust or craters. It's smooth with a couple of lines on it that we draw all the time. Which if you want to switch over to that other photograph
Yeah.
on the right, remember this is the left of the sun. And we broke the monthly site drawings into two. Now you can. Okay, this is February. Nothing much has changed on this side of it as well. So you can stick.
Wait.
It looks like a
for-
ski ball, kind of.
There.
Okay,
Sorry.
see where Nepesity has now moved to center over the sun again. She was on the far
Okay.
right next to Nibiru, but now she's crossing over the top of us again. This is that 180-day cycle onset, which we're talking about that big bow storm that kicked into the middle of the United States this week. Wonder why. We know that Nepesity does some serious close pass issues.
Yeah, I'm wondering it. Like, I took a picture the other day, and I couldn't tell if it was Nepicity or like the base cloud of Isatum, right?
Right, and they're blending
it's
in
making
together.
a lot more sense now.
Because Nepesity is crossing from the right-hand side of his Saturn to over the top dead center throughout the day. So it's moving because it's going above us, and then before you know it, it'll be beyond us as well. And Nepesity and Nepesity is the last in the string of the one-arm or the two-armed octopus of the orbit model. And Matim has a completely different orbit than all of the other planets as well. But there's Saru, Uri, Atu, Nepesity, and that's in one arm. And then Isatum and Nibiru are on the other arm. And it took me like 3 years to figure that out. And that was all out view issues from when we first started watching it. So it's been a journey of learning. And
Absolutely.
again, people, this is the first time we have seen Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon coming so close to us. We've never seen this before. And those absolute undeniable flame-like clouds of the ion tail of Isatum. I mean, that's just the coolest shit that ever was. I mean, it's bacon on top of beans. It really is.
Thank you, Crystal Kate, for your donation.
Awesome.
Thank you. That's
I
very
like the
helpful.
DJ and cat.
Nice.
Look at him go.
I know, man. They're like,
It's funny.
he's cool. So
He's too
That
cool
looks
to
like me.
smile. He's just chilling.
Right?
Speaking of which, we ever going to get to see Christopher's video?
I know.
Sorry, I
Okay,
keep harping
well,
about that.
not that way to keep
Hey,
distracted.
before we get off this topic, Sam, I heard in one of the previous shows, one of the recent previous shows, that you may need to name some more asteroids. So I was gonna throw
gonna
in
be fun.
my hat in the ring there for Mary being one of them after my mother. So
Cool.
Okay,
So-
I will look for a regular asteroid because there's a whole bunch of new stuff coming in along with the tandem.
once we kind of hone into the right one.
I was looking for Casper all week and I couldn't find Casper, and I was looking for the blue asteroid and I didn't put it in this month's drawing because I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, but now
Yes.
move it half an inch to the left. In that circular hole, dead center. Move it.
I can't believe how far the red asteroid has moved.
Yeah,
The
there
eyes,
he
the
is.
nose, and the chin.
More to the left.
A little more to the left and up.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
crazy. Why can't I see it? Everybody else is like, no, it's right there.
Because you haven't
Well,
let
this
the
is the
ability to
reason.
grab you
See,
yet.
this is the reason why I don't.
Stop it.
I'm so bad with the small stuff is because I end up in this situation,
well,
and then I
okay.
feel like I'm so out of my
Especially the
league.
skull asteroid. Sometimes you
It's
think
tough.
it's
Yes.
you think you got it, and then it's just, you know. So
Well,
if it's not,
Sam
if
is
I'm
right.
not in the exact spot taking a picture, and
Well,
then
for the
it's
long,
just
well,
not
the
it.
thing is, for the longest time, I've ignored the small stuff. I've just been so enamored with the planets that I've ignored all the
Right.
There
small
is
stuff.
that
But
asteroid
I
that is
do
regularly
feel-
in front of the skull asteroid. It's right in front of the chin all the time. And we've never
Yeah,
named
yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
Yeah, it's like
I
it's
mean,
got a
things
guard
are-
thing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's important to get to familiarize yourself with these because if anything is gonna affect us directly, it's gonna be the small stuff. You know.
Yeah, it's like over the years, I had to learn how the moon normally looked. I actually had to memorize the Tycho plane and some of the actual things that we've taken for granted for all these years of the face of the moon.
Right.
And if you go to actually sit down and try to draw the moon, you find out how much you don't know. And
Yeah.
over time, when it just depends on how you apply yourself in your learning techniques as well. And we've had to look and make the supposition, because remember, we started calling them the object cluster group. We didn't even call them asteroids at that time, or meteors, or comets, or anything, and we're still having a debate on whether or not we're actually identifying some asteroids that are actually moons, and so that's still up under debate.
Yeah.
And
But as
I'm
they
always
pass
trying to keep
over
that
us,
open.
as they are passing over us, it's gonna be this season. I think it's gonna be a little bit more asteroid than anything else.
I think we're going to see more electrical events because, about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, we started, or maybe even longer, we started seeing the lead asteroid putting off the ion illumination at night and stuff. And there's been sightings coming in from South America and stuff because of the horizontal difference from their out view versus ours up here in the northern hemisphere. So there's a lot of reports from Africa. A lot of people are seeing this illuminated asteroid with a tail, and of course, this is where these people are coming out. Oh, it's a dragon, and it does look like that. Remember, the lead asteroid is going in completely not normal direction, so that also left an ion bleed off to Saturn's yellow moon, and I couldn't believe that because we'd never seen that before. And it was just, and I have those pictures still.
But that's where that comes from, right? And I mean, the
electrical
whole
transference
dragon
in
thing.
body.
I mean, because I have seen. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you would be like, "That's a freaking dragon!" Like literally a freaking. Dragon.
What you see is this rainbow illumination. It's like 4-foot office tube lighting, and there's this cloud pathway. And that all of those particles, here's an example of that. This was all the way back 2016, 17, 18, I think 16, 17. But this is that ion bleed off between, up front is the green asteroid on the one-winged tail by itself. And then, or could it be, wait a minute, okay, no. That is the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side, and then on the left is the bottom of Uri and all of that, where this is bleeding into each other electrically. And it's like 4-foot office because you have a static charge, you have a bleed off between bodies, and those accelerated particles illuminate. They give off light, and that's why we're seeing the space illumination anomalies around the asteroids, which is they're like a conductor between the planets, and it's this big rock in between, sort of like a Tesla coil or a Frankenstein monster coil, where you have the big diode and the electricity jumps from one to the other, and that's what's going on.
Yeah.
You have a connective electrical illumination from living in an electrical universe. Now, these are just pretty much clouds that are being illuminated post-horizontal.
Samuel?
Yes, now that is the tan asteroid being illuminated on the edge of Uri and all of that.
That's gorgeous.
The skull is in there, right there. If you look behind the center in the background, the skull is in the background behind the tan asteroid.
I can't see it. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
There's rounded, dark. Well, you're looking at the top of the skull and most of the faces in front of the anomaly in front of you. But this is also on this month's site drawing. This is a very good picture to show you. It's from Mr. BBB 333. But that area, these are asteroids at the side of Uri, and they get in the sun, and it does look like a winged dragon. They get in the sun and they put off these space clouds.
I feel like we need to address the chirping. We're getting a lot of comments about chirping.
Yeah, that's Jillian.
Can't be me again. I didn't do anything.
No, that's where the chirping is coming from.
Okay, we're going to
modulation when I talk.
Let me turn her mic off a second. Mute her. Now say something. Do you hear anything?
No chirping.
No chirping. Dang it, Jillian.
I keep thinking it's my fire alarm going off or something.
Yeah,
it has been for like the past 2 days.
I've changed
the damn battery like 3 times.
Jillian, can you try to turn your volume down? Like whatever you're listening to, turn it down. I feel like that would possibly help.
I'll cut some of the modulation.
It's distracting for people.
It's the pegged out modulation on her system, and it's bouncing back through her.
Yeah, whatever you're playing to hear us, just crank it down. Soon we're gonna get it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still going on.
Let me see if I can look at her mic settings on my end. I'll try to
kick her out. I'm joking.
No, I'm gonna turn her mic down and see if it makes any difference. I don't know.
Yeah.
I tried muting mine a while ago to see if it would stop, but it wasn't on my end. Plus, it sounds like Jillian was last week.
Yes, it's about the same as it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's when our mics modulate to a higher peg, then her system feeds back.
Her mic down. I'm wondering, Jillian, if what you should do is mute yourself and then unmute yourself when you want to say something.
Yeah, that'd be the best.
And then go back to mute mode when you're not talking. That would be, a workaround.
Right, and just put your hand up or give us a signal, and everybody will when you're ready to say something, we'll
just unmute.
Give you we'll be the quiet.
Yes, Nicole,
right.
That's why it's driving me crazy, because it sounds like a fire, one of those battery guys.
I'm telling you, I've had the fire alarm, smoke alarms.
Yeah, that's what it is. I was like, I've heard of that chirping before.
Oh.
That's what it sounds like.
Y'all ready to see
had to take the hammer to it.
The famous Nibiru video by Christoper Kuchuris. Let's go ahead and play that. It's time.
Cool.
Let me get it pulled up here. Right. I mean, we're going to play it every video, every show. So get used to this.
Okay.
It's so good. Okay. Right. It's so good. All right. Here we go, guys.
Nibiru is one of 8 planets associated with our binary twin solar system. Nibiru is a blue, massive water-type planet with continents, deep oceans, and 2 concentrically orbiting binary moons, Nana and Amelsaru. Nibiru is estimated to be 10 times the size of Earth and is the largest of the passing planets of the binary twin solar system. Starting approximately 2009 through 2010, our solar system's binary star and its 8 associated planets, including Nibiru, became observable from Neumayer Station in Antarctica. The twin solar system was documented spiraling in from below the Sun's planetary elliptical plane toward Earth. In the few years after 2011, the binary star passed behind the Sun, and its 7 orbiting planets moved into the space between Earth and the Sun. Nibiru, the system's 8th planet, remained behind the binary star. The arrival of the standard red binary star and its 8 associated planets of the Nibiru group signaled the beginning of a 3,600-year cyclical event, during which Earth crosses through the binary twin solar system. For nearly 15 years, Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous have dedicated themselves to recording this event, gathering a wealth of time-proven and verified evidence from group members around the world. The photographs shown in this video are from Samuel Hofman's personal collection and are genuine depictions of the planet Nibiru.
You know, the first time I saw this, I kind of had the same reaction you have. My eyes kind of watered up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Isn't that
I'm not
pretty?
even
Yeah,
lying.
it
Like,
did. It
Man,
happened.
it's just again, like I think Chris has found like his the creative process of all this is awesome. I love that because
Yeah.
The
everybody
comments are
has their own
coming
style,
in
their own way of
exactly to
things,
that.
and I think this is where we haven't really been too strong. I do mine. Rebecca does the overlays and all that, but I think you've done a little better with you've done your own thing with the tools that's available on the internet, which are completely beyond me, honestly. But it's nice that you're kind of bringing that more technical
I don't
into
know
it.
how I figured it out. I mean, the CapCut software it's pretty easy to use. I mean, all I did was plug in the pictures Sam sent me, and I found a few more, and then I just I think the music is the hardest part because you have to like kind of string it together. I had to put like
That's probably the one that I spend the most time on. Sometimes I like I've kind of come to find a place where I kind of know more or less what I'm gonna want, depending on the video. But sometimes I'm like, okay, that's not working, and
right.
it's like I have this idea in my head, and I'm like, this isn't gonna work. But when I use it, it's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to find something else, and that process sometimes could be what takes me the longest. But
Right.
the templates are awesome. When
Yeah.
once you kind of get the hang of using them, but you still have to add the literature, all that's I'm sure was your
Yeah, this one wasn't too. This one wasn't too hard because I didn't use a template, but the one I made like a couple months ago of the cube video I made, I did that with it. That one took me like 2 months.
that was awesome.
I
That was
think we should
ridiculously
submit
hard to
that
make.
video to film festivals around the world, like the Cannes Film Festival in France, or we even have a film festival up here in Montana.
I'll submit that
And
to Sundance here in
yeah,
Salt Lake.
Sundance. Yeah,
No, it's great. I love it. I love it because it's your own thing, and seeing. I've been curious, to see because I've been curious to see how you're gonna unravel your own, your
oh, I'm
own
always
thing.
checking.
Because that once you see them, and then
Oh yeah.
you kind of want to, it's like automatic. Once you really start to see the planets, it's like you have to
Aw.
document that, right? And then that creative process is a very interesting phase of somebody new. And I've been having a lot of fun seeing you do that because I've learned with Rebecca, I've learned with Jillian, and we've all kind of learned at the same time. But seeing you, like from my point of view, it's been interesting to see that.
And everybody should go to
And
Christopher's YouTube channel and subscribe because he's got a really unfortunately low count, and I think inaccurate. But again, everybody check your subscriptions on YouTube because they've been messed with. A few weeks ago, Rebecca lost a whole bunch of subscribers just out of the blue,
It's weird.
and I didn't go back and check lately. But
just interact, guys.
Going on TikTok.
Like, comment, share. Watch
Comments
the
have been low,
entire
too, lately.
video. Watch
Yeah.
the entire video. That's one of the biggest ones, is to watch the entire video. That's so important. And commenting, and all of them are important, but stick around for the whole video. That's super important too, because a lot of the information, like a lot of when I get my weekly totals of who interacted, who watched, I've noticed that even though my videos are very short, it seems like people are watching, and then 20 seconds of the video, they just kind of drop off. And come on, guys. I mean, these videos ain't that long, just watch the whole thing, and it helps the algorithm
Yeah.
much more than you would think it does. So just interact and watch the whole video.
That's all it takes.
That's a taller order here because we run 8-hour long shows.
Yeah. Well,
But-
yeah. Of course. Of
The
course.
little videos.
Even me,
No.
I've watched every single one of our shows, but sometimes it takes me a week. Right now, I'm behind like 2 shows, but because I'm always in my car, I get
Right.
I listen to so much at a time, and sometimes I'll stop and then I'll pick it up a few days later. But I watch every single one of them. I watch, except for the parts where I'm in. I kind of skip that part. Because I'll sit there like Sam, start criticizing myself, and before I know it, I'll be like, I don't want to do this anymore. So,
I do have some difficulty watching some of the shows. Well, because I'm talking through most of them, and there are times I go, oh God, dude, shut up, and it's me talking.
Yeah. No, sometimes I'm like, dude, like. Something
you
will
went off
bother me.
topic.
There's always something that most people won't notice, but you being your own critical self of your own self, because we are like our own worst enemies sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
We're very critical of things that most people won't even notice.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we're all quirky in our own little ways as well.
Absolutely.
Where some people admire some of those quirks where we would not. And
yeah, of course. Somebody asked me recently, how do you deal with, like, how do you do it? She said, how do you going live, all that? Doesn't that make you nervous? I'm like, yeah, but it's been something that was spoken about. I mean, I know you and Rebecca talked about it for a while. I had talked about it with Zane Berry a long time ago, where we were really psyched about doing it, and then it just never happened. It was because right around that time, I was going through a lot of life change, and it probably wasn't the best. Sometimes things happen when they're supposed to happen and how they're supposed to happen. But we kind of grew. We had time to wrap our mind around it. So I was like, I gave myself a few rules before I was like, okay, let's do this. One of them was not to be too critical of myself, so try not to watch myself because it's you'll feel uncomfortable, and who wants that?
I encourage new listeners. We are on our 106th show. The first show is available. Start at number 1, work your way up. Oh my God. Rebecca has been totaling our hours up recently, and she came up.
As of the last show, it's approximate 583 as of last year.
580.
We're almost at 600 hours.
Here's why we're the experts, guys. That's 500 hours on this show that we do once a week, but we spend a lot of time, and I've been slacking some, but everybody's online. Everybody's on the Facebook groups. If you want smaller, more digestible things, I guess Facebook, the groups are a little bit more quicker if you don't have the time. But if you come and listen to us talk, it'll really help you understand the other stuff. Because we here on the podcast, we have the opportunity to address little details, to point things out, kind of like figure out like where the school asteroid was a while ago. Like that's not something I could do in a 2-minute video, but listening to this will kind of make it to where you could digest all those pictures and all those videos that we post on Facebook and stuff. So can't really have one without the other, but start on the Facebook groups and then come and see our hang out with us, ask questions. If you don't agree, that's fine. Just ask questions, keep it peaceful, and keep it respectful. Just it's a discussion. I always tell people, join the discussion. It's a discussion here. We're and when I mean discussion, we're like we believe what we believe. We've seen it long enough. But if you want to come and join the conversation,
we're not guessing,
and at least have a conversation with us, respectfully. As I've said before,
we've understood the majority of all the objects above us for many, many, many years now, And this is such time proven information that, and Rebecca is constantly going, it's undeniable. And she uses, that in her videos as well. And because it is, we've got so many thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures of all these individual planets and the asteroids and stuff submitted to us from around the world for come April will be 15 years. And I mean, my God, the amount of information that if you pile that up into little, in the middle of the floor, you wouldn't have a house.
So much has been lost, just the information that we have now is a lot.
Oh,
so
God,
much
the amount we lost is horrible too.
So much has been lost.
And the combination of all the years, and then Christopher's rebooted some of the Understanding the Skies series, rightfully so. Thank you.
I'm trying to record them all, so we can hopefully maybe start Sam a new YouTube channel or get them all, just recorded to keep them as like a posterity thing.
Yeah, I do. Need a YouTube channel of my own that I can actually get monetized over, but we'll go through that later. I'm not, and by the way, your donations make a huge difference in our world. We can't run without it, and if you want to keep hearing more content, I encourage you to make a small donation and like and subscribe and comment. God, people comment after the shows. Here's on the ticker tape here on the bottom here. Write me a letter at my P.O. box. That's why I have a P.O. box, just so folks can use the snail mail. I had trouble for years with email issues, and I don't want to pay for more. So I'm not even. I need to go in and clean out my email again at the end.
I just ran into that problem, Sam. It's like you get a free email, right? And then you start using it for important stuff, and then you realize, oh my God, I haven't deleted anything. And now they want $159 for the service for a year, so I can get it because I need this email, right? It's like from an important bill or something.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Oh, I was so upset. I'm like, do I seriously have to pay this now to get this?
Now you gotta get more. Now you gotta get more memory, or else you can't get your emails.
Yeah, and people ask me for, at businesses or whatever for my email address, and I just say I don't have one. Because I do not have a cell phone that I run off of because that's what it was. Got it. I had so much trouble with the phone. I was trying to remember which major electric, and I couldn't earlier. Every time I would pick up the phone, it would turn off. I'd turn it on, hold it in my hands, get ready to dial it, and it would turn off. And then I set it on the counter, and it was just fine. And it was me and then I dialed the number. I got the number. They answered, and then it turned off. It was like, what? So yeah, it's been a weird week electrically. There's some electrical stuff going on. And by the way, again, that earthquake in Mississippi today, which is weird. We're in some strange territory here with what's going on.
And Donald's back again.
Hey, Donald.
And I need to actually come down to small screen. I haven't been looking at the comments.
Get Donald on here with us.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
He is so into this on the TikTok side. He's making videos.
He's been putting out some really amazing pictures too.
I know this guy, Sam. You'd be impressed. Sam hasn't really seen your videos, but I need to save some and put them on here so we can all watch them.
You can put one on PM for me. I'll watch it, and if somebody's out there doing good, I'd love to hear it. And there's a lot of really good folks out there, from Petty to Afan to Robert, on, and the list goes on, and they're doing great work around the world. And we wouldn't be here today without them. And this is why Montana Skywatcher started all of those almost 15 years ago, was because everything we saw on TikTok was 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month old, and we could never get any cross-reference real-time sightings. And Montana Skywatcher, it started out way before anybody else out there. When you typed in Nibiru on YouTube, there were like 3 videos way back when, and they were all wrong. And now there's thousands of them, and they're all wrong with the exception of ours. And I hate to say it that way, but we're the only ones that empirically gathered this scientific information, and we didn't have these answers, and then we filled in the bucket. Even though we've started filling the bucket slowly because we got the answers. And we watched it for a very long time from a tiny little dot in the sky that kept showing up on everybody's photos. And then all of a sudden that dot got brighter and it got brighter. And then, oh, hey, look, there's other shapes along with it. And this is where we came up with, the OCG, Object Cluster Group. And we made it OCG because we typed that thousands of times that we had to shorten it. And back then we were just typing to one person at a time on Facebook, trying to bring all of these people together. And started out from that, and we didn't even realize we were looking at the asteroids, and yet the planets were right there as well. And that took time to realize that those dark areas, what's that dark area right next to this light area? And then we started seeing the lead asteroid and the green asteroid, the blue, and there we go. So, well, why do you call them that one? Because that's what color they are generically. And over the years, we've seen them from one little tiny dots to now these massive things that go flying past us every day. And everybody says, well, how can it do that in Earth's orbit? And I have to go, because they're not in Earth's orbit. They're electrically attached. These asteroids are attached to the gas giants. They have this debris field. Yeah, there's a good example of it. That is Attu and Attu's moon and Uri.
So most of these.
Sorry, guys. I just want to say hi real quick to Sweet, but Psycho is here, and Jennifer is here. Hi, Jennifer, and Paula. And I'll come back to your question, Paula, in a second. She's asking about the fires, and I have a video to go along with that. So we'll come back to that in a second.
And the spiral asteroid, which is what we're looking at across the bottom here in front of us, that's not a sea trail. That's a spiral asteroid trail, and it is moved over, as you can visibly see from this shot, that it is farther over to the right side now, but it was on the left for months. And now, because the planetary rotation is changing as they're going up and above us, we're seeing a placement change.
Oh,
you were talking about the dark shadows, and I thought, well, I have a few pictures. Here's a good one.
This is the underneath, and that is, that's an older shot. I know that shot.
Yeah.
That's
here's
the side of Uri as well.
Cool.
Shadow. I'm talking shadows. Like when the sky looks totally normal and you take a picture and you filter it, they jump out.
Yeah, those black dots are asteroids, by the way, under Uri.
Wow.
So they're there, whether you see them or not, they're there.
Okay. And that, of course, let's see, the date 2019. Okay, that is Nibiru.
Wow, David's here. Yay. All right. Now we're all complete. Hi, David.
The Saturn is there, but it's very tiny back in 2019.
I know, Tara. It's awesome. Let me find another good one. This is a big folder I have, so look at that. Like an illuminated edge of a planet. It's, glowing.
And again, that is the side of Nibiru.
Beautiful.
Right. Donald's getting
and
it.
in the upper right corner is the long box cube.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I went live the other day on TikTok on my computer, and I made comparisons out of one of Donald's pictures, or two, I think. Anyway, I
think I saw
know he had an aha moment.
I love it when you do those construction of the, where you do the typing and you
I'll
grab
show you my video.
Why don't you play that?
I'll play. Well, here's what TikToks I made in the last few days. Okay, and it includes a couple of what you're talking about, Sam.
Okay.
I got my first community violation on TikTok yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they took one of the videos down I posted. I don't know why.
Wow, that's happened to me too.
Yeah,
that's happened to me too.
It hasn't happened to me yet, so I was like, "What? I can't believe this."
Hurts my feelings. I know they got their reasons. It's usually misinformation. It's just very broad and vague.
Darn hamsters.
I know those hamsters. I'll be right back.
Here we go. Okay, Chris. Short but sweet.
Yep.
That's Tara's picture.
Yeah, I saw that and I was watching it and I went, yeah, you're doing good.
Yeah.
And this is the beginning path of the 180-day cycle, boys and girls. Here we go. Those suckers are big. And I still am wondering, is the tan asteroid a moon or is it, an asteroid? I think it's an asteroid. I mean, it is actually tan. It's really smooth. We've seen a few close-ups, but nothing without clouds around it. Now remember, when you're seeing purple lightning, you're seeing high upper atmospheric lightning, which is rare until the planet's got here. That, by the way, was Tattoo Snailfoot.
I figured, yeah. I thought so too.
Oh, I remember that. That was such a cool shot. And
Yeah.
seeing all the little orbitoids of the green asteroid.
Cool as well. There.
Awesome. I hadn't seen that one before.
Oh, cool.
How does that guy do that? How does he draw those things?
That's why I'm so convinced. It's there every time.
Yeah, they are there. They are there. There's the lead asteroid going the opposite direction recently. And that's that's the first time we've ever seen the lead asteroid going that direction. It's been, 3 months now?
That's Donald's
It's still going the same direction. It's just that the planet above us is orbiting and it's turned in our view. Still in the same place on the same path. It's just our view has changed. Yeah, I saw that one of Robert's. Oh my God, that was a great shot.
Yeah, I
And
got his
that's
picture
this
created. Show.
drawing as well. And of course, we're going to see, Attu and Attu's moon so much more well-defined now because it is beyond the sun. So if in the morning through evening, if you're looking at the sun directly behind you, in the more northerly area will be Attu and Attu's moon. And then, of course, the red asteroid and the other smaller asteroids along with that. Happy and Lorraine and a few others. Look at that cut in. Now that cut in is Matim. How small and rounded that was.
There's a Fonz.
Yeah, I saw that. Just shocking. That, of course, is his Saturn. And the tiny little microclouding and the ion tail and the lead asteroid being in front. In the out view, they're not close to each other, but in the out view, the lead asteroid is in front.
That was it. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that you should show more of your videos regularly like that.
I will.
Those
Okay.
of us who, don't get to see all of them.
How you doing, Jillian? She's so quiet. She never butts in or nothing anymore. It's too quiet.
Yeah, your turn to talk, Jillian.
You gotta say something every now and then. Say, hey, I'm still here. She said, okay. She's nodding her head. Well, all right. We'll hear from her soon.
I think she's
So
studying something as usual.
back to the fires. Let me show you the video. I'm going to show you a little bit of my video from yesterday. And then we're going to show there's a collection of just the sandstorm, dust storm, winds, from I found on TikTok, just
I
random.
have only seen a
videos.
small amount of that, so that'll be interesting.
Okay, well, we got plenty. And then we'll talk about all the fires that the question was about from Paula. So, okay. So let me get my video. I won't play the whole thing because it's pretty repetitive, but
I see that Sandy Cheeks is here.
yes,
Hello, Sandy.
she's been here a minute. It was like that for like 9 hours straight yesterday, y'all.
Wow.
I am not exaggerating. It just, yeah, that's what the sky looked like.
And that's that rotational low that was coming in. And the winds that was being pushed from the front of it.
And this is really before a lot of the fires were ignited. This is like about 12:30 yesterday. So it's not all smoke because they hadn't started yet. This is the arrival of the wind, basically.
The sun.
Yeah.
Look how big it is.
Well, I'll show you. Let me fast forward a little bit.
And look how dark it is all around it, guys.
Right. Let's fast forward. As the evening went on, though, the sun got smaller and smaller. So that's a little bit later in the day. Each one of these turns is a hour or two between each one. But let's fast forward. Now look at the sun there. It got smaller. The sky got a little brighter. That's about 5:30.
Yeah, and most of the major tornadoes hit last night, so it was in the live feed for the weather warning.
Let's see there. That's how little it got.
Yeah, I hope people paid attention.
Oh well, it'll come back around.
Again, this was actually a very large loss of life compared to most scenarios. So, and we'll of course wait for those numbers to unfortunately go up.
Yeah, but the sun just got smaller and smaller, very small, and then it ended up. Well, that's about the end of it. Yeah. So anyway, it looked that way all day. That was at 7:00 last night, so it just stayed the same all day.
Weird.
So I don't know. It did look strange.
Through atmosphere, of course, it's reduced in size, I guess.
So
could have 8 different assumptions going along with that.
Let's see.
Okay.
Bear with me. All right. This is what other people saw. So there was a big pileup in Texas.
I think this was in North Texas, was it?
Yeah. Well, I heard Oklahoma and Texas border. I don't know.
South New Mexico. All right.
Yeah. You know how pileups happen in fog? It was kind of like that.
Yeah, in a sandstorm. That happens south of Las Vegas regularly. I have been on 2 occasions.
We have multiple vehicles crashed here, folks.
Driving up just before Las Vegas, and we actually had to pull way off the road so we didn't become a casualty.
That's it, Tara. Yeah. That's so terrible.
I would not come out here. Look at this vehicle. This is not good.
You shouldn't even be standing there filming. You should not be on the road or anywhere near the road. The next guy that's going to come in behind you.
This is right before Amarillo, I-27. I know exactly where this is.
I've been there too.
Wow. Yeah, I was right off the border of New Mexico and Texas. I was like an hour and a half from Amarillo.
Do not come out here, anybody. everybody. Don't
Yep.
come out here. We're live with KOBK.
Yes. Well, Jennifer's asking. I mean, yes, it's the wind. The wind is
That was
kicking up.
that was
Good.
that same storm that hit Missouri with all the tornadoes, and it all went to Chicago. And
Like,
then
Could this
and
be space dust? Like
no, this is
something from the
desert.
planets?
This is a derecho / sandstorm, but this is also that big that hit Missouri and Mississippi and everything else. And I mean, it was a big, huge low pressure system that came in over California off the Pacific. And I wish I had actually looked out at the ocean a couple of days before this came in. And maybe it'll, I should start watching a little bit more of the coastal weather again, because we're going to have more of these storms. They're just going to keep coming.
Yeah. That's about 20 minutes from me, Jinx.
Yeah, they're very dry down there. And in South Carolina and North Carolina and Georgia is also dry in some areas, except for last year's hurricane. BEMA's got a big job coming, and I don't think that's going to happen now. So.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
So yeah, if you own property anywhere in the United States or even in other countries, and you have any brush or trees or plants next to your home, I would suggest that you remove them to a 100-foot area and thin out anything that can fall on your roof or catch fire, including think about what your roof is made of, and exterior surfaces that are made of flammable material as well, because this is becoming the norm. This is not rare anymore, people. And all we have to do is look at the firestorm that went through Los Angeles just a month or so ago.
Awful.
And we will see a lot more of that. And it happened last year in Texas and in Oklahoma and in Kansas and Nebraska, and it barely made the news. And there were firestorms, and we're going to see more. We are seeing climate change. Climate change is real. Anyone who denies it, it's just got their head in the sand. That's all there is to it.
It's denial. It's denial.
There's this question from Paula as well about fires. I thought you could address that while we got this playing.
Plasma fires. Well, there's an interesting term. No. The only way that plasma exists inside our atmosphere is either in a lab or under highly electrical factory scenarios, or it does break through our Earth magnetosphere. But I mean, people throw the word plasma all the time. Now, plasma is direct stuff that comes off the sun. And so plasma fires, where are we going to go with that one? We're talking space lasers? No, we don't. That's they don't need those to start fires. There's plenty of those starting all by themselves. And the people get caught up in the localized little things, and then they get caught in these conspiracies. But you have to look at it in a larger, deeper, off-world space theory. I talk to a lot of people regularly, and they're so caught up in what they're worried about, what this government or that government or this extraterrestrial craft or this occurrence on this little thing, and it's so much more off-world, bigger than you imagine.
Yeah, again, as I like to say, you have to think bigger. It's much bigger than what's than the little things that are happening down here. It's so much more. It's so much bigger. We have to learn to think bigger. We have to learn to see more than just down here, on Earth.
And they just flashed on the TV here that
there,
60 miles an hour wind, and now that's normal now. And years ago, 35 miles an hour was high winds.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say hi to Marquez. Marquez is here.
In the normal,
And
Marcus,
Keller.
normal meteorological 35 miles an hour was high winds.
60 to 70 mile per hour.
You know, and then you'd have the no burn warning and all of that years ago. And now, averagely, we're seeing 60 mile an hour winds and 50 mile an hour and 75 mile an hour winds. And again, 74 miles per hour is hurricane force winds. Look in the sky, look up higher above the storm you're watching. What's
Well,
above everything?
You know
What's
how
causing
many
this?
hours a hurricane goes on, like 10 hours.
Right.
That's how long it was blowing wind yesterday, just, gusting for 10 hours. So it was like a hurricane on land. Really.
And if you see the news talking about it, guys, chances are you're only getting a fraction of the real story.
Where the truck's blocking the wind a little bit.
If that.
Down to zero. Right around
Yeah, and sometimes the stories are being intentionally manipulated completely off fact.
We
And there's
had
a lot of that going on.
We had some weather just a couple of days ago. We had a lot of snow.
Try to zoom in here.
And it wasn't. It got dark really quickly, but it wasn't. It wasn't a darkness that comes. So it was very cloudy, right? So you couldn't really. It just got dark, but there's something about the darkness that wasn't right. It was more like something was shadowing us.
Yep. Well, I saw a really big example of that last week. This week, on NextRad, you go to the radar where you're actually seeing live radar, and the whole continent and literally Mexico was just dark, and Southern California, etc., just dark, and the rest of the map of the United States, it's normal daylight.
Sure.
Because you'll learn over the years if you watch time lapse, you can see the light creep across the radar and where it comes from nighttime to day.
I saw a couple of days, but in real time. Like you can literally see how like something was just getting everything dark. It wasn't like
there's a cutoff where there's a planet that stepped in the way of the light, and it's literally shading half the Earth.
And then the entire thing just got dark, but it was more of a black than it was it was just. I don't know how people don't see these subtle differences, because I noticed it wasn't just it's dark now, it's after sunset, because it wasn't. It was still, it should have been daylight for another hour at least an hour. But it was cloudy, so people just assumed, it just got dark. But no, if you actually pay attention, it wasn't supposed to get dark at that time, but as soon as the storm came in, everything just went dark. But it got dark like gradually, like something was just moving over the entire valley. It was.
Paula, there is.
It's a little unsettling.
Like it's a little unsettling. There are electrical discharge between the bodies. But when you have high winds, and you get a tiny little spark, that it turns into a blast furnace. And a lot of people freaking out, oh, look, it left this behind, it left that behind. And that has a lot to do with the high-speed winds. Green trees do not burn. The tops and their branches will, but the inside moisture inside that green tree will not burn. But the house that's sitting right next to it will, because it's dry and doesn't have moisture in the wood anymore. And now, if you've ever lived in a desert or anything like that, the wood in the desert is really dry compared to the wood in New England or Oregon, for instance. In Oregon, everything's moist, wet, and rotting. These winds this is that same storm that went through, and
that
this
happened
down out of the Rockies, out of the Mammoth Mountains over California, into Arizona, into Texas, New Mexico. And then when it hit the plains, it turned into that rotational hellacious storm that caused all of the bow shock winds and people losing their lives. So that's the same storm. And it went all the way across the country, including the tornado in San Francisco area. That's all the same storm. And we're going to see more of these, and they're going to happen over and over and over and over again.
I just wanted to say hi to
in Europe,
somebody
they're
else.
happening in Asia, they're happening in Saudi Arabia, they're happening everywhere. They're happening. The Australians just had a really freaky backpedaling cyclone that they were sure was wrong, and it was, but it's part of the condition of what's going on. And you got to look at just even the behavior of what's going on in the South Pole, in the jet stream region around the South Pole. It's just insane. It's way huger than it ever used to be. It's way, way bigger. And again, the North Pole is now not where the North Pole used to be. And, pray for those poor people in Siberia who have now become the North Pole. And it's on land, not in the middle of the ocean like it used to be. And years ago, the North Pole used to be in Canada. And then, and then it moved and moved and moved all the way across. And so we're not where we used to be geographically. And that too has changed our weather. And this jet stream thing that's coming out of the Pacific Ocean, going over Mexico, over the Mexican Rockies and into the Gulf of Mexico, and then that moisture bearing that is being brought up into the lower 48 states like Texas and Louisiana, et cetera, Mississippi, that whole moisture front occurrence that is now happening there regularly slams into the jet stream coming in over Montana and out of Canada, et cetera. And those two fronts slap into each other, and they're going to cause some severe storms. And this is exactly what this is. That clear area is the stuff that came from the south over Texas, matching up to the area of stuff from the left that's coming in and cycling in from the north west. And those two hit together, and look at that moisture roll of atmosphere just east of Oklahoma. That just wave of storm, and that's what tore all those people right there in Missouri. That's what tore their houses all up and everything from that conjoining of those two jet streams. And that is new. And see, this is showing you the push that's coming in literally over the top, out of the Pacific Ocean, over the top of Mexican Rockies, into the Gulf of Mexico, into Louisiana and Texas, and then pushes up and meets in the middle of the United States. And this event is going to be catastrophic for our future because it's new. It didn't used to do this. The weather the southern equatorial jet stream near Mexico went the other way. And now it's coming in from the Pacific Ocean, which is warmer equatorial, highly moist liquid. It goes over the Rockies, which it never used to do. That's what stopped it. And now that's not the case. And it's the atmosphere and the jet stream are doing some unbelievable things that I've never seen. And I remember I used to record the Weather Channel all the way back into the 80s. I had cases and cases of videotapes just recording weather because I love weather. And so I did study. So I know what I'm talking about.
The Weather Channel was hell of interesting. It was. It really was. I mean, I didn't record it, but it was hell of interesting.
Yeah, that way I could, come in and see the pattern and, know what Montana was about to get by watching it transpire. And if I missed the news, and I came home, grabbed the tape, and the old.
I remember watching. I always used to watch the Weather Channel back when. I don't know if they still have it on cable or. Yeah,
they do somewhere. I'm sure you have to pay for it.
But I used to watch that occasionally. I found it interesting. Sometimes they had like the best of tornadoes, or they had little.
Like Shark Week, man.
Yeah, that was really interesting and very informative.
Better. Look who's here. You gotta look at
burning in Northwest Oak
County. It's on her terms. It's not gonna. She hates to be held. Hates it. Like you cannot hold mittens. You cannot. No. Like she'll just fight you till she gets out. But look at her. Can you see her?
Hi, Mittens.
Hi, Kitty.
Mittens, the Wonder Cat.
I know. Well, that's our mascot.
Yeah. The one picture you have of Mittens and Theo together, that was.
I got it. Let's show it.
Theo is like, "What's going on?" It's just funny. This expression.
It'll up our ratings, I swear.
I know, right?
Yes. Well, they're our buddies. Let's get it. I'm pulling it up now. Had a relapse for a couple of days. Well, a few days. He started getting congested again.
Oh,
he is
no.
better today. Hopefully it sticks, right? But yeah,
maybe,
he's
maybe these weird weather patterns are kind of kicking his
downhill.
butt. Maybe that's what's
Right.
happening.
Let's
And
get
Paula,
Keep in
yes,
mind-
Paula Sky, yes, that's absolutely correct. Not to say that we're not contributing to carbon emissions and all that, but climate change is mostly coming from exterior reasons for these
The
planets
largest
coming.
contributor
Because it's not
to is
just Earth
industrial
getting warm; it's the entire system, the entire solar system is getting.
airplane exhaust is a very huge part of
Big.
our. And nobody ever. They always blame the cars, but there's right now as we speak, there's over 1 million people in the air.
Sam, I didn't realize. So there was this time lapse somebody put from one of these major airports. I think it was JFK, but it was just like an hour time lapse, right? Like time lapse into maybe
It's
a
unbelievable.
minute. It is insane how many planes back to back to back to back.
They even have live channels for
it was hundreds.
London.
It was hundreds.
You watch London Heathrow. Oh my God, the live channel.
Oh yeah, it's huge airport.
And yeah, underneath all of Europe is these huge, immense fuel pipes, and they are pumping. You wouldn't believe the amount of jet fuel that Europe produces and uses. And guess what? We paid for it. That piping system, post World War II, we paid for that. And it's spooky what's underground and for all these pipelines and this, and remember after post 9/11 and blessings to those. When they quit air travel over the United States for it was like a week or something like, or 10 days or something like that. The atmosphere cleaned up so much that it was noticeable.
Yep.
Everybody, and there was even scientific studies showing
in Salt Lake, because we're in a bowl here. Our pollution is very noticeable. It's very noticeable.
Valley inversion
during 2020 when all that happened. Also, that the airport and office buildings, because office.
What's your population there now?
God, in the entire valley, we're seeing about 3 million now. It's insane.
Seriously, in Salt Lake? Wow.
Well, not just Salt Lake proper, but you got to understand that
Right.
this is the whole valley. Right. Salt Lake proper is probably it's not big. It's probably like 200,000, but. Okay. It's in the entire valley is getting so saturated with people from California, people from the East Coast, everywhere. So
the big city exodus.
Our weather here is very noticeable when any minor changes. We're like the frogs. We're like a frog, right? Where any minor weather changes are very noticeable, very noticeable. And during 2020. Wow, like I've never seen such a difference, such a dramatic difference, and noticeable difference during that time. It was insane. It was crazy.
Yeah, I wish they should have stuck with. Now, granted, it's slower, but Zeppelins travel. I'm sure it could have been made safe. That way you float rather than. And but anyway, I'm a believer we should have 2 stars by now anyway as well, but.
But we always pick we always go with speed over anything. That's
right. I wonder why we do as much traveling as we do via airplane, and people talk about that, and I go, man, talk about carbon footprint, and you go in some places, maybe you could stick a little local and not do that. Every time I've ever left the country, I always
logistically we're a mess. The world is a mess. Let me tell you a story. One time, and this is not air flight, but it's kind of it's on a smaller scale. But my dad's a retired truck driver, and I remember when I was still in high school, I used to hang out with him because I wouldn't see him that often, right? So I remember one time we went cross country. You don't hear this, and I asked him, "What are we delivering?" It's freaking cookies. Why do you need cross country? We had a truckload of freaking cookies. Like logistically, that's so inefficient. Like, there's no freaking way. How is that efficient? Like, how we need to grow. We need to do things more locally because we are incredibly wasteful and we are incredibly we're going through natural resources like they're renewable. You know, our future generations are gonna look at us like, what the hell were you guys thinking? You guys were just taking a
Plastic.
crap and everything like it just grew on trees or something.
Well, I'll point out the Tylenol scare all the way back in like the 80s or something like that. And ever since then, we have all of this plastic packaging on top of everything to keep sure that nobody opens up the jar or the lid or the cap and then you put 6 of them together and you put 12 of them together and then you put a big cardboard box around them and then you ship them. And yeah, there should be a better way of doing things that are, go back to glass. I don't mind paying that nickel or that dime for that deposit that I can take back and get back from the store. It functioned. It worked. We're not using expensive aluminum. By the way, the drink inside the glass can be higher pressurized and the carbonation can be improved, which improves flavor and taste. And you'd have a better product. But no, they want to do everything as cheap. And then, how many McDonald's bags are rolling around landfills and city streets everywhere?
I guess the one big problem is laundry. The plastic Tide jugs. They're real bad. It's like bad. They put, you can like a week's worth of, I don't know, like just a typical city. It's literally a mountain size of these laundry. Just the laundry bottles alone, it's really bad.
Chris. So our laundry room is downstairs, right? And there's a few of us here, so there's like 5 different people who do laundry here in my house. One day I had to clean up downstairs, right? I had to clean up the laundry room. It was my turn to clean it up. I swear to you, I took out, I think the bulk of the trash in there were plastic containers of laundry soap. And I'm like, there's got to be a better way. So what I use now is I use these, and not everybody likes the chemical smell, but I think they were great. But they're these little sheets.
Yep.
They're like paper sheets and they're biodegradable. And they deliver them in an envelope and they go a long way. And my clothes are clean. They're actually, in a way, they're actually better than the soap because they're really good for grease stains and stuff like that. But it's just paper, and they just send it to you like in a little envelope.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that.
You can get them on Amazon. They have it.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they're called, but I've been using those for like a year.
Okay.
And I didn't sacrifice quality. I didn't sacrifice anything. It's just, when I looked at all that plastic, I just felt horrible. I'm like, I felt horrible. I'm like, this is a big contributor to.
Yeah, and imagine that. That's
I feel like I was contributing
to
the destruction of the planet. I was like, we're all consumers, and I think there's no way around that. But we can minimize that consumption.
Mm-hmm. Take away the power of the corporation.
Right.
If we stop letting the corporations hand us everything their way and have a little more control locally by shopping locally, buying our vegetables.
I was going to get at. If you guys want any change, we have to start thinking where we spend our money and who we spend it with and where it's going, and preferably buy local. I don't eat at Burger King. I don't eat at McDonald's. If I want a burger, I already know where I'm going to go because it's a quality burger. It's a good burger and slightly more expensive, but at least I know that money is going to stay here locally and I'm getting a better product,
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
What have you got for us, Rebecca?
Well, I'm sending Tara an invite. She's going to hop on for a little bit, she said. So that's a treat.
Oh, nice.
So I just sent it, Tara. And I'm just going to add one thing. As far as all that overconsumption, I mean, to me, I feel like it's purposeful. Like they're, like they don't do anything by accident. You know what I'm saying? I think they already know what the outcome is going to be, and they're, you know, it's like that. If you ever saw that movie Idiocracy, that's part of that movie.
Yeah.
They're making fun of it. Was mountains of garbage, you know, and that's 500 years in the future. This movie was based on 500 years in the future. Well, really, it's, you can see it happening now already. And so, yeah, in 500 years.
The funny one is
It will be a
when he's meeting the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Education, and I'm like,
yeah, it's crazy.
What does that remind you of? Bunch of idiots.
Right. I mean, it's already happening, but
it is. But I remember watching that movie like in complete shock. Like, yeah, no, this is way over the top. There's no way, but it's
well, I did, but yeah, we're all. But is it? Are you talking about rubbish and pollutants?
Yeah, well, it's
stuff?
called. Yeah, right. Just overconsumption. You know, them just selling and everything ending up in landfills.
Well, it keeps
it's horrible.
Well, what it does is the, you know, this consumption society that we've made is it just keeps us in this loop of working, consuming, and we can do better than that. Like life isn't just about work and consumption. Like, there's a lot of other things you can do in between, but they keep us stuck in this cycle, you know. And a lot of the reasons why we're maybe broke sometimes is that, like, I went through my bank statements last year, and I realized I was eating out about $200 a month just on eating out, you know. And you don't think $5 here, $10 there adds up. It does. It does.
Hey, guys.
You know, we're living at a time where life is getting a little bit more difficult. We have to watch our spending. We have to watch, again, who we hand our money to. So all in all, we have to tone it down on the consumption. Guys, there's a lot of shit that we buy on a daily basis that we just don't need. We just do not need. Hey, T Racing.
Hey, T Racy. Sorry to hear that. About your, oh man, she just got in from the ambulance. Had to be called home today.
Sorry about that.
Again today. My mom was the same way, T Racy. Like, it just, for a decade or two, it just went on and on. A lot of medical stuff. So I can relate. I'm glad you're here. At least you're checking in.
Hopefully she gets well.
Hopefully she feels better. Right. It's nothing serious. Right. Okay. I hate to switch gears, but Tara, she's outside. And I thought, well, let's look and see what she's wanting to show us. So let's go.
Well, she said she's at her spot. She's at her spot.
Yeah. There she is. Let's make the screen big. Hey, Tara.
It's looking good.
Hey, everybody.
I already like what I see.
There it is.
Super windy, so I'm going to stay muted unless y'all talk to me, okay?
Oh.
Doesn't sound too bad.
It doesn't sound bad at all, actually.
I got my Bluetooth earbuds on, so maybe that's
it made me why. It's blurry, though. Tap your screen. Like, you know, maybe you can... No. It's blurry.
There I am.
Yeah. You know what, Tara? My phone did that yesterday over and over. I had to try to get my phone.
Can you wipe the lens a little bit? There you go.
I don't know what was going on my end. It was just a little better. Yeah, I can hear the wind. Dang, it's crazy.
It's not near as bad as it was.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's still blurry. I don't know. Yes, it is.
Man, I've got the micro clouds going on, and I'm trying to show y'all.
Right.
Is that the Texas cube above the sun?
I think
so. The selfie part is perfect.
Right.
Look at that.
See, it was like yesterday. The sun was so bright, it was making it blurry. Is that even possible?
I noticed that a couple of times on your live, Rebecca, that it was somewhat like this.
Here, I'll go away from the sun.
I don't understand.
Well, you have the Texas cube above the sun.
Yeah. Look at that. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you may want to.
you go.
Oh, there it goes.
There you
I had
go.
blur.
It cleared up real good.
That happened.
That's better.
There we go.
Yeah, that is the Texas cube.
Nice.
That's been happening in my over here, where the right of the sun, it's just this huge, like the ion tail from
Wow.
Saturn, but it's just the entire
Beautiful.
fucking
Right there's the
West
ion
side.
tail from the Saturn. Yellow moon.
It's great. It's big
And you
today.
can see the lead asteroid also to the
Wow,
left.
look at that ion tail.
Yeah,
That's
it's huge.
great.
And then that is where Saturn and Nibiru is back over there, and that dark blue is Nibiru.
Look at the yellow moon.
I know, right? Check it out over here. This is opposite.
Yeah,
This is-
that's Nibiru.
Wow.
Yeah, see
Green
where
shot
the
it
where the
somewhere.
light is and everything is
Nice.
beyond Earth.
Oh my
And-
God, look at that.
And look at the minor clouds behind, not the front clouds, but the minor clouds behind. And you'll
Yeah.
see the planet's surface.
Oh my God.
Look at the tiny clouds.
Yeah,
And
Sam.
back to
Wow.
Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail here.
That
And then-
surface, man.
The lead asteroid is that big circle right there.
Yeah.
And there's the edge of Saturn. Saturn's yellow moon right there on the right, just to the right of the sun. It's also cutting into the sun, which is why it's flaring the way it is.
You can see how round it looks. Like this round, dark space.
Yeah.
And you can't make this stuff up because it
No, you
happens over and over. Yeah,
cannot.
there again, there's the Texas cube, that straight
This
line
is
right there,
almost right
square.
above me.
Yeah, you could see the blue there, rounding out.
And the stripes of Uri.
So that's what I don't get is that some people
Godzilla.
see blue and think it's our sky, but
You see the cut in there on the upper right of the sun there for a second?
Yes.
Mhm.
Not showing
Wow.
it now, but that's where Matim is. And
Okay.
that big round object right
I
just
see
the
it.
top edge of
Oh,
the
yes.
sun
See it?
is Matim.
And that's the cube also.
Yeah, the cube,
mentioned
Texas cube is in
sunlight.
there.
Right there. You can
Light
see the
orb.
corner.
I thought Nipicity was over the sun.
Hey, Tara, I'm going to
Straight up.
go take a screenshot. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get a screenshot so you can see it. Bear with me. Hang on. Hold still.
I've got a bunch too.
I'm not trying to be bossy, but hold
No,
still.
no. Tell me what you want me to do because y'all can see it better.
Turn to your. Oh gosh. Okay. There we go. That's better. There. Yeah. Tilt to your left just a little bit.
Cool.
I love that. Okay. Okay. And now to your right just a little bit. Oh yeah. Okay. That's it.
that's the yellow moon.
Who I sat him to.
It's the yellow moon stealing the show right now.
Okay, right. Okay, keep going to your right. We're going to get Nibiru. Keep going
There's
to your right.
Nipicity straight up.
Oh yeah.
There's
Wow. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Nibiru.
So cool. Yeah. Okay, keep going.
And her
Let's
little
do that.
clouds on her little her massive atmosphere.
That's got to be at 2 right
Yeah.
there. Right there.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh
Two is
wow.
on
Look
the-
at that.
Here, I'm gonna switch. Oh, let me know. I'm gonna hold still
Okay,
for a minute,
you're good.
and then I'm gonna
There's
switch
Yuri
to
coming up.
that.
Okay.
Look at the darkness up there, guys. Look at the darkness.
Yeah.
That'd give away.
Yes.
That'd give it.
Look at the micro
lighting.
clouding.
Look at the lighting there. Look at the lighting. It says it all.
There's a
And
circle
the
up
lighting
there
is
on the
crazy
top
right
left.
now.
The blue should not be dark like that. Look at the bottom down there at the
Oh,
horizon.
right
It's not
there.
that dark.
There's
This
a
is
lot
the best
in here.
sky I've had in about a week.
Yeah. Wow.
Look at the cut in above the sun.
Yes. Look at that. That's got to be Matim, right, Sam?
Correct. You're looking at Matim. That all that light
Wow.
blue circle area is Matim.
It's huge. And there's a little circle in front of him.
It's getting.
And look how
dark.
fast it's been changing since we started
Yeah.
watching it. It's already been
It's changed incredibly quick.
It's already changed since I first came out, and I was like, oh,
Nice.
gotta go to my spot.
It's a good thing you did.
Yeah, I was like, don't pass, don't stop.
Oh, it's perfect timing.
And again, the ion tail, the Saturn yellow moon, lead asteroid.
Man.
Up there, just a little bit higher would be where the long box cube is in the dark blue area.
Here, let me do this.
You can't argue with this. You just can't.
Right, Nicole?
It happens every day.
Exactly. I mean,
With
I don't know,
transition.
my camera it struggles, so maybe.
I love the little dots too that are in the background, and those are the minor asteroids.
Yes, Rico. I'm gonna check that out. I really hate that he uses the word rogue planet.
Yeah, rogue. Well, it's not a single, planet flying around
It's
all
a
by
bunch of
itself
rogue
and
planets.
decides to go, on vacation.
Well, it is Mr. MBB 333, and he,
Yeah.
he.
at
I don't
dark.
think
I
he
can
has
see
a
it.
premise.
Yeah.
He does. He gets one thing here, one thing there. I don't think he says the overall picture. The way.
Yeah, that's the Planet X 1980s theory of a single planet traveling around by itself in the dark, and doesn't take into account the binary system. We've always had two stars. We've always had two sets of planets. They've always been connected. This cycle happens every 3,654 to 4,000 years, somewhere in there. And it happens over and over and over throughout history. And if you want to know what's coming, just look what happened in the past, which was 1650 BCE. If we got to put that estimate in there.
And honestly, I don't trust him. I had a run-in with him on Facebook. That I just don't trust him because of that little run-in. He deleted our entire conversation.
What?
And since I called Mr. MBB out on a few things because I sent him a picture that I had of a planet cutting into the sun, and you could see the curve of it perfectly. And in the email, he responded, and we had a conversation about it. And he says, "Yes, it looks like a planet." So I ran across him on, I think it was, I don't know what group it was, but he went off saying we were crazy, and I'm like, well, hey, you literally told me that it was a planet, right? And he denied it. So I went back to our emails, and I posted screenshots on the thread of our conversation.
Wow.
Of him admitting it was a planet, and then he deleted the entire conversation. Have not heard from him ever again.
I don't think
so.
that's
I don't trust
possible.
him. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I just don't. I really don't trust him. I don't think he. I think he does well, but I think he's doing it for other reasons. I don't think he's. I think for him it's more a monetary thing. Which, don't get me wrong, we all. I'm not hating on him for making a living. We all need to make a living, but I think bottom line for him is that he's not going to get himself involved in something that might make his channel be demonetized or something.
Sure.
But I don't trust him. After
that's what happened to Suspicious Observer also, and I love his work, and he's highly technical.
Yeah, but he has people, he has to keep that paycheck, and when that happens, you lose credibility, and you even lose sight of what you're really doing. So, again, once he deleted our conversation when I called him out on that, as soon as I posted the screenshots of our conversation, he just stopped talking and just deleted our entire conversation. And I'm like, well, what a excuse the language here, but what a bitch ass response to being called out that way. At least keep talking and maybe stand your ground. Okay,
well, that's what you say.
Just delete the conversation. I really found that.
Well, remember, we're the bad guys.
I found that disrespectful. I found that disingenuous, and I think it said everything I need to know about him. So ever since then, I take everything he says with a grain of salt because I just don't trust him.
Maybe like Jerry says, he's like
Look
a double
at that.
agent.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of those, you know.
I can't. Nibiru Nemesis is here. They say that they think he heard, or they heard he makes $600K a year. That's insane.
You know, I've been following him since his channel had a handful of
That's
subscribers, and
amazing.
he's come a long way. He's come
Yeah.
a long way. He was in I think he was going through a lot of financial hardships when he made his channel, and I think that's why he made it. And he was good at it. The guy is good in a video. I just wish he was a little bit more willing to talk about these things, but
well, he doesn't have to worry about the same things that we have to worry about, being controversial or getting flagged or getting shut down, and because then he stays in the middle, and then he doesn't put the pieces together, and he doesn't formulate opinions over his period of time like we do.
He stays in the middle, where he's like, "Oh, well, let you make up your opinion." But I think that he knows. I think that he. I really do feel that he will never make it public, but I do feel that maybe he has his own questions about this, and maybe he has his own doubts, and for all you know, he's watching us right now.
Well, let's hope. And a lot of people are aware that something's wrong with the sky. The light's wrong. The clouds are freaky and weird. And what's that? And why did that happen? And bunch of people bite into the gossip, and a bunch of people bite into the fear. And the realization that this is a planet that could be that close to us is literally, like trying to take a trip to Bora Bora, way out there and unheard of. And so I still am in awe. And I'm looking at these pictures now, and there's a lot of people out there saying, well, those are just clouds. No, they're repetitive anomalies that we've documented. Go ahead, say that.
Yes, Ricolette, he did. He said he was gonna have a show about Planet X, and I don't think he ever did it. Honestly, I think somebody in his inner circle advised them against it, because he never talked about it again. He had announced it. He said he was going to have I don't know what but it was a whole thing, and the show never came. And then he never mentioned why he didn't do it. He never addressed what happened. He just didn't do it.
Yeah, I wonder about
maybe got them threats,
maybe if he has a manager, maybe if he has somebody else help him out with the show. I really think somebody in his inner circle might have advised him against it. And honestly, as far as monetization goes, it was probably a good advice, because it probably would have gotten monetized, or he probably would have lost subscribers. Unfortunately, the truth isn't what sells, and that's unfortunate that we live in a world like that.
The real sky is the light blue horizon.
Sam?
Yes.
You see up there on the top right? Isn't that if that's Nibiru? Is that Nibiru?
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I need more ground shadowing to find out where the sun's coming from, so I know where she's looking. That's a base cloud right there. That's a Saturn, very large base cloud.
This is north or northeast.
Because that there's surface. That surface, you can see like that shadowy kind of stuff going on there.
Yeah, that's planet is in the upper above. It's huge, and you're looking at the base cloud of that. I think this is the base cloud of a Saturn.
Stunning! Wow. While I was looking at this, you could actually see round circles moving, and with the ion bits pulled off.
Yeah, the blue area, the dark blue area on top is the important stuff.
It's incredible.
Gorgeous.
You can see the side of the planet right there.
Literally see it. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That's almost right above me. That's close to above me.
Very cool, Tara. I knew you had the better sky.
Look at that bulge in the blue, guys.
And look at the horizon
What's
blue.
going through your head right now, Tara?
This is straight above me.
Yeah, planet overhead. Dun da da.
Like, how is this making you feel?
Oh, I love it.
It's incredible.
I can sense it. You know, when you've been watching this for so long, like I can tell the sun is blocked right now. It's not just clouds.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's funky light. Look at the funky
Wow.
light, and the
It's shadow
feeling
here.
of a big thing on top of you.
You feel it. I don't see how people don't freaking feel it.
How can you not feel it? And see the different blues there
Your
on the
house
leg.
will
Look how
pop, your
high,
dogs will
look how
bark.
tall everything is. Look, we've never
just- I
seen
mean,
anything like this.
It's
in our
not
lives
just
before.
darker, but it's closer.
Right.
That
It's
blue.
depth perception. Depth.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You
Sarah,
feel like you're
exactly.
gonna fall into it. You feel like you could fall into it. Like
Yes.
it's ocean.
Sure.
Goosebumps
That
all
perception
over.
is what I always say. That's exactly.
Or reach
right
out and
there.
touch it. Like it's,
Uh-huh.
it's just there.
Tickle its tummy, man. Tickle its tummy.
Uh-huh.
Look at
I wish I
Yuri.
was there.
Me
I
Oh,
wish
too.
I was there.
I know, right?
Man,
Oh,
what a
I
great
watch
day
your
for your life.
party.
It's been,
I watch
it's
your
been a good week.
party. Oh wow! Bring the
Unbelievable.
Coca-Cola. Nice one. Oh,
Here's over to the southwest.
oh,
Wow.
beautiful. Love that pale blue on the bottom there. Look at it.
And it matches Sam's over outview drawing from yesterday. Just like magic. It's
That's a greeny blue there. Look.
Here, I'm gonna go up a little.
Yeah, it gets darker and it's got all that surface stuff in it. Gorgeous.
Here's
Yuri,
the crazy
after
lady
you had
walking
to
around in
move.
circles with her phone at the sky.
That's
I wonder
pretty
how
cool.
many people
I get a kick out of Pastor Bagley. He cracks
Oh,
me up.
him.
But I think out of 10 things that he says, he might get like one accurate by accident. But you know, at least he's entertaining. You know, I'll give him that. He's entertaining, and
Here comes
occasionally
the apocalypse.
he'll come across something that's interesting. I'm not. Yeah, he. I mean, even a broken
Get ready,
clock is
brother.
right twice a day. But yeah, he cracks me up. He's definitely a character for sure.
Look at the
Yeah.
micro clouding in the dark blue areas.
Are you
Unbelievable.
serious? I hope I don't get flagged for saying his catchphrase, but it's hilarious.
Oh, Andy
This is
sends
back
me
to
his
the north.
stuff all the time, and I just, we never made money. We never got popular. We just stuck with things that, made a lot of people uncomfortable. God, 15 years, you guys. We're
And
coming up
Pastor
on
Bigley's
15.
another one that's making a lot of money too. He sells all kinds of shit.
Yeah, and we try to avoid a lot of that because you're either financially successful or it wipes you out. And
But
we
they
didn't
get
want to
those
go there. We
products
wanted
to
to do the science.
They get advertisers and products and stuff.
Well, I thought that was partially what we were, embarking on when we were going to open our own channel, and then we got sidetracked by the musings of the main participant. The main money behind it wanted to do other things instead of what we wanted to do, and so that unfortunately fell apart. And there was some background history issues, which I don't need to bring up, but
right.
I would call it more instability issues.
right, yeah. And so whether something really
in
interesting
hindsight,
in the cloud
there was plenty of red flags there. I'm not gonna lie. There was plenty of red flags there.
oh yeah, I totally agree.
However, I will say, I think there is a fine line between taking this to another level, where things might have, where we're gonna have to stick to our science, because there was a point in that interaction where if we didn't have that instilled in us, it would have been, anybody else would have been very easily manipulated into doing something that wasn't exactly what they set out to do.
Sure.
And unfortunately, money and all that tends to do that to people.
And I was fortunately left out of the final decision on that, and I went okay, and I was like, whew, I dodged the bullet on that one because I didn't make that decision, so that was good. I just was an observer. was kind of interesting. Anyway, boy, look at you got the notice the change in just 5 minutes. Now we're looking at whiteout, and the cloud just moved over.
Look at that
Another
giant big
line.
cloud there.
All of that in the light angle has completely changed.
Yeah.
It's not even what we were looking at 5 minutes ago.
And you can just see it. It is.
Its Saturn is cutting off the top of the sun, and it's coming
Here,
over.
I'm gonna look. This is all changed already. Moved way over to the east.
The lighting, everything has changed. And it's such a quick transition, being how we see them. And boy, look at that. That's the site of Uri right there. And I think. Let me see.
This is southwest. Southeast.
Southeast. Okay. Well, that's a big rounded face right there. That could easily be the side of Batu's moon. I don't know for sure because it's big.
People don't understand that we're always moving and they're always moving. That's what I can't get people to get.
Right,
and
returning.
That's why the sun doesn't get blocked for very long.
Look at the horizon, light blue. That's the real sky. Everything dark blue is the planet.
To just see them just hanging out there, but it doesn't work that way. People just think that they're just gonna. And who was it? I think it was Mr. MVD who said this. Sorry, Chris.
Y'all just let me know if I need to be still somewhere. If anybody wants to take screenshots.
Yeah, that was Uri, Sam.
Yeah, that's Uri's to the left, and we've got cut in going right in front of us on the upper right hand corner. That's literally it could be elite asteroid and its Saturn yellow moon and ion tail right now. That moved. It's going directly over the top of you more and blocking out Uri behind now.
Yes.
And then Atu will be off to your left shoulder.
Hey, Tara, face the north a minute. Face the north. Isn't that the Nipicity? I've been seeing Nipicity north consistently for a while.
Look at that.
Perfect curve.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you can see it. You can absolutely see the base.
And it is slightly green too.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God, look at that.
I love it.
And that's why I drew it over the top in the middle today. Because it's over the top of us and it moves in.
Oh my God.
It comes to the south and goes to the north during the day. It's so weird.
Okay.
Well, everything else rotates differently. It's just freaky. But if you take the
south
upper view and you look at it, and then you kind of sort of in your mind, you spin that whole group to the left.
This is east.
Yeah, I've got
Block
Uri
that light.
as well this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at it. Wow.
And
There's
that big
downtown
round
over
right
there,
there is a planet.
Uh-huh.
The light blue area is not. The dark blue is. You're looking at the bottom of several planets around you. And we are in the middle of them right now.
Yeah. That's the best part.
Exactly. For some of us, 30, 40, and older people, we understand that these are not the skies that we that have always been with us. I think it's this younger generation and people who've never paid attention, really, that don't really get that the sky has completely changed. It's not supposed to be like
and it's so much different than last year too, Yeah.
Yes. Like all these clouds that they added to all these new name clouds, like you don't see them every year. Like we have not really been seeing mamatas that often. We're supposed to, hopefully this year we're going to see them again, but if it was just clouds, we would see them on a regular basis, right? I think Russell sent me a video of one reporter saying how there's like 20 new cloud names, and that the reason for the new cloud names was because now with social media and everybody having a phone, we pay more attention. But that's bullshit. Let's face it, that's crap. People have always watched the skies. But if it was just clouds, guys, we would see these clouds on a regular basis. Not 1 year, we see them, another year we don't. We would see the purple of Attu just the way we saw it in 2018 all the time, but we don't. It's a lot. It's more intermittent, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word. It's not as often.
It's cyclic.
It's cyclic. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Comes in cycles, just like we are heading into the 180 day, which is in the spring to summer orbit where we're closest to the passing planets in our summer mode. And during that period of time when the planets are even closer and all the asteroids underneath them get really close, and then they go skidding through our upper atmosphere and sometimes bouncing off of Earth's outer atmosphere. And of course, we've had evidence of that with the spiral asteroid recently, and now it's going farther over to the right than in the out view than it ever used to be. And we're seeing transitionary out view placement changes because they are rising up and slightly getting smaller over time, and yet going over the top of us and beyond us into the light. And we're watching Nibiru regularly now again, and every time I see it, I get slightly sad, and I go, oh my God, it's gone beyond Earth. That means it's going away. I don't want Nibiru to go away, that kind of thing. And I still kind of chide myself about actually hitting that emotional response, even though I don't say anything.
I don't know what I'm going to do when this is done.
It's gonna be boring. It's gonna be boring as shit. I think about that all the time.
Well, this is 2025, and according to Nostradamus and Baba Vaga, this is the year that we get quote unquote first contact, where the majority of the masses know about extraterrestrials. However, will they all believe that? Wow. No. There's going to be a lot of people that won't even believe it if they walk and shake their hand. And then of course you've got the religious people who are going to call them demons and all sorts of other things. Sure. I believe this year is going to be very influential in a lot of different ways.
Incredible.
And this is kind of a roller coaster ride I don't really even want to take. Sure. Here we go. And this morning, I'm doing the drawing, the site drawing, and I'm walking it into the computer room so I can take photographs of it and post it. And I'm singing, "Here we go, 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 go on an adventure," Cat in the Hat, today, and all of that. And I'm just laughing at myself because here we go into this crazy, crazy train ride of, yes, these Nibiru people are quote unquote batshit crazy, but we are batshit crazy from facts gathered over 15 years. And we, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Yeah. And these are ducks. And or that one guy, the Greek guy, I can never remember his last name. Jillian knows it. He always go, I'm not going to say it's aliens, but it's aliens, that kind of thing. And
I'm going to add to that, if it looks like a duck, just because the news tells you it's a dog, doesn't you see that it's a duck. Who gives a crap what the news tells you? You see that it's a duck. Forget what the news says. It's a duck.
People are afraid to trust their own eyes. They'll believe what they're told they're seeing before what they know they see.
Exactly.
That
just because it goes against what just because it goes against what they believe, it's like, so you're not going to believe what you're clearly seeing just because it's not been on the news and the news tells you otherwise. I don't get the logic there. I just don't get it.
There is a serious ostracizing factor that does come with this when you point out to family members and boyfriends and girlfriends or coworkers or anything. Oh, that guy, God, he's into that crazy stuff. And we've gone through years and years and years of trolling, and we're still rolling. And we've learned a long time ago not to feed the trolls. And knock on wood.
But Jesus, I was going to mention, what happened? Well,
sorry, no, I'm going to have my back. It's hurt. I'm going to take a break for a minute. I'll come back.
Okay, Tara. All right. Let's see. Let's take that down.
That dude's name.
Where am I?
Giorgio.
Yeah, Giorgio.
Yeah,
he's got a Greek last name.
Oh, the guy, Sukalos or something like that?
Yeah. Well, I sit there and goes at Cicalis.
And for the longest time, people were giving him such a hard time. And all he was trying to do was share extraterrestrial information that is quite, in most cases, he's quite valid. And I myself have, I caught myself last week during the show even saying, yeah, I've met 3 races, and I don't believe people when they tell me that. And so I don't think people are necessarily going to be, and I'm not saying channeling, I'm saying face to face, reach up, touch them with your finger, real face to face meetings. And so, yes, ET is real. Because, we had a guy last week ask, is ET real? And oh boy, is ET real? And there's thousands and millions of races out there.
But it's difficult to really, I have a hard time wrapping my mind around the fact that we still have people that wonder that if we're the alone out here. I just don't. I would think that we're at least past that, right? We're at least or at least we can accept that we're most likely not alone.
Hope and pray they're smart enough to think so. It's pretty scary when it comes to science. What some people have absolutely no intention of ever learning any level of science or anything. And it's like, excuse me, I don't know how you could exist like that. It's beyond my understanding ratio. So, but there's a lot of people that don't even have any of the basics of science. So,
experimental element, I agree. I over the years, I've realized that I'm okay. So I when I went into all this, I was like, okay, if I just get the right video, I can share this with people, but it doesn't work that way. I don't think the level of evidence really works for some people. Some people will deny it no matter what. I like to show people that there's a video that I have. It's one of my favorite ones that I've taken because you can't confuse it with clouds. You can't confuse it with it's the planet with the stripes. I believe it's a lead object, right? It's an undeniable one, and I still get people who tell me that it's nothing, and I don't get that. With some people, evidence is enough, where they can just go by the evidence and be like, okay, they could change their mind just by evidence base, right? You would think the entire world is like this, but it's not. And
a lot of that, if they don't even want to hear it, they're not even going to. They can look at all the pictures in the world, and it's not going to sink in. Because they'll sit there, they'll smile at you, they'll look at you, but then they'll ignore the information coming at them because they don't want to go there. And I've run into that for years with a lot of people. And it's,
what?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, since we were small children, we have been trained and taught on trusting the authority figures, the media, your doctor, your governor, whatever. You trust, that's just been ingrained in our brain. Really, that's why people automatically go with it.
All the degrees. Yep.
But the government would tell us.
Retrain your brain on not being so, agreeable to what you're told. I say it all the time when I'm live on TikTok. I'm like, if I don't see it, I'm just not believing it. I'm just not. I don't care what they say. I don't care what video I heard. If I can't see it for myself, I'll be open to whatever it is. But, I'm not going to just be like trying to persuade everybody I know about it to believe in it. Because no, that's what they want. It's exactly what they want.
Yep.
Yeah.
I totally
and also like we're very social beings, some more than others, right? We have this herd mentality. I see it all the time at my work, right? I see it all the time. I see it when there's one individual by themselves. They are the most intelligent, interesting, charismatic person, right? But put them in a group and their individuality goes out the window. Their brain goes out with it. It's insane to see that. I see
it all the time. They just follow each other. That
they just follow each other. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like these people literally change their voice and their entire personality. I've seen it because sometimes I'll pick up somebody, right, and then we're going to another place to pick up the rest of their group. During that ride, it's like this person has one personality, right? But as soon as the group is added, right? As soon as the group gets included, that person is like, "Who are you?" Like you didn't even speak that way. Even your voice changed. It's weird how we behave in a group. All our individuality goes out the window. I don't want to include myself because I like to think I'm past that, but I see it all the time. And the fact that what is accepted by the masses usually is mainstream media and all that shit. And when you introduce something alternative, in order to keep that societal norms or whatever, people will literally turn a blind eye to whatever evidence you show them. Just to a lot of people, it's more important to fit in than to seek out the truth. We've seen it throughout history. I mean, Tesla died alone. He died. Everybody ignored him. We celebrate him now. But here's something I was hearing, and I think it was a Thunderbolts video that they recently posted, how they're saying how most breakthroughs in science were not accepted original, right?
Right.
Look at Galileo. Look at
totally
Copernicus. All these people were hated and basically burned at the stake.
Yep.
Until society got comfortable, which was years later after their death or whatever.
Well, I was going to say then it's dead by then.
It's just that we don't accept change very well. We don't accept change very well. When somebody comes and tells you you're wrong and introduces a completely different idea, it's like our defense mechanism, our survival instinct comes out, and we start to fight it for some reason because they explain it very well. I'm gonna post it on my timeline later because it's like a 60-minute video, but it's very interesting. The reasons why we behave the way we do. There's safety. Since the beginning of time, we humans have learned that the safest thing is to be in a group, right? And that mentality has been with us over the years. So our survival instinct is to be included in that group, right? And it's like it's instinctual to fight societal norms, to go against the group, right? Even in search of the truth, right? Like it's just our instinctual survival mode is instinctual to us to stay in that group setting, and conspiracy theorists, I use that word very loosely here. They're not really usually part of the group. All right, so we get cast out.
They will out themselves in a matter of moments usually, and we'll see them. Excuse me. We'll see. And then they'll throw their cards on the table within the first 5 minutes, which is sometimes a good thing. There's a lot of people that believe a lot of things, and there's a lot of things that are happening that people don't believe, and they're much bigger.
Did you get my picture? Sorry, Sam.
Well, I was just going to say it all, and you can say something. I'll make it quick. It took me 25 years to swallow this information once I got my off-world information, and it affected me greatly. Go ahead, Jillian.
Sure.
Sorry, I was just trying to keep the mic off so that I don't go.
Okay.
I found out where my mic is, so I can switch it on and off here.
Yay.
Nicole.
Yeah. We get what we get.
Yeah, that's kind of, like me and my picture and not being able to go live stream and have a microphone that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've just got to work around it, like chew your tongue off and go on with it. But
even my daughters this morning were going, and our terrible internet, and I kind of chuckled, and I told them what the bill was this month.
Oh, that wasn't it. But that's one of them. Sorry, I was going to show you a different name, but that's not the same one I wanted to show you. But
yeah,
Nicole, absolutely. I've caught myself doing that myself. I don't really watch TV much, and when I do, it's maybe just something comedy, something that's going to make me laugh, or
right.
But you're right. Sometimes I catch myself, like when I go downstairs, my brother watches The View. He watches mainstream news. all that garbage. And sometimes I'll hang out with them down there and we'll talking and I'll be hearing the news. And before I know it, I think I'm freaking crazy. I'm like, maybe I'm nuts. Maybe all this planet stuff is all in my head, right? It does. If you start
And then you go
watching
outside.
mainstream
And
programs,
you see that.
before you know it, you'll start. The programming comes back. It's like it comes back
It's
to me. You're
cognitive
like,
dissonance.
I have to really pull myself back sometimes, and I'm like, no, you know better. You've seen this for years, you know better. But you're right. The more somebody consumes the Hollywood stuff, all that stuff, the more susceptible you are to it. Absolutely, absolutely agree with that.
Now, your average person would say, well, those are just clouds. And what has happened over the years with all of us is we have learned to find that the significant repetitive patterns of the base clouds of these planets, and we got to watch them when they were smaller, when they were tiny. So we got to learn a lot of things ahead of time that the new folks are not aware of. And so it might be a very daunting, very large topic for some people to even swallow and go, these guys have got to be crazy. All I see is just clouds. But we've done this long enough that we learned all the nuances and the repetitive patterning and the monthly site drawing and all of this. And all of this has become a science on itself. And I often ponder that because we do the citizen science, because we have people around the world who mail in similar sky patterns, and that's not just clouds. You can't have the same cloud or at Germany at the same time as you see in Illinois, and it's the same repetitive time after time cloud, and clouds don't do that. And again, we can talk about the packing peanuts or the skin fingerprint picture that we showed at the beginning of this show. Those clouds never existed in my lifetime before, and if you don't notice how substantial that alone is that we're seeing absolute, undeniable, repetitive phenomena, anomalies, whatever you want to call it. Again, here we're looking. See how the sun looks weird.
Yep. It's being more and more cut in, almost to the point where it's completely blocked.
That is the sun shining through the base cloud of Ceru, and then
it's the patterns.
Absolutely
it's the
beautiful.
patterns. It's the patterns that got me.
Oh my God!
As much as this is all nuts. Once you realize the patterns, you'll see them over and over and over again, to where you're not even trying, and you'll see it. You will just be driving, minding your own business, and you'll notice. It's hard not. It's impossible not to.
The 2020 show of Atu's moon, or the 2022 never-ending routine of Nepacity being over the top of the sun, and the open core and the green and the big 3 asteroid group always being right there over and over again. I mean, or Uri being on the left-hand side of the sun ever since 2019, 2020, and Nibiru coming back towards us ever since 2018, 2019, 2020, and all of that repetitive, absolute, documented stuff. And even the startup of our show here shows you all of those planetary objects that you can't make this shit up. This is real. It is really. And no matter how many times we watch television or The View, or we go back into our blissful ignorance and society awareness and all of that, and then walk out the front door, and every time I do, and I look up and I see a planet, I go, "Oh shit, this is." Back to that again. Hello,
back to reality. Yeah, because really, what we're seeing on TV is not reality, guys. That's so far from reality. It's not even funny.
Oh, TV commercials. Everybody lives in $1 million house.
Mm-hmm.
And
everything is packaged, and everything is made to just make you feel comfortable and safe, so you can just keep doing what you're doing.
And when you take that worldwide vacation with such and such a ship liner, it's like, who gets to do that? Who can afford that right now? Are you kidding me?
I know.
Look at the illumination. Look at the light.
Look at the thing. Look at the way the
I'm taking so
balloon
many
is going up.
screenshots. I'm still taking screenshots.
I know. Won't be long before my tablet's just as full as my
I'm pretending I'm there.
Oh, look at it. Beautiful. It's so big.
You know, and it's a very there's a meme with the Matrix movie. I think that movie was such a metaphor. In so many ways such a metaphor.
One way we do live in a matrix.
Yeah, we do. It's not exactly it's there is a matrix. It's just not exactly as literal.
Right. Well, what
as
happened
the
in the movie The Matrix is the machines took over, and then they terraformed the planet into an electrical battery, and the humans became the power source. But what's going on with our matrix is we're on a planet. We're following our breeding and our design to gather commodities and our lust for those commodities. And then every 3,650, et cetera, years, they come by and pick those up. That's a minute plot change in the movie, but basically we do live in a sort of a matrix.
Yeah, we do. But he says when he's taking that walk with Morpheus, he says that some people are so dependent, their entire world is so dependent on the lie, on the programming, that they will fight. They will literally fight to defend it. Even when they know, when they're told it's a lie, they will defend it, because unfortunately, like as humans, we always will go, most humans, not all humans, the vast majority, will go with familiarity over reality.
An asteroid left.
Hey Tara, do another 360.
We have got to break from those habits that we have from that program. We have to break free from it, guys. Oh wow, look at that.
Look at the great big gray disc. Like, can't you feel the bulging, like the whole pressure of the thing up there? There's more than one thing up there.
It's definitely over.
No, there's planets all around.
It's absolutely, there's so many.
And look at the illumination on the bottoms of everything now that it's just now hitting sunset. And it's going to be, the sun will go back behind the light, but everything above will then become illuminated.
This morning,
and then we'll start the transition. That looks like the green asteroid right there.
This morning, the sky, right prior to sunrise, the sky was white.
Okay.
I want somebody to explain to me, why the hell is the sky white? It's not clouds. There was no clouds, but the sky was white.
Look at the way that the light of the sun is that light is just smeared everywhere. It's just,
and the image doesn't.
I watched it this morning because Atu's moon was beyond red and was illuminating Atu's moon. It got lighter in the west before the sun even came up in the east.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I saw this morning.
I've seen that, Sam. I know exactly what you're talking about. Because
yeah, I've seen that too. I can't believe you're.
It's illumination. People just our eyes just see it a little differently, but it's white because it's reflecting sunlight. Something up there is reflecting sunlight. It's not empty sky. Right. Empty sky wouldn't do that, right?
How could it be brighter in the west when the sun hasn't even come up yet?
Exactly.
Right.
Because there's light beyond and above us.
Yeah.
Yep.
As a light angle is shining up below, it illuminates the bottom and some of the top, and that's what you see prior to sunrise. And we're now with the 180-day cycle, we're gonna see that more and more. And we've been seeing it, but now with the 180-day cycle, we're gonna see it more and more, these white sunrises. And it's light reflecting because we don't have white skies, cloudless white skies. They're not a thing. They're not a thing. Get familiar with the skies, guys. Get familiar with the skies. Get familiar with the way you're the patterns in your sky. Just get familiar with that, and you will see it. You will start to see it. You just gotta pay attention.
The repetition.
The repetition, yes, exactly. the more you see it, the more you'll pick up on it. Even subconsciously, you'll start to see it. And the next time you see it, it's like all of a sudden something in your brain just lights up, and it's like, oh, okay, I see it now. And then it'll just pop out at you. From there on, there's no going back. There's just absolutely no going back. You'll see it automatically. It's like a light switch that just goes on, and then you can't turn it off.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, God.
We still have a little ways before full sunset, so I can go back off and come back on. I don't want to hog the whole show. Rebecca, I'm sure you have things you want to
Tara,
show.
you're fine.
It's the Tara show. I've taken so many screenshots. I don't know how many, but I just keep clicking.
I know. I've done the same thing, Rebecca.
I'm glad I got on.
I've taken at least 100 pictures.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I've
right,
got some on my
yeah.
tablet now. My tablet's got a whole bunch of these pictures with a great big
I'm having a
nativity
good time. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
you got
I'm
some
good.
pretty good color the other day, Tara. As a
The
sunset.
red
You gotta,
asteroid, Rebecca? That's what I was trying to find out. Was that reflection from Ice Atom, or was that the red asteroid? I thought it was the red asteroid that showed up so red.
I'm trying to remember which picture. I'll have to go back and look. I remember us talking about that, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I sat him, but I'll get
I do
it.
too.
Nibiru's nemesis,
It's
yes,
too red
exactly.
for just the red asteroid. Too red. So I sat him would be the next go-to. Yeah, you know how Sam sometimes Yuri looks really red.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
direct opposing the opposite side of the sky is where red planet Isatum is being illuminated on and immediately next to it. So that's refractive lighting as well.
There was this weird blue illumination even well after sunset. When the red mostly went away, it's still there. It was weird.
I wish I could have heard that.
Yeah,
I know,
you
it's
cut out
cutting
pretty
out.
bad.
Maybe it's
Sorry.
pretty windy.
It's
I don't
the
know.
wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit back in my car for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, Tara, come back and show us later. All right. I gotta look at all these screenshots I got.
Yes.
Man.
Checking the temperature. It's 37 degrees.
Wow. You know what? I had put my heater up the other day in my bedroom because anyway, I'm just sitting here wishing I had my heater. I could go turn it on real quick. It's chilly. It's going to get down in the 40s again, I saw in a few days. So I'm going to have to get it back out. It's 56 outside. That's kind of chilly.
Pretty
For a
cozy
heater, I think.
in your jacket there, Tara. Looks.
There she is. Oh,
I think you're on mute.
You're muted.
did I do that? Oh, maybe no, she did it.
I think maybe you're connected to the car. Maybe that happens.
No, there we go. Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
There she is. You made it. Well, cool. I'm gonna go back and get all your screenshots and line them up real quick. Let's see.
Oh, I put this on.
Did you just
That
put it on
reminds
that?
me of your humble beginnings, Rebecca, when you used to take hundreds of screenshots.
I know. I've got experience at screenshotting.
I'm like, every time I hear that, I'm like, man, she did her time. That's for damn sure. She did her
Yeah,
time. She put in. She
thanks.
Oh
put
my
in
God, the number of pictures that we've collected over the years. Whew.
How many
Staggering
in the
amount.
bags would we have filled?
Once you see this, it's like something turns on, and it's just like it is the most incredibly amazing thing.
Right.
It's something that I wish to be able to share with as many people as I possibly can before I die, because it's just it needs to be seen, you know.
And what's even freakier about all of this is there's people on those. On two of those planets, there are people on those planets. And I think we forget that all too regularly.
Yeah, we
You know,
do.
I mean, wave, hi guys, how are you? You know, I mean, you know, they're watching us and this tiny little blue thing with, you know, our pollution. Those are just clouds. That ain't real. Yeah. I imagine they have a few people that don't believe in us either. So
That's funny.
Wow.
Humans aren't real.
Bear with me.
Earth's not real.
Yeah, humans aren't real. Well, the other day I was watching some obscure.
Well, they
YouTube
probably
thing,
refer to us as aliens too. You know,
and
I think
one of the guests on
it.
this program I was watching, and it was about mythical beasts, and I think it was the Try Channel, where the Irish people try different foods and hot sauces and this and that. And I love the show. And anyway,
All the Try Channel.
and she said, "Oh, I didn't used to believe in wolves. I thought they were actually a mythical creature until she went on a date and went to the zoo." And then there she's staggering in her own brain going, I thought they were mythical and not real. And I mean, there are a lot of things, these preset weird shit things that we set in our brains that don't allow us to see. And I think the biggest number one of it is the fact that we're used to seeing Saturn or Venus or Mercury as this little dot in the sky. And to us, that's planets. And that's what, day one, I got, in my yard, I've been watching the blob that was coming and coming and coming, but then I didn't associate it. And I'm out mowing my yard and doing stuff, and then I look up and there's a very large close passing planet, large by the dot in the sky standards. I mean, it was like as if I held a lime in my two fingers at arm's reach. That's how big it was to my eye, and it was a smaller planet, and I still believe it was Matim.
Wow.
Can't prove it, but that's my I think. Anyway, and once I saw that, I immediately it was like the barn door got kicked open by the mule, and I went, oh shit, they're here, because I was expecting them all of those years from 1980 on. I was expecting everybody back then knew it.
Like, were you like literally sitting there like waiting, like? How did I can't?
No, I mercifully ignored it.
That something huge is going to happen. Well, I mean, also you probably didn't think it was going to happen the way it did happen.
Right, I did not expect to see them in close.
Who would believe that?
In the sky like everybody else. And okay, the exoplanets are here. And because we were back, in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, everybody knew that they'd be here in 50 years. That was the base startup. And, anytime you had Isaac Asimov on your coffee table in 1971, 72, they were talking about Planet X, and, Velikovsky was the topic, and Zacharias Sitchin was still the topic in the early 70s and 80s as well. And everybody, they were always reaching for these new science things back when people were still cool about the possibility of extraterrestrials. But since then, since the late 70s all the way through the 90s, there was a serious campaign that detrimentally set the notion of little green men in a flying saucer as you're a wackadoo. And in the 70s, we didn't see things like that. And in the 60s, there was a big movement for the occult, where people were all learning about the occult and having seances and all that other stuff. And then literally by the 80s, that was like, oh God, don't dare, you're a devil worshiper. So our times and our people change. But I wasn't seriously looking for the planets per se. I expected them to be out there and small. And then literally 2009, I saw that close pass and I went, oh shit. And that opened up a whole possibility for me, which is probably what allowed me to see. Now, I was doing a lot of the live cams from Antarctica. Back then, there was like 7 of them that you could actually access openly. You just type it in, and there it is. Now, I think we're down to 2, and they don't even point the cameras in the same place.
I watched Neil Meyer when I was like in my beginning, opening my eyes to this stuff, but I was seeing it in the context of UFOs, not at all this stuff,
Right.
There's a lot of weird shit going on the Neil Meyer station in Antarctica. The live webcams, the shadowing was one of the weirdest things that people were talking about, how the shadows made no sense, and certain times of the day where it was supposed to be dark or lit up.
South Pole, there's a period of time where it's supposed to be absolutely dark for like a month and a half, 2 months, and it's supposed to be dark down there. And during that early years in 2010 and 11, we were documenting that it never got dark there, and it was supposed to. And of course, we were seeing this star. There's the sun. Sun's coming up. But why is that? It's not supposed to be there. Well, it turns out it wasn't our star. And then later on, we started seeing the sun come up in the northeast sky up here in the northern hemisphere. And our sun never went anywhere. Our sun stayed due east. But this big bright new thing that was lighting up the sky before our sun, because it was ahead of our time, so we'd see this other smaller light to the right of the northeast rising sun, and then it was way bigger too. And then people just completely, bypassed that and thought, oh, it's the normal sun, when it wasn't. And we have some of the early captures back. We managed to get a few of the pictures out of the thousands that we had. That they all match. And our sun, this is a very small size of a quarter in the sky. And right now it's the size of a small orange to a grapefruit. And people don't realize that because they grew up in the last 10 years staring at what they assume is our sun and the thing that's heating up our whole entire solar system. And you can look this up. All the planets are tipped. All the planets have atmospheric temperature rising. It is not just Earth. It's not our global climate change. It's solar system climate change. And this happens every 3,654 to 4,000 years. Cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle, including onsets of ice ages and the opposite. There's different numerous effects that can happen in the equation of the rotation of rotation of our binary solar system overall path, because you have to think in millennium. You can't think in just one cycle. You have to think in multiple cycles, and there's different variations. And of course, the Mayan calendar shows you that we've entered a new age, and we're also our solar system is changing locations in our universe, or excuse me, in our galaxy, not in our universe. I do apologize. Didn't mean to send your brain all the way out there. Come back. Well, come back down to the galaxy. In our neck of the woods, we are moving in the ecliptic plane, and we're right in the middle right now as we speak, and we're going to be coming up to the top here in the next few years. And that too has got electrical issues, because we are traveling through the magnetosphere, the strong wave and weak wave properties of the magnetosphere of our galaxy. And that too has a magnetosphere, as well as our planet Earth, as well as we do. And this is all electrically connected, and each one of the planets has a magnetosphere, and the whole binary thing is they're joined at a compound with an electron cluster, and we're a chemistry equation in space. We're building blocks to a higher dimension, and we're the small stuff. And then there's small stuff to our building blocks of our dimension, and it's all connected in that electrical manner. And it's chemistry, and it's calm. It's not radioactive and destructive. It's non-paradoxal. It's a calm, stable equation that's existed since the dawn of time for our solar system. Anywhere, they say 4 to 8 billion years ago. So I usually shoot in the middle and say 6, 4.4 or 6.2, whatever. Nobody agrees, but, I mean, give or take, what's a billion years,
Right.
Yeah, and so like 300 million years, our sun is going to change, and it's going to become 10% brighter, and then we won't be able to live here either.
Unbelievable.
So, I mean, just point of view. Yeah, the light is being cut off by green-blue Saru on the left. And notice it's more on the left than it is on the right, but it's above the sun. And then Uri is up high. That's the white striped things with the little white dots here to the middle left of the sun. And those are the asteroids of the Salamander asteroid group.
Yeah, it's because of the Saru cutting into the sunlight is why the sun is so hourglass.
Right, hourglass shape, correct, with the flaring from north to south flaring.
It's like right.
Okay, I see.
Right above it, and it's doesn't know what to do. It's getting squished around. That's Saru. And then in front, Uri, Atu's moon.
Atu's moon will be more to our back left. What we're staring at is the bottom of Nepesi and the cross end of Uri at the same time.
Wow. God.
And this is the bottom of Uri. And those white dots are probably the red asteroid underneath Atu's moon right over there. Yeah, those lighter dots are the asteroid. And, by the way, the Texas cube. So if you come back to the right, see those two white dots just to the right of the light pole. One of them is the bottom one center is the red asteroid. The upper right illumination that's kind of square faced, that is the Texas cube and the side orb under Attu's moon, which is also illuminated facially because it is beyond Earth after sunset.
Wow.
Or during sunset.
Oh my God.
And here the pattern is, here the pattern is, here the pattern is. And those are the asteroids on the side of Uri right there. You can see. Boy, that transition. Man, look at that.
Yeah.
That was quick. And these are moving planets over the top of us. And it just amazes me to this day that in the outview that they could be this close together, but I'm sure they're not. We do know that they are spiraling close to each other, but not this insane. It has to do with our water outview, I'm sure. I'm sure it magnifies things in an odd way.
Well, yeah, Sam, but
I
I
see
mean,
some lines over here.
they are unusually close. I mean, even though they're not as close as they look.
Well, they are the central binding part of the structure. So they're held together tighter because they're bigger.
A tighter spiral. Yeah.
Right, and we're spread out, which has always blown me away about why our gas giants, according to normal atomic mass, they should be closer to the sun, not out in the middle, which is also what led me to search for a binary 2-atom solution, because it didn't make sense the way our solar system was set up, according to Einstein.
What does mainstream science say about that, Sam? I haven't seen that being addressed.
Go back to the sun. Look at the cut in of the lead asteroid.
Aside from here, and I think maybe the Thunderbolts project channel.
Mainstream is gravitational. They think that we're orbiting around our star on a dinner plate in the same place.
Well, yeah, but I mean the fact that the bigger planets are way out there instead of closer. I mean, you would think somebody had something to say about that, right? Because if it's gravity,
you don't have a base graphic on the realization that we spiral. It's not a gravitational orbit. It's a static electricity structural connective thread attachment. We're always in the same place. That's why we always see the sun. And we don't move.
We're behind our sun at all times, is what I tell people.
Right. Our sun is traveling sideways through space, through virgin space, every minute of the day. And it's traveling in overall, if you were to look at it in the 300,000 or a million year traverse, it travels up and down, and it travels like a radio wave in a smooth, and then everything spirals behind it in a natural spiral by its atomic mass and placement. So they all have their little place. Like if you had a whole bunch of tin cans strapped to your bumper behind your car, you're going to stay pretty much in your own space. That's a bad metaphor. But anyway, but we are also connected to that other solar system, and then we're all doing the same thing, and then we cross paths every 4,000 years. We trade places. This is why we go through each other. It's part of the spiral of our rotation. I'm sure it might have something to do with static charge and discharge, because we know that binary suns usually go through a discharge pattern, a regular cycle between them, and each planet of each solar system, each binary has its own specifics. But I'm sure that was what we witnessed was in 2012. And the backflow CMEs and the joining of the two stars, and the crossing. I shouldn't say joining. I should say crossing of the two stars, and that discharge. I think that was a normal binary occurrence.
Unbelievable.
And now we're seeing high magnitude of sun cycle, and that's a transition as well from 2010 on.
Look at the light. Like this is.
Now this is the light shining underneath and in between, and which
weird,
is why
right?
it's filling it such a weird illumination. This is right at the cusp of sunset.
We're starting to see
They're shining under the planets.
We're starting to see that white that I was talking about at sunrise.
And the red and the pink will start forming any time now. You got to look at the illumination behind the clouds, and you'll actually see the planet faces.
Yeah, that's people think it's light just passing through clouds. It's not.
No.
Like you can see a different color blue coming from that right there in the center. That's not. It's
Yeah, it's
something
not the
else.
teal green off horizontal color right now that we're seeing. And we're seeing a light, white teal, and
It's
then you
totally
look up
different.
higher and you're seeing a magnificent purple blue.
Yes.
And that is okay. The light is okay. We see the shadows; they're running. So the light is to the right of you, and so we're looking at the illumination of Batu's moon. And there's Yuri, and then
Wow.
the asteroid and the tan asteroid, and
The asteroids, right? Right.
little
underneath.
bubbly bottom of Yuri there, and Saru is the blue just above the sun, way in the back. But then the real sky is, right at the setting sun, and you can see Saru is cutting off the top, and the lead asteroid is coming in to the upper right corner of the sun. You can see there sits the lead asteroid. And the bottom of a Saturn's yellow moon is the face, the ion tail is being illuminated. See the flame-like ion tail right there, just to the upper right of the sun.
Sam, do you remember Wayne Steigers? I think is his name. He used to.
Yes.
He used to come out with what's his name? Is this
my
Steve?
God.
You know what I'm talking about, but God, years like
I could
when
never
used
think of Wayne's name. I always forgot his name.
Yeah, well,
Wayne,
we
Steve,
know,
and Jeff.
well, you know what I'm talking about. But so he
Right.
came on Steve's show one time because they did often do shows together.
Right.
But they had a satellite picture, and Steve, that was way in the beginning, because I only watched this channel for a few months until I was like, yeah, I wasn't satisfied. But anyways, there was occasionally some things that they would show that were interesting, right? And they had a satellite picture, kind of like not a satellite, but it was like, I think it was stereo A and stereo B images of two suns interacting with each other.
Right.
And I cannot for the life of me find that freaking video. I cannot find it.
Oh man!
At that
Yeah,
time,
I have a few
I
snapshots
still
of
had
it.
I still had a very limited understanding of any of this. I was still learning.
I
But
got that
now,
in 2012.
now it's more
backflow.
significant. To me, it's now more significant than it was then, of course, but
Wow.
but there was a very clear picture of the two suns interacting with each
Well,
other.
there that one video, Final Countdown, fan made Nibiru Two Suns video was excellent, and I did save a copy of it, and I watch it all the time. I saved the link. We'll see if it's still there the next time I want to use it. But yeah, there was a whole period of time where all of that was going on, and it just blew me away that NASA didn't get on board with it, because we knew that light was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then before you know it, it comes up from underneath us, in Antarctica, and then we're talking about it for months, and then all of a sudden, boom, there it is, invisible in the northern hemisphere. And then right after that, I started being able to look down south and see Nibiru and Saru in deep south as they rose up from underneath us. And I spent 2011 and 12 trying to point that out to everybody I could speak to or would listen to me. On my 80-member Montana Skywatcher 1. And after, then we went up to, thousands and thousands of us. And there was, at one point in time, I think I had like 87 or 90,000 members. And where they've all gone, I can't tell you. Over time, we've lost, I think a lot of them have been bumped off by, some of them maybe have been bots. I don't know. I was never a believer in the bot scenario, but Rebecca has sort of kind of convinced me.
I was just going to address that question as well.
Well, yeah, like we know that like on TikTok, if you have like followers that it's just a username with no picture, and there's a lot of them, right? And you'll start getting followers. Like it'll say username with a big string of numbers and no name, or it'll have like a very common name, like somebody Smith, like June Smith or something like that,
or just user.
Yeah. Right, or just user with a number, and then
275. Yeah.
And like I've seen accounts that will have another picture of a person, like the same picture as somebody else. So I just I go and I just erase them all.
Yeah, we were very picky for the longest time. We got turned to public via Facebook. Skywatcher 2 did, and it went insane there for a long time. And I spent months raking the garden and pulling weeds. And and then after that, our view counts started dropping, and then our likes. I used to get my comments. I would make comments on Skywatcher 1 and 2, and I'd get 2 and 3 and 5,000 likes. And now I get 4 views. And then
yeah, Sam, you used to when I first came across you had way more views. Like you had 15,000 views on some.
Well, some of my earlier videos have 80,000 views.
Interactions.
Now, we're struggling.
Now, I'm like, what the hell happened? But when I first met you, you had a way more. I don't think it's that people stop watching you. I really don't. I don't think that it's real.
I think there's been some number fudging and unsubscribing.
Because again, I've seen it personally. I've seen our show with our view count go backwards. I've seen it.
Yeah,
I'm talking like 20, 30 views backwards.
I've
seen not a
it
glitch. One view would be maybe a glitch, but 20, 30 views backwards.
In 1 week, I saw an 800 count change.
That's alarming. That's
800 off the meter, and it's like, whoa! Even though there was many other thousands, but it was about to go to 7K, and then it went down to 6.1 or 6.2 or something like that. I was like, what?
And maybe they think that if we do this long enough and we don't get any traction, we're gonna give up. We're gonna stop doing it. But good luck.
Yeah, I don't see how we could quit.
Just know whoever's listening out there, we're obsessed here. We're not.
Set
us up because.
We're not your average
echo chamber.
We're serious.
I'm still gonna be talking about this. My favorite thing to talk about. So,
hey Sam, do you see Nicole's question?
I'm scrolled down.
Yeah, I was kind of curious when you mentioned that too. But I'm guessing.
She said
places as we.
It's Okay, you've seen pictures of this rosation that many cultures talk about. It's like a computer graphic of a rose. And we co-spiral, and we fill in this. It's like a spirograph. When you were a kid, you put the little, and you draw a spirograph picture. And with this binary solar system star discharge pattern, which happens in all binary and trinary systems. They have a regular cross paths discharge where they are static opposed or whatever from each other, and then they cross paths and the discharge, and then they go about doing their thing again. And that's what we went through in 2012. We're transferring places in this spiral. And we had the suns pass by each other. They discharge. It's a cyclic thing. It happens every 3,000, 4,000 years, blah, blah, blah. And you can look that up on YouTube on binary solar system discharge pattern.
So I have a question, Sam.
Go ahead.
The every 3654 years, okay, we're switching places, right? Like going through, like this is Earth and this is the system, and they're going through us, or we're going through them. So as systems, do we actually go around the suns every few thousand years? So we do, in a way, like the dinner plate scenario, but it just takes.
No, not really. No, take that off the flat plane. Take the dinner plate attitude. Okay, our star travels sideways from, just for example, from right to left, and then we spiral behind it in our atomic value placement, in our static charge. We weigh this, that planet weighs that planet weighs that. So it follows in that electrical static charge behind. It's like when you grab one sock out of the dryer, you get 3.
So I guess what I'm trying to picture in my mind is
Our stars are magnets.
Where does the other system go once we pass through each other that brings it back around? I guess I'm trying to figure out the rotation.
It goes way out into the distance and goes about its spiral, and perhaps its spiral is I wonder sometimes if it does go behind Nibiru, which is so vastly large that anything that went behind Nibiru, you wouldn't see it for a very long time. Nibiru is vast, and that is the electron cluster that holds the 2 stars. And it's part of an equation, and then we're out in space, and I don't know if we've had the technology to see it, but see, we only see planets in outer space up until our recent new space cameras. But before, we would only see a planet in front of a distant star if they went in front of it and in front of the light. If we happened to be at the right orbit angle where we got for that hour and a half we were watching, and that one tiny little planet went in front of the star, and then we could say, oh, they have a solar system. Well, all stars have solar systems because they're more. The problem with Einstein's theory is he's talking gravitational forces do this, and so it gathers rocks in a certain manner. Well, that's not how it works. It's an equation. It's a structure of metal and gases and everything that creates something bigger. And those biggers are stable or they're destructive. And then you'll see where one star will tumble into another star and then destroy the whole damn solar system. And that is a paradoxical compound that breaks down. Now, the same thing with radioactive material. When you have a radioactive chunk of plutonium, whatever, it throws off these little electrons. And that over time starts to degrade and change the overall equation of what that rock is. And that is a radioactive decay, which then will lead to a paradoxical destruction of the overall compound. But if it's a balanced compound, it'll continue on naturally and normally, and trade places, discharge, spin through space, gather a little bit static charge, come close to the other guy, discharge, trade places, come. It's a cyclic discharge between binary stars.
It's a very intricate system.
Oh yeah. We're building blocks of everything of the higher dimension. We're the cornerstone of the next dimension above us.
Sam, real quick,
they call that church.
Really want to hear what Jillian says, Jillian wants to say something.
Would you say that we're going in opposite? We're spiraling.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're the smaller, spread out one, and we're wrapping around it, and sort of like the leaf that hits the drain that gets tighter and tighter, and then goes past it, and then goes away, and then gets tighter and tighter, and goes past it, and goes away.
Would you want to say, Jillian?
Yeah, I was just trying to put that thing into my head now. It spins tighter and goes away now. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pattern. It's cyclic. It happens. It's all functioning. I mean, we don't rob planets from them or moons because they're electrically attached to their placement in the compound that they are, but we both are attached and make up something as a larger whole, a two atom.
What I had wanted to ask was, way back when we were first on Montana 2, kind of reminds me, because Jesus was talking about it now, how there were so many, it seemed like so many more people constantly talking on the posts and that. Like now it's barely,
it's so quiet.
It's barely there. So that must be because obviously they're just,
it has to be. It has to be. It can't just be real.
I don't understand how we can go from being people that were all, there were so many people so curious.
Scroll down the comment section of 500 comments, and now we're down
to read everything because there were so many excited people saying stuff, so I wouldn't get that many chances.
Yeah, I don't know where
Like,
everyone went.
it
I
was
really
hard
don't.
to
And
get a hold of Sam in those days, right? Like
Can
it
you
was
remember?
like
Because
I had to
Sam must
paste
have
his
been fielding
comments
everybody.
and go through a thread of literally like so many comments just to get the
And
information.
so many posts.
And
of
now it's
pictures.
like Samuel commented, maybe there's 10 comments on a good day. It's insanity.
that's on a good day.
This
Yeah.
was not like this at all.
Yeah, and I wonder, maybe, and I pondered, it's like, am I too arrogant? Do people think I'm, an asshole, or I mean, and we've got
But
15
even if
years
they
to back
think
up
that,
all of this.
Samuel, everybody goes to college or
Wow.
university and has a lecturer but they still go back to the class because they have to.
Yeah.
Come back, Rebecca.
like-
Oh, look at this red over here.
Whoa,
Yeah,
yes, yeah,
Tara,
let's
go back to the sun.
Yeah,
It's
look
like,
at that.
Yes.
it's like I sat. Is that I sat him, Sam?
Yes.
Like facial
I'm so
illumination on I
sorry,
sat
Jillian.
him, or
Well, you're seeing the ion tail on the right hand
Right.
side, and Saturn is above and crossing over to the right above the sun. Yes, that's Saturn right there. Yeah, and the ion tail is, of course, turning red. Lead asteroid is in that orange yellow mix.
Sorry, Jillian.
This is where things get really interesting,
And
right?
that blue right there, that
It's
looks
okay,
sort of like a
Sarah.
triangle, that's where the long box cube is, in that cloud on the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon. We say we had Rebecca here to
Gave up
blow
on
this
its
up.
fast.
Rebecca, come back! Stop eating your pie.
No, but see on that red over there? That's
Samuel.
on the opposite
She's
side.
tending to her cats. That's
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes, Joy.
Samuel.
DJ, I heard you made a few comments of WSO. You know that.
Oh, I'd
was
forgotten
the
their name.
worst.
Yeah.
It wasn't the worst channel. It wasn't. The thing is that I think he lost sight of what he was doing and he put more importance on making money, and that always gets somebody. And we were talking about it earlier. It kind of puts somebody in a position where you're gonna pick either one, right? And you kind of lose sight of what.
And we only remember them as the Money Boys now.
Yeah. Because when I first started seeing him, he struck me as an honest guy. Maybe he sounded honest. He sounded like a genuine guy. But the more as time evolved, I was like, this guy's like, I don't know, like my original thought of him, my original my first impression of him didn't last very long.
No, he was playing the religious angle, and then he started getting money in.
And that's where he first kind of lost me, was such the religious rhetoric that just, I don't think you could really, if you're doing the religious thing, you're biased. I mean, you're coming into this biased already, and with predetermined ideas, and that's dangerous. Like, that's not.
Well, not only that, he started getting the little old Christian little old ladies were sending him $2 and $5 and $20 and more, and he started banking huge amounts of money, and then he had a fundraiser for me. And I never saw a dime one, and there were a lot of people that were mad because they donated, and they wanted to know if I had gotten that donation. And then it went even farther south from there, where he went into a lifestyle that I'm not going to repeat because it's A, it's tragic. B, I don't want to hurt his wife's feelings or his children. So, there was a whole lot of drama that followed him, including a very large amount of money. Absconded with.
Well, there's a lot of people that actually followed him to where he was.
Yes,
it was a whole thing. But yes, Andy. Hi, Andy. How you doing, man? But yes, Wayne Steiger. And honestly, I think Wayne Steiger is still doing his thing. At least he had some kind of I don't know if he.
Well, I'm not going to repeat the name, but I did see that they're still up and running, and they have actually, and I congratulated them for this. Their science is a little more science than it used to be, and they're not accurate yet, and they are misleading for the dollar. And
Honestly, I liked Wayne Steiger more than I liked Steve. Honestly, in the end, I
well,
thought
he's completely vanished from what we
he
hear.
was a little bit more tolerable.
Yeah, and then there was Jeff, and then I haven't heard anything from Jeff in a great deal of time.
I can't stand Jeff P. Was just like, dude, just shut up, please, just shut up. Like I watched him for a while, and Jesus, it just gradually got worse and worse.
And we had a lot of people in the early years of Montana Skywatcher that they dipped their toe into that which we call Nibiru, and then off they ran to open up their own sites and do their own thing and be Planet X this and Planet X that. And,
before
and
they
Anunnaki
really
this and Anunnaki that.
Learned, before they really learned,
And we plodded along with the same set of rules through storms and through blizzards and lightning showers and earthquakes and all these 15 years in April. And that's just, 2 weeks away.
Well,
and,
DJ, that interview was cut up and gutted like crazy. It wasn't.
They started when I did interviews. Andy mentioned that when I did interviews, they butchered the shit out of everything I said, and then they spun it to make them sound informed and me sound ridiculous. And after the third time I saw that happen, I was done. Look at that. That is the lead asteroid cutting in front of Isatum yellow moon. Nepacity is in the upper left right now.
Okay.
Left right now? Yeah.
The sun just passed below the horizon.
Yeah, it's incredible, Tara. Look at that.
That's awesome.
I mean, you really tonight was the best one you've done yet. I think this is
that appears to be straight up.
Yeah, wow. Look at that.
DJ, I was talking about him earlier, and I've had my run-in with him.
Dang it.
I don't trust him. I don't. Again, he deleted our entire conversation when I called him out on something that he claimed he didn't say. And then I never heard from him again. So I don't trust him. But I do feel his information that even though I don't think he has the right idea, but he has some very interesting videos. I'll give him that.
I believe that I just crossed my mind. I believe that one of our troll campaigns actually probably did a whole bunch of damage. Because there was a huge group of people that started pledging off because of the interactions with this fervored troll, those people who are willing, like in the Matrix, willing to fight you over it. And that person was on board with us for quite a while, and then she turned into a nightmare.
She did.
A total nightmare.
But as I was telling somebody recently, I think it's a shame because I think she sees it. I think
she got great captures, and we started using her material, and she got all pissed off.
Her captures tell me that she sees it. I just think whether she got offended by you because it seems personal.
Yeah, it does seem personal.
She hates you so much that she will never admit it to herself. She won't.
Right. Oh, and
there's no way you could be getting those captures if you're not seeing it.
And who spends all that postage on mailing me, ridiculous,
so
crude?
I'm wondering what is it that offended her?
It's she crossed the line of she's totally defamed you. It's like
He's calling my mechanic. Don't work on that guy's car. Do you see those four straight lines right there?
Yeah, I see it.
Guys, you know what that is, don't you?
Go back.
This
Go back there. Yes. Thank
straight
you.
lines.
Yeah.
That's the long box cube.
Yes.
Extraterrestrial intergalactic craft.
Look at that.
Really?
Tara, wow.
Yep. Same line pattern happens over and over and over again. So we have learned over the years exactly what that is, and the placement
I thought that was
right as well.
Nepacity fingers for some reason. I get confused on that.
Go more to your right.
You're horizontal. Nepacity fingers are vertical.
To your like a 360 all the way around. Oh man.
the parking lot.
DJ, Jedi Customs,
Yeah.
we love his work. I would love for him to join us sometime. And I believe
And
he follows
look at that up there.
his model.
Yeah.
I think believe he follows
Wow.
his model.
Oh my god.
I missed it.
Stripes of angled Uri right
Here,
there.
I'll show you again, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Up here.
If you would start just straight at the sun and then just go around whatever direction you want.
Okay.
Action. No. Yeah. Okay. I'm just having a good time.
Bottom of Uri.
Literally see
Okay.
the curve there. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Cutting into the sun.
I gotta show that above me.
That's so-
look at that. That could easily be the side of Atu as well. But how many
I got
there?
the
I
street
don't
lights
know.
on now. They bug me.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, I know.
it's
Look at the
it's almost
spacecraft
your-
cloud illumination.
It's
Yeah,
almost
right
like
there.
the phone camera just kind of hones into the street lights. It annoys the hell out of me.
They
And then one of my
I don't
neighbors,
either.
my neighbor has one of those motion cameras that lights up an entire
Come back
stadium.
down to the street light. Okay, see those three lines
Mhm.
right beside the street light?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the
Yeah.
Texas cube.
Nice.
Yep. Yep.
Moves fast, man.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it does. It's closer. They're not directly in front of those planets. They're quite a distance in
This
between
is
Earth and
almost
those
straight
planets.
north.
But they're always in the orbiting same place. And they're clouds of when they go into the light or when they're right next to it is Atu's moon or is Atom's yellow moon on the other side. They fit right and they blend in. So it's sort of like a masking. They're masked in by the stuff that they're flying next to.
Yeah. They blend in. It's like they hide behind
Right.
whatever they're around.
Right. There is, and you have to remember space clouds.
I mean, like when you first started today, Tara, that the ion tail coming off the yellow moon, that was just incredible. You could see it was like a tunnel of that whole ion tail just going straight out.
It's
As
still
far as you
there.
could see, it was beautiful, absolutely incredible.
We're looking
is
at it.
above
It's
me
still
again.
there. It's just
Look at that.
illuminated differently.
Yep.
You see that just through
So,
things.
so cool.
Yeah. Look at that's like planet or gas giant side or whatever right there. But those black lines are the side of the planet there.
Hey, Sam.
Or the atmosphere outside of Uri.
So
Hey,
I'm going back
Grant.
around now.
Uri and
question.
Atu are both gas giants. We don't really get to see their surfaces, but we see their stripes and their color.
And we're back around to the cube again. It's already moved to almost behind that light.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good way to
You
judge things over time as well.
True,
Sam,
true.
can you clarify the K Grant's
Uh,
question about cube and long
Oh,
box? Cube?
Texas long box. The reason it's called the Texas Cube is because it first arrived in 2015 over Texas. And the long box cube is like two Texas cubes glued together. And that arrived in 2017. We believe we didn't see where it arrived, but we started seeing sightings of it in 2017. And I believe they came from different galaxies, but of the same force. And we believe they're a Federation group that's here to oversee the transfer of commodities fairly. And then they started offloading ships in 2019, and they moved into place where they are now. And I think that's an invasion fleet showing force that we on Earth have absolutely no choice but to give them exactly what they ask for.
They sound like bullies. To me.
Yeah, it's back
I don't
behind
think
this
so.
light
Yeah,
now.
the Texas cube is on the left, and the long box cube is on the right of the sun currently, and they've been there since 2019, April.
I'm changing my
April? Yeah, I
position
believe
a
April.
little bit.
And I remember seeing them come out of from in front of the sun, and then come in directly over the top of us, and we were seeing sightings of close orbitings of the long box. It was going to the north to the south, to the north to the south pole, and orbiting Earth vertically like that, and we had sightings of that for a couple of weeks, and then it left close orbit, and we saw these multiple rocket things occur.
Okay.
And then it went into a higher orbit, and then they went hiding in front of the sun for quite a few months, and then they came out, and they've been parked where they are ever since.
So what's this that's like hiding behind this?
Those are the stripes of Uri.
That's Uri. That's what I thought. Okay.
And then you got illumination of the red asteroid and all of that right there on the side of Atu's moon, farther to the left. Yeah, red asteroid and
Wow,
Atu,
look at
Atu's
that.
moon.
Sam, you totally nailed it with that drawing today. Unbelievable.
Oh, I stared at that paper, and I'm not kidding. I've never spent that much time staring at a blank piece of paper. I drew in with Tim, and I just went blank. Of course, I was at the same time I was being scared by the ghost walking through the house.
Oh,
Well, that's understandable.
right?
Just a little ghost distraction.
Just a little
Well, when
bit.
the cat starts meowing at them,
Oh.
you know,
Hard to ignore them then.
and chasing them, and like God, 6 months ago, me and the kids all sat in the living room when we watched her chase a black blob.
No.
And you could
no.
actually see the black blob she was playing with and kept moving, and she kept chasing it and grab it and roll with it and play with it. It was like a ghost cat. And we sat there for, 20 minutes in the living room, all three of us just watching it happen. And you could see a black blob.
Wow.
So, I've been told long, 5 years old, I'm seeing ghosts when I was just a tiny child. And my mother told me not to talk about it. Because to this day, I've seen some really gruesome things, and I've met some rather scary characters that were not necessarily from Earth. I'm telling you, there's some scary shit out there, you guys, from Montana.
Yeah, and you don't know what you're getting when you try to interact with it. So
Yeah, if you hear something crazy in the forest and you think it's aliens and you scream, "Take me with you," don't say that.
No.
No,
Oh
no,
my
no.
gosh.
I like
You
my
do not
home.
want to go with them.
I don't. I want to stay on my Earth for now. At least while I'm in my Earth suit.
Yeah, at that point, ignorance is bliss.
Earth suit needs Earth home.
Yeah, me too. People go, "Oh, are you going to go?" And I remember there was a lot of people here in the early years of Nibiru. They were going, "Oh, it's a different place, and we're all going to be taken up to Nibiru, and we're all going to live this new world." And all of this, that's still going around. There's people still doing it.
Yeah,
And frankly, I always tell them, I'll stay here. You go right ahead.
Right.
go to another planet and do what? I mean, I would love to visit, but I mean, you gotta understand the food might be different.
Yeah,
the
cultural,
conditions might be
everything.
different. The weather might be different.
We
Every-
can't get
no
along
more
with
Halloween or
No,
Christmas or-
everything that
Yeah.
you know.
St. Patrick's Day or going down to the local pub and getting a
Yeah.
beer. I mean, not that I do that because I don't.
Now, I would love to visit. Absolutely, to give me the grand tour, but to say take me away from everything I know, no, thank you.
Well, I'll wait for the movie to come out.
This is so pretty in person.
Exactly.
Y'all, like right here.
Instead of
Look at
visiting another planet,
Wow.
I would just like to see the solar system from up there, so where I could see it
Oh
far
yeah,
enough,
wouldn't that be
just
awesome?
see the
Yeah, I'd
entire
love to take a
mechanism
space
of
trip,
it.
too.
But
Wow.
Thing.
Well,
what
I try to
never
draw it for
thought
you
of
guys.
was that, Sam, that everything would be dark. The entire system would be pretty dark anyway. So
Look
Becca,
at
do
the
you
bottom
want-
of Uri
wanna get
there.
any more
Look at that
shots?
base cloud
Yeah.
and all of those asteroids in that
Yeah.
base cloud. And it's all turning gray
I'm
now.
glad I came
because the
out,
sun is
y'all.
setting.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's the lead asteroid. Now, if you think about it, the lead asteroid is connected to orbiting around the bottom of Atu. And where is Atu? Behind us. So you're seeing the pathway of the lead asteroid.
Okay.
Just look at those different
but-
colors right there. You can
Yeah.
see it. Like,
And it's big, long, extended cloud that it leaves behind in the attachment to
Yeah,
Yeah,
something just
in that
something
curve
just
that
flashed right above the lead asteroid too. Or maybe I'm seeing things, but that was
the
wild.
long box is to the left, or excuse me, to the right, and then Saturn's yellow moon is behind it in the out view. Although they're in completely right there. See that white dot?
Yeah.
That's the green asteroid.
Oh, cool.
In the center, that's the green asteroid in the
Yeah,
center.
that white illuminated slight circular area right there above the tree in the middle of the shot.
Yeah, it's on it.
Yeah, I
It's
see it.
That's the
moving
green
too.
asteroid. And if you look at the monthly site drawing, that's exactly where it is.
Sweet.
I love it.
Wow.
See the little dots around it?
That's it right there.
Yep, that's the green asteroid right there. And we at Montana Skywatchers have been watching that for about 7 years.
Awesome.
So, we know what's up there. And this is why I always chuckle about the people that were talking about the sun sims and all of that. Oh,
And
my
the
God.
tan. The
We
tan's
went
over
around
there.
and around and around with that group of people and all their new folks and their wave number 18,
but that kind of died
and
out.
oh
Like,
my God, people.
I haven't
Oh, we're
really
still
seen a
dealing
whole
with
lot of sun sim anything in a while. Maybe it's because I
The
don't
sun simulator thing, I
interact
think, died
with
out.
that kind of stuff, but it was like an everyday thing for a while.
I'll answer
Every
Andy's
day,
question here when you're done.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is that the skull above me?
I would need better reference. You'd have to pan back out.
Near south.
Andy, we saw the Empire orb last week.
Yeah.
It's small, but it shows up from time. It's moving around a lot again. I swear that they're getting DoorDash or SpaceX pizza or whatever.
I'd love to know what he's really up to.
Well,
I'm sure he's like swimming in it, and
Because it's not Mars, that's for damn sure.
yeah, well, and I mean, the formation of the Space Force.
right.
Where are these guys going to go? Or are they running around in some gymnasium in some hangar deck and practicing? What are they doing?
And also, I don't think that people really realize that Obama warned us. Obama said it, and it was a really, but he said we need to prepare for space weather events.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
did
that's what
say
we're
that.
having.
A whole lot of people don't seem to really read between the lines, or really understand that was a real warning. Like that was a real warning. That's as close as disclosure as you're ever going to get.
Yeah, and we are having those space weather events now, including our sun, including the passing planets, including the flashing, flickering street lights in people's homes and all of that that's going on now. It's all a way bigger thing and it's way more connected. And our weather and our lightning and our storms and all of these have changed, and our moisture. Now also remember that with each 1 degree uprise in climate change, that the atmosphere will hold, I think, 4 to 7% more water,
That's
which
crazy.
also increases the validity of these storms.
Yep.
Yeah, I can stand here till it goes black, but my arms are.
Yeah, well, the more boil off we have, of our ocean water and everything, it's gonna end up. It's like a boiling pot of water.
Yeah, we are at boil. We hit boil off, 2015,
And
where the magnitude of the sun was so hot.
I really suspect that a lot of the fog that we saw, I don't know, I might be wrong, but it just seemed a lot of like I don't know. It seemed like a lot of like a. I'm gonna say what it like a vapor off event more than fog. It just seemed like something that was, because I saw the fog in our west side of our mountains more than they were in the east side. But as the water from the eastern mountains comes down, it all ends up on the west side, right? So you have a lot more moisture on the west side. It's just because of the water runoff. It seemed to me when we had all this fog that it just seemed to me be more of a evaporation event than anything. But
Yeah, there's a lot more going on than the old-fashioned barometer, for instance. We take it for granted and just use computerized barometer now. And the
Right.
old-fashioned barometers used to tell tales of storm coming, et cetera, and the transition therein in the barometer. Our ears react to it. Dogs and cats react to the changes in the barometer. Even plants react to the changes in
Yes.
barometer. We've been noticing that sunflowers are no longer turning towards the sun, but they're turning away from it.
Right.
So there's all these,
I mean,
things that are pointing out that this is not Kansas anymore, Toto. And you look at the bottom of that huge ass planet.
absolutely beautiful.
The orange and everything at the horizon is coming from the bottom of Saru.
So that is Saru illumination.
Yeah, the bottom core,
Oh.
the orange illumination of Saru.
God, look at that.
And it's green, blue, and on the left.
yeah, I was just gonna say that. You can see that little it's not an opacity green. It's more of a aqua green. I don't know.
It's an
Right,
aqua
like,
green, right? And that's because Saru has less deep oceans, and Nibiru is dark blue.
So
because it
yeah,
has very deep
think
ocean.
of like Florida waters, like in certain.
Right,
Like
it's
Caribbean
patchy.
waters. Like
Yes,
Patchy landmass.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
More islands than continents. Again, of course, I haven't seen that much of Saru personally, but 2011 and 2012, I was watching those planets from my front yard, going, "God, look at that! There's the landmass." And
Unreal.
screaming at people as loud as I could. And I would even bring out one of my neighbor ladies. She's no longer with us; she passed away. And I'd go, "That's that," and she said, "Well, I see it, but I don't." And it's like, oh boy, And
There's
there
asteroids.
again, that's the green asteroid.
Cool.
See the dots?
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's in front of the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay.
And it's in the monthly sight drawing.
Okay.
It'll probably start to illuminate.
Rebecca, are you
Okay, the
there?
phone's letting you know something.
Is
Yeah,
there anything
I'm
you
here.
want me to get? I'm about to. turn
I
off.
okay. Just do one more turnaround, and that'll be all. I'm
Okay,
good
let
after
me
that. Yep.
Get on the other side of this super light.
Okay. Oh wow, that was awesome right
Wow.
there. Yes.
I
Okay.
love your spa. That's such a good.
I know,
I'm
right?
so
I wanna
blessed,
be
y'all.
here.
Like it was just meant to be. I moved here literally
Yep.
4 months before I found y'all, and I lived in my last place for almost 7 years.
Yeah, no coincidence there. No coincidence
not.
there.
On top of that, even where I live is just like a half a mile away. I have some of the best views. I just have to go
wow.
between the buildings. But even from there, I get really good views.
Yes, right there. That looks so good. Yes.
Here,
You like that dude's moon, maybe?
that stupid light.
Yeah.
Here, let me go over here.
And that should be very large as Saturn.
Wow.
There, kind of out of the glare of that light now.
As
There's
night
asteroid
sets in, it gets really big and just amazing. Now, a week or two ago, I looked straight out the north window, and right at sunset, it was just right there. It was like, oh my God, it was so bubbly and flame-like. And then within 20 minutes, it all changed. It was
Y'all,
like,
the sun has been below the horizon for a good 15, 20 minutes now. And
Yeah.
it's still this lit up.
well, you're seeing the facial illumination of green, blue, Saru. That's partially what a good portion of the light is about.
Yep.
Otherwise, it would be probably darker.
And it's all purple over here.
Yeah, that's where Hatu is just above you to the left. And that is being facially shined on right now, even though because it's higher up than Earth and it's facing us, which is why you see the purple. And over time, as it goes farther away, we're going to see more purple facing as they go bye-bye over time.
And here, let me get over here.
Hey, Bruce Martin.
Hello, Farrell Forrest. Glad you're
Bruce
back
is
with
here.
us. Thank you for being here.
I'm glad you're safe. I just watched his video. He's getting rained out.
Uh-oh.
Right.
There's
Mhm.
asteroid again. I'll end it with that.
If you gotta go with the smile, they say.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I'll hang out. I'm ready to take a break.
Well, go ahead, take a break, and we can go back to our screenshot of all our smiling faces and my speaking circle. Speak, a little wiggly circle of me.
All right, cool.
God, Sam, you sit so long. How can you have your hand on your chin all this time and not move?
Right.
Well,
your arm must be completely numb.
Yeah, my whole right arm is asleep. Yeah.
My hair is crazy. It's windy.
I don't know how much sunlight. It's always like all of us are getting dark, but Chris.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Chris
it's really weird because all I've been seeing is like asteroids passing like from right to from left to right or right to left, going like this under the sun for like the last 3 hours. It's iridescent and it's just it's really strange. Like let's see, there's barely any clouds out, but like I don't know if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were seeing it from behind you a while ago, early in the show. I think Tara, you mentioned it. How it looked like
saw Saru blue.
A little Saru behind him. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And those green colors behind you are also coming more prevalent there. Tara.
Yeah, you make me jealous for your warm weather.
You can see it?
Yeah.
I can't go sit out in the yard. No. This morning when I'm driving to the store, I'm going, oh, God, I wish I'd wore my snow pants. My butt's cold. But I do have heated leather.
It's like it's warm. It's cold. It's windy. Now it's hot again. It's like, make up your mind.
You are gonna cry. Oh,
I know. I'm freaked out.
This summer is going
last year
to be
was bad.
insane, people. To get ready early,
I've lived here my whole life. I'm like, yeah. If last year was that bad, I can't imagine what either going through it again this year or it being worse is not a fun thought at all.
And then we have the water shortage issues, because what's going on in the Amazon right now is when it's our turn. I remember 2 years ago, the Mississippi dried up and all the major rivers around the world, from the Danube to the Yangtze to you name it, did all the crazy. And then, of course, China has been flooding for 3 years now. And they've had, unbelievable snowstorms. And then all the poor Siberians and Russian folks that we didn't get the news on because of the war. Those folks just suffered really bad last winter, and they're going to be thawing out for a while. And we're going to be, it'll be our turn again. And, I don't often make predictions, but I did tell everybody to buy snow tires this year. And boy, that turned out to be true. And then like last week's show, I knew this storm that we're having right now was going to be pretty nasty. And it is, way more people have become unalive than we'd like. And the last nasty that went through, we lost 3 or 4 or 5 people, but this is probably going to be much higher. Could be in the 20s or greater. I hope not. But people, this is not normal weather anymore. We cannot discount the weather. And, if you have a roof over your head and it's still nailed down, consider yourself lucky. Because, I've gone through roof damage 3 times already. And we've had a forest fire fly through here and all sorts of nasty shit. So, you should expect it to be coming to a theater near you, as they say. And
I say it's coming to a sky near you.
Yeah, there you go. Because this is happening, and oh my God, there are times I want to be wrong. Tides, the tides are all freaked out too. Nobody even mentioned this blood moon thing we just went through.
Yeah.
And I posted it, and I was watching the time lapse. And something big jumped in front of the moon, and it was briefly shown. And I went, I wonder what the hell that was. And of course, nobody even, they all just accepted it that, this new weird eclipse blood moon thing that, we've heard something about that similar, but it's suspect. Go back, people, watch it. It was a couple of days ago.
I watched it, Sam, and it was weird. Definitely.
It wasn't any blood moon I'd ever seen before. This was a red.
It turned black, and then that disappeared and it turned red, and then the totality happened. But something black. I mean, it was definitely.
It was weird. It was weird, and I haven't watched it enough to come to a summation, but I knew something was off, and I did post it, but I didn't go back to it, and I should have. So people do not accept.
In my area, I couldn't see anything.
Don't face value it. The 14th yesterday, we were supposed to have another crazy alignment and all of that, and
another rare one.
Eclipse
more rare events that have been happening every other month.
Yeah, every other day. Yeah, we're having them. We won't see another one until the year 2030, and meanwhile we got 8 new ones. And it keeps happening and happening. I think a lot of times they're just fudging on the truth and hoping we don't notice by their callous nature. Yeah, this happened, la 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 la, and so everybody buys into it, and then it's like the announcement of the second moon. Oh, speaking of which, the other night during that eclipse, I saw a very unusually shaped larger object behind the moon again from my front porch. And I've got to the point where I've even stopped reporting it because I've been doing it for so many years and no one listens. And we know there's another object behind the moon. We know that, what was it, about 2 months ago, we all saw the Skull asteroid behind the moon. And right about Halloween, everybody started seeing the Skull asteroid. And we saw it even a month beforehand. And NASA actually came out and announced, right just after Halloween, you should be able to see the Skull asteroid. And it's the only object out of that whole solar system that they even acknowledge exists. Because, yes, it is really freaky. And I imagine the number of phone calls that they get to the police. There's a giant skeleton skull in the sky, And I could just imagine. So they had to come out and talk about it because it was, September. We started seeing it in September. And we're still seeing it. Now it's getting smaller. And it's moving in a different area. But we see it regularly every week. A lot of people around the world have been studying it every week. It was on last week's show. Week show before that.
Right.
Halloween, yeah.
Okay. I thought we should. I feel like we should watch Jillian's pictures. Look at.
Yay.
I know it's getting late for her, so.
Before, let me interject there. Before I'm gonna have to sign off now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not working anymore, but my brother's been here since he's been in the hospital, so I gotta go check on him and I gotta do some laundry for him, make some dinner, all that stuff. Yes. But I'll be listening. Okay. Guys. And
glad you made me hungry again.
I understand. I'm glad you could make it today.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was definitely fun. It was doesn't feel like 5 hours. It's already been 5 hours.
Yeah,
5 hours. I can't believe it. I can't believe I've actually sat here with my on.
I can't either. It's so quiet.
You're not squeaking anymore, though, Jillian. Towards the end of the show, I guess you're not squeaking anymore. But all right, guys. Again. Thanks for joining.
Better now?
At the moment,
it was a great conversation. It was great hanging out. But we'll see you all next week.
All right. Good night.
I'll be listening.
See you during the week.
Bye.
Good night, guys.
Thank you, Jesus, for the.
Of course. And
good night, Jesus.
Let me know.
I'm still here. I'm just driving home.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Be safe, Tara. Good night, Jesus.
Bye, Jesus. Okay. All right. That was Tara talking. I was like, what is that noise?
Yeah, she said she's still at this. She's just driving home.
Okay, cool. All right. Got it.
I just got
probably trying to drive home or something.
I was pull away.
Are you driving now?
Yeah, well, it's I'm still blown away by those semi trucks getting blown over on the freeway.
Oh man. Many.
That carnage on that road that I was sent, those videos, it's just.
Yeah, I was just noticing on Facebook that it happened in Kansas, it happened in Texas. There was more than just one pileup, is what I'm saying.
It's a very big storm. This thing. Well, I think there was a close pass that caused that.
And
Because
poor
you don't get
Alana as
information
well.
of a
Alana was
hurricane on
talking
land
about the
unless something,
booming. Sorry.
Yeah. something pushed all of that
Yeah.
air. And they saw it coming. They know it's coming.
She's back.
And,
She's
the
back.
computer models know stuff that the meteorologists don't know.
This is my back porch, y'all. Like,
Oh, it
okay, that
is.
was
Let
quick.
me see. Oh, wow. You gotta be kidding. That's your back porch.
I told
Girl.
y'all I was meant to move here. Like,
Ah,
it's crazy.
why can't that be me?
Right?
Dang.
I know, right?
I get the west view.
Yeah, you do.
You people that live in
Wow.
I
flat
know. I have to
areas.
walk like 3 miles to get a view like that.
I
I'm even
know.
up
I
on a
know. I
hill.
know.
It's perfect. I'm up on about a 10-foot hill that gives me just a better view. The streets
want
down
that.
there.
Nice.
That is awesome. I'm happy for
Kinda-
you. That's so cool.
Kind of like the front
Yeah.
of my house. You just get it at the back.
And all of that dark area that you're seeing are passing planets, and
I
the
love
sky,
it.
the real sky is at the horizon.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. Like, I don't have to go anywhere to get pictures.
Yeah,
No,
you got home
no.
pretty quick too.
Yeah, it's like a half a mile away. I would have taken me
That's not
less time,
bad.
but there's construction. There's a detour.
Oh, cool.
So, yep. I had to pull
Okay.
myself away from this. It was crazy.
Yeah, I know how many times you've told us you live really close to where you're filming at, but in my head, I'm hearing you're driving home. I'm thinking you got a long way to go. I don't know.
It's literally across the highway. I don't know if y'all
That's
can
great.
see. There's like a QT over there, and there's a highway, and I'm on the other side. That's where
And
my
you didn't
lookout
get
is.
arrested.
That's
Nope.
great.
It's at a junior college campus here in
Okay,
Fort Worth.
cool.
In a little park. It has a like man-made lake or pond or whatever. It's really pretty, especially if you go
Nice.
around to the other side, but I never do. But yeah, I was meant to be here. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, what you filmed tonight was incredible.
Beautiful.
Rebecca,
All
I was
right.
going to ask
Yeah.
you, did you
Uh-huh.
see I don't know, it's a group member. They posted that they had been watching the ISS
Mhm.
Okay.
and they posted like 24 shots or
Yeah.
stills. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, it was sometime during the week. They had been watching some footage from the ISS, and they got quite a few pictures. And
Oh, I'd love to
Yeah.
see them.
yeah, they were
But
pretty
some
good.
of our little friends in them, Chris.
I think
I
some of
think
it
may,
was
I
blurry.
think maybe there we
Wait.
were saying maybe there's a possibility of the cube being out there, and
Oh.
like, you remember that
I
one,
did see
Rebecca?
those. Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Well,
I have
there
those.
was a lot of a blue planet. There was blue and white, but no green. I was like, is this Nibiru? Is this Yuri? Because there's
Right.
no green. I was like, is that actually facing
Let me get it. I'm sure I
What-
have it.
one of the
I remember a
other
very
planets?
bright blue intensity is coming from a Tim.
Yeah. And it all looks so much different when you see them, like that. But
Mhm.
they're undeniable once you do. It's awesome.
There's this one that I swear, yeah, me and you were talking about it. You posted on it, Rebecca. That's right, because you thought it. might have
Yeah,
been,
we did talk about
interesting.
that.
And I
Yes.
said maybe it's Nepicity because it looked green to me.
Yeah.
And you can
Right.
see asteroids in front of it, whatever it was.
I'll
Remember
find
the big
it.
three are on the left-hand side of Nepicity.
That's what I think it was. It was like amazing. I don't know who that was.
And
that
Nepicity
posted that.
is centralizing over the top of us come nightfall right now. Nepicity will be up above the sun, directly over the top of you, and Atu will be behind you, and
So
Yuri
that's why
will be
all our
beside
rain
you.
was at night.
Say that again,
Same
please.
times.
What'd you say, Rebecca? I mean, not Rebecca, Jillian?
Jillian, I didn't understand what you said.
At night, I was just kind of thinking out loud because I'm half asleep now. I was just wondering that at night, it seems like we get most of our rain, and you wouldn't even know. But you come out in the morning and go, oh, it's all wet because, it's happening at a specific time during the nighttime when you sleep.
She's getting really sleepy, so maybe we better show her photos,
Yeah, I was
Rebecca.
gonna say.
Yes. Let's
I'm
do
gonna
it.
sign off, y'all, and just be in the comments. I'm gonna watch.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
Tara.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
having
sharing.
me. I hope it
Of
was
course.
good for everybody to see.
Thank
It
you.
was
Good to see
awesome.
y'all. Thanks for having me on.
You too.
Nice work.
I'm
Nice
Good night,
work.
Sarah.
Do it.
Awesome
Bye.
work tonight.
I'll be in the comments.
Cool.
Okay, girl.
Okay.
All right. Let's download this. All right. Okay. Now I got it saved. All right. Here we go, guys. Let's see. Very good. Oh, cool. Isn't that weird looking?
Yeah, Jillian is the only one that can make a filter look like that too.
Yeah, yeah.
You can totally tell when she does that. It's like her specific signature with her photography. I think it's really cool, Jillian.
Yeah.
I think so. I just did it because I thought there has to be another way to see, like, show people, like, this is them. That's their tendrils and stuff up there. Because it will generally look fuzzy, and it's only our kind of eyes that know that stuff's up there. And look at that little hole right there. I mean, really?
Yeah, weird.
And the 3 stripes going across under the moon. Isn't that our friend, the lead object?
No, it would be on the other side. That was the bottom of Uri asteroid.
Oh.
Like Can and Lorraine and Peppy, probably.
What?
Oh.
Now, the clouds on the bottom are normal clouds. The clouds above is a planet.
It was just a big gray disc.
It's coming from the far left, so therefore you'd be looking at probably Nepesi on that last shot.
Look at
That
her.
looks like
Look
a
at your
spiral
town. It's
asteroid
so
trail
cool.
going across the sky. Yeah, you folks down at sea level, you sure get different clouds than we do up here.
That looks like 2 suns, man.
Oh, it's a light pinch.
Yeah. Kind of funky, isn't it?
I just caught myself
cool.
yawning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Like, wow, I'm surprised. Still got half my cup of coffee from this morning sitting in front of me. Ah, good cold coffee. Yum, yum, yum.
Snow.
Ocean-based clouds. And those are mountains, aren't they? Snowy.
Ah.
Yeah.
The Highlands of Scotland.
Oh, snow this morning when I came down Montgomery Drive.
Now you know why sheep grow heavy coats.
Yeah. I mean, it looks pretty cold there still, Jillian. Look at that.
After the fight of Uri.
Oh my God, that one's good.
Cutting into the sun all the way at the horizon.
Wow.
And then, this is that planetary shadowing I was talking about that's showing up on radar. We got illumination, but I mean, literally half of our planet is being knocked down in light intensity.
The blue, look at the purple at night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nighttime. How is it so bright?
Because Atu is above us and it's being facially illuminated and it's casting a huge purple hue. 3 lines again. Is that... Wow. Probably asteroids, smaller ones.
It's just crazy.
Uri again.
Yeah, it was glowing. It was just glowing.
Oh wow. You can just
Look at the curve there. It's like there's a shadow. Look, you can see it.
Another sidebar comment. I realized this morning I did the site drawing without my glasses on.
okay.
It's probably why I kept there as long as I did, And I didn't realize until after I walked them into the computer room and I set them down and I walked in and I said, "Where's my glasses?" And I went, "Oh yeah, they're in the other room." And I never even put them on. It's either a good
Going
thing
to
or
the
bad. I mean, I
block
was like not here this morning.
Hey, it's all right.
I went to the store and I hadn't even drank enough coffee. That's for sure. I shouldn't have, but I did.
Ah, wow.
Well, I did an errand for the girls first thing this morning to get it out of the way so I could take a nap in between. I didn't nap well at all.
Look at that. That one, Jillian, that last one of Yuri was almost comparable to that shot Philippe sent in a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you can't make this up, man. It all seems to just, you could put people's pictures one over the other.
Yeah.
And you could just see them match up. It's beautiful. I mean, that stuff was glowing and the sun was already done.
Mm-hmm. That's the tan asteroid in Matim.
Wow.
In shadow, like above the
Yeah, and the
glowing
sun
bit.
is actually behind the house, Eve, and below, already set. Not in this one, but
No, that was another night.
it's it's being cut off by Yuri. Yuri's clipping into the entire left-hand side of this.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
And Matim is light blue and above the sun to the right.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I saw it like a week and a half ago by eye, and I was just sitting there looking at land masses, and I went, oh my God, that thing got so big so quick. Blew me away how big Matim is becoming. And it's strange that it's on its way towards us, which is awesome. The last time we really watched Matim was all the way back in like 2015 and 2016 and 17. It was gone. Behind Yuri and heading towards Saru. And Saru went back early as well and disappeared. It was on the left for the first few years, and then it sank into the background.
Yeah, that was
Look at the
eclipse
clarity
night.
of
I don't
that
know why it
picture.
looked like that on eclipse night.
That is a strange view of the moon.
Right.
How did that happen?
Mm.
I don't think we've ever seen the moon from that far to the right.
Look at that.
The paw print is pointed downward,
Right? Mm-hmm.
and it's not the moon that's changing; it's Earth.
Whoa.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, tell me if there was something
Oh,
completely
look at you're right,
going
Sam.
on
Look at the paw
with that
print. It's
eclipse
completely
and the blood moon. Yeah, there's something going on besides what they were telling us. We've never seen this view of the moon before.
look at that. Whoa.
Something's wrong in the neighborhood.
Because it shouldn't be that much more tipped over just because she's more in
Right,
the northern
no.
hemisphere, right? No.
We've
I
all
mean,
got,
very, very slightly, but not that much of a.
yeah. Only when you're down below in the southern hemisphere do you see it differently. Because I think to
Right.
them, I've never even checked, but I think it's upside down compared to what we see up here. Just point of view.
Right.
They're standing on the bottom of the ball, and we're on the top of the ball. I mean that But then we can go into what the flat earthers believe, and that's going to give me a headache. So I'm not going there.
Yeah, the firmament.
Yeah, the firmament. Yeah, I love that. Oh God, those
I love
people.
that word.
Oh, what's crazy is they will fight you over these opinions.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, oh my God. My favorite two words: stellar rounding. And
Have you seen
you're a
the
planet,
other
you're
stuff?
round.
Have you seen where they've got this circle and the circle is flat, still a circle, but it's got all these names of things outside the wall.
Yeah. I've seen some of that information, and I just, it's like I don't memorize any of it because I'm too busy laughing and grabbing a tissue to wipe the tears.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, since we're bucking science, why don't we go all the way back to before Copernicus in the 1400s? Earth is the center of the universe, and oh my God. And we can look that up in the Bible, Not any Bible I know, but bad joke. But
Yeah.
oh, my ears are ringing so loud, it's insane. And there's a rumble I'm hearing outside. The other night, I thought I heard the earth tone rumbles again coming from the south, and I thought that's weird. I've never heard it coming from the south before. It's always been from the north. And I heard it the other day, and it was just barely out there. But I like, wow, I'm hearing that again. That woo, woo, it's just. And today it's cycling. My ears are ringing in cycle side to. It's like somebody's playing on an old Led Zeppelin album, and they're moving the gain from right to left back in the stereo button. And
That's funny.
yeah, I was trying to take a nap, and it was just so loud, it was annoying. And that's why I was kind of, seasick again, a little nauseous. It wasn't bad, but I was noticeably slightly nauseous all day from whatever's going on with the sound. And right now it is so loud up here in Montana.
Blackout on every time you've seen somebody talking about the Schumann resonance, they had big gaps and it's
Right.
blackout.
Stacy in eastern Montana up there by Great Falls, Stacy Sandlin, she was on a guest on the show a week or two ago. She had commented that she was hearing the sky sounds as well last week. So some tones and sounds, and there's a lot going on, and I'm in awe that this should have gone viral so long ago. And perhaps it does scare people. I don't know.
Well, what's the time now? How many hours?
It
I
is
better go to bed. Jeez,
30 my time. I know, girl.
In a wee while, I'll be
Hey.
putting that uniform on without having slept.
No.
Hours.
Go to bed. Go to bed.
That's quite long for me. 5 hours and 27 minutes.
I know. Yeah, 5.5 hours.
I've been sleeping
Especially-
only 4 lately, so
Especially sitting in the corner.
we've been doing this so long, and my rush to get up and be first at the news before anybody else for so many years, which I don't do anymore. I used to get up at like 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning so I could make sure that I got every fresh bit of news I could get out before anybody else. And I am,
So did you feel different this time doing the picture, Sam? Because now you've done you were showing us the view from
Well,
over.
I'm still getting used to the double page thing, and I drew in Matim first thing, and then I sat there. I got distracted by the cat and the ghosts, but I was also not wearing my glasses, and I was just trying to make sure because I didn't get a lot of work done this week per se by actually going outside and seeing planets because I was robbed by the weather and the snow and all the clouds that if you look on the map of weather, Montana in my area has been under clouds all week. And so I was like extra sitting then pondering on purpose to make sure that I do it right. Because I do not want to make a mistake. And because I could have, 15 years of accuracy and one day of mistake that could shoot down my whole legacy, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
And I'm sure there will come a time when I'm goof up and maybe fall out of the loop entirely, but I dread that.
Here's
But
a hope,
that's a
Mom.
possibility. So I pondered it, and I did it without my glasses. Maybe that had a lot to do with it. I don't know, and the cat and all that. And I was really tired today. I was just
How short-sighted are you? Are you short-sighted or?
actually, I have I Farsi. Believe it or not, I can. I have 2250. So I see at 250 feet what people see at 20 feet. And I when I was hunting as a kid, look at those elk up on the mountain. And these people go, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, that herd of elk right there. What are you talking about? No, there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'd count all the herd up on the mountain.
That's
And
wild.
I see the black dots, but I don't know what you're looking. Oh yeah, that's an elk. And I went through my whole life. I was like 37 before I found out that I actually needed glasses.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, well, because
Right.
I
And
see
then you
better-
put
I
them
see
on and
better
you're like,
than
oh,
everybody.
wow. It's like, yeah.
I always wanted to sit at the back of the class, and my teachers
Yeah.
made me sit up front because they wanted to watch me because I was an impossible child, and very hyperactive and easily distractible, and usually smarter than my teachers, and they didn't like that. Anyway, yeah, I got thrown out of every school I ever went to.
Yeah.
Did you have to stand up in front and write on the notice board, "I will not talk in class"?
Oh
Right.
God, many a time. We when we had detention, we actually had to copy out of the Bible.
Probably know quite a lot of verses then, eh?
I don't know how many stuck over the years, but yeah, I've copied a lot of the pages of the Bible. I've read different Bibles
That's
as
good.
well. I have quite a collection. Yeah, my family was highly religious when I was a little child, and wearing holy clothes and all of that, and then my father lost his belief in the church that they were part of, and then he turned to Buddhism and the American Indians and stuff, and he started that pathway for many years. And then when we'd talk, he'd hand me books rather than talk to me. So he wouldn't read this, and then we'll talk, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
So that's
teenager,
the
you
thing.
bother me. That
If
here's
you've got a really clever kid, it's actually
I
a really
went through
good
that too.
thing.
well, my
Here's the
mom
book.
referred to me as Mr. Know-It-All, so
Well,
either for better or worse or both.
Yeah.
All right.
well, let's not all
All
go
right.
to bed because I have to go to work tomorrow.
Good night,
All
Jillian.
right,
Good
Jillian.
playing
Jillian.
with you guys.
Good
Like,
night.
Rest well
don't put down the
before
toys
work.
now.
We'll see
Oh
you
yeah,
in a
How's the
week.
this
blessings?
toy.
Yeah.
Like a little globe.
What is it?
Slancha, whatever.
Okay.
No, look, it's an earth.
Oh, cool.
Oh, a little globe.
Bed knobs and
Yes.
broomsticks. It's
Right.
a magic orb.
You need to
for-
put it on the end of a staff or something.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, one of my
That'd be cool.
favorite movies as a kid was Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, and they had one of those. And by those, by the way, are
I'll be
not
like
cheap.
Gandalf, man. I'll go. Thou
Right?
shalt not have.
Yeah, yeah, those are not cheap. Those crystals that big are usually well over $150.
Yeah, I know. It was one of these things that I found for £4 in the charity shop.
Whoa, boy, did you get a deal! Yeah, now have somebody in your area find you an oak staff, and then mount it to an oak staff, and that way it'll stay screwed in and won't break. Or hickory or something, a good solid hardwood, and then get some crafty guy to mount it for you. And there you
Gorgeous,
go.
though, isn't it? I mean, I couldn't resist it.
Have your Scottish walking stick.
Right?
Well, it's the one
Your
thing I got.
shillelagh. Shillelagh might be Irish. I don't know.
I don't know. I'll go look that one up.
Okay. Good night, Jillian.
Night,
Good
guys.
night. We'll see you
Good
during the week.
night.
Yeah, both.
Yep. See you in a week.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need
Or-
help?
Yeah, I'm probably in
Yeah,
a couple
okay.
of hours.
Make
I'll
her
need help
go
getting out of
away.
bed too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Bye, girl. Bye, bye.
Bye bye.
There she goes. Bye,
Great.
Jillian.
Night.
All right. Here we are. 3 of us now. Yes. Andy sent me a few pictures, so let's look at those real quick. I don't know if he's
Okay,
still
cool.
on
Yeah.
or not,
Hey.
Andy
but
sent me a bunch of stuff this week, and I just
Andy,
was so busy
in
all
the
at the same
UK.
time. I had so many
mean-
people talking to me. I mean, I'd look the whole
That
bottom of my computer was
Yuri.
filled with people talking to me. It was a great week.
Cool.
yes, that's awesome. I love it.
I did send you that
Just
link
like
of that one
Jillian.
guy yesterday, Rebecca, that does want to visit
Yeah,
as a
Tony.
time guest or something.
We're
I'm not
planning on
sure.
next Saturday. Next Saturday.
I'm not sure of his intent or his affiliation, but we can give him the benefit of the doubt and see
Oh,
what he has to
I
say.
feel good about it. I feel good about it.
Okay.
I went
Okay.
through his Facebook page, and I mean, he's here every week, and
Cool.
he's active in my group, and I don't. If he wasn't
Yeah, right.
a believer, he wouldn't be as interested to
Right. Well,
talk
yeah.
to you
And,
or be
the
on the
whole
show.
premise is to get everybody on the same page
Right.
and add more sister
Right.
sites and spread the word. And
And what else? Like a long time
Wow.
ago, he shared your drawing, and that tells me something. That
Yeah,
he shared your drawing. He believes, Sam. He does.
I just,
So
I just hope everybody picks up on this because we are not guessing. And I firmly believe that. And, we have gathered all of this information, God, since they were tiny. It's just amazing that it used to be a little dot in the sky. And then now here we are, 15 years later. and now they're the entire sky, and the rest of the sky is just a dot in comparison. They switch places, and they're so big now. It's just spooky.
Right.
I can't wait to see what this summer in Saturn's yellow moon, because remember, guys, in 2020, Atu's moon was so over the top of us, it was insane. And we should see that again very soon this summer of Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh, wow.
She's like, going to be right in our faces. It already is, and it's just going to get bigger. And here we go. I mean, this is just going to be insane. It already is, but it's going to be more insane. So I'm looking forward to
this
it.
whole last year, just by what I've seen since I started in October of 2023, watching Saturn's yellow moon, like, let's talk about last February when you drew that, when you made your drawing of it passing over the upper right side of the sun, and without a doubt, it did it for at least 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It pretty much for a solid week it did it, and then on and off for almost 2 months. It kept doing it. It was just incredible.
And then right after that, Saturn's yellow moon got really big.
Right. Yep.
And that was that transition of placement and why it was crossing in front of our sun.
It's just been incredible to watch all of that play out.
Well, I just, anymore it's become the staple. The first thing I look for is that ion tail. It's like, it's been my go-to. And then, of course, now I'm also looking for Matim on the other side and the cut-in of Matim, because that's my new excitement, is watching Matim coming in. Something we really haven't ever really got anything close view of. And from what I can understand and see is she's heading straight for us. So this should be a really interesting summer on sightings. And I just got to stay on top of all of it. No matter what, my addiction starts slapping veins. It's a bad joke, but
Yeah, there's Tara's picture.
This one.
Yeah. Okay. So
I pondered over this for a good 30 minutes, and I wrote something, and then I went back and deleted it.
I thought it was. I finally went with the tan asteroid.
You're right.
Yeah. Because
I had originally first thought it was Matim because how big it is, but Matim is what's cutting into the left of the sun behind it, so it can't be anything other than the tan asteroid. And look at the smooth surface of the tan asteroid.
Well, it's because she had two, and then another lady in Canada had
one.
Was
a lens flare. The first, that's a lens flare.
Okay.
That is look at the little shafty lines. That's a lens flare.
Okay. I was thinking maybe like a little illumination on the yellow moon.
But I doubt it. Okay. That is, it's
okay. So this is from Canada, from I'm not. Is it
okay? Now look in the left corner.
Yeah.
That is again the tan asteroid, but this is a pinch. There's light pinching out from underneath. That's causing that lens puff.
I mean, okay. Tara is pointing out that her and this. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name.
I could be wrong. It could be Matim cutting in.
I mean, look, we got Tara and we got Raquel.
Okay, those are separate pictures. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know, Texas and Canada.
Okay, well, I could be wrong. It could be. All right, if that's the tan asteroid, then a smaller asteroid immediately close to it would be Lorraine. But then I really think that Matim is large enough that it is still cutting in from the left, which is what the haloing is.
Yeah.
Or the blue refractive cutoff refraction is.
Wow.
But that could
blue
be
asteroid. I mean, it's pretty big.
It's almost too big to be Lorraine. It could. Hey, wait a minute. It could be the skull.
Whoa.
Because remember, right now, currently the skull asteroid is right next to and behind the tan asteroid. So
look at that.
Okay, that we figured it out. It's the skull asteroid. That's where
really.
It's yeah.
Look at that. Wait a second.
This.
I mean, zoom into it.
That's also the skull asteroid. Yeah.
Look at Tara again, and
skull asteroid.
really zoom into Tara's Look at that.
I am going to.
It's smiling.
Okay, I'm just.
I mean, you can really see it.
Stop it.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it just dawned on me. Okay, what is immediately close to the tan asteroid? Duh, the skull asteroid.
But we've never seen
Whoa.
the skull to the right of the sun.
Well,
That's to the
remember
right to me.
Remember that Uri is actually moving, occasionally cutting off, and and it's entirely possible
We're
in
gonna
the
zoom
orbit
in.
rotation of Uri as it's changing. Okay, now we have to look where the sun is coming
Yeah, it's
from.
like
Okay, duh.
it's like the sun is here and Yuri like crosses into the sun a lot
Right,
now.
correct. And then if that
the asteroids are coming in like this,
correct,
so it seems possible that they can cross over the sun like
right,
that.
yeah,
It's
right, in
wild.
our view.
God, it just makes your head want to spin around and pop
Oh,
off.
yeah, and and this is how I go through the process. You just got to chip away at it,
I can't
and then
believe
you have to go size, location, color. Well, that can't be this. It has to be that. It has to be this. No, it can't be that. And I go through all of that regularly. Yeah, the skull asteroid and the tan asteroid, and the edge of Uri cutting in with Matim somewhere in the mix.
I'm blown away.
I mean,
I'm
Rako's
zooming
almost looks
in.
like
If you look at the secondary behind it, you can see the skull eyes.
right.
That's what I'm
Especially
looking
on
for. I'm
Paris.
looking for something. Let's see. Okay, I darkened him. We'll take a closer look. We're gonna look closer. Bear with me. But
Okay.
I'm blown away. Honestly, I would never have ever thought that. And I'm trying to figure out why you think that again. I mean, because I don't
we
see
know
a
that
face.
we know that the skull asteroid is nearby the outview of the tan asteroid for a week now. And if you notice that the shape of this looks almost like a guitar pick or a flower petal, and it looks like the jaw of the skull, and then the above in the back is the eye sets. So I see those.
All right. Oh, I darkened him. Let's take a closer look here. And I'm going to put him side by side.
Okay.
If I can. Yeah, I can.
She's so good at this.
Yeah.
We got to,
I'd be
do
lost.
our science here. Do our science work. Let's
Well,
see.
my Understanding the Sky series, I actually knew what I was doing, and it's been so long I couldn't even do it
Stop.
today.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm sure I could. I just have to relearn new stuff, and I get my tech guy over here and have him teach me the ABCs.
No, you just have him do all of it.
Well, there you go.
And then make all this good stuff,
Yeah.
and then you just teach
Toss
it
him a
off
20. He'll be happy.
that. Right?
Like
a 25-cent piece right
Yeah,
now.
that's the last time when I had to hook up my new microphone and new camera, I had to actually have him come over because I couldn't figure it out.
Oh, man.
And I handed him a $20 bill, and I said, $20 if you fix this for me. And he fixed it in like about 15 seconds. It's like,
Good.
oh boy, that feels stupid.
Yeah, he made bank. Okay, so here they are side by side. I don't know if this makes any difference or not, but there they are.
Yeah, I think the skull's in the background there.
I have never seen the skull there. I'm just like, I'm like confused, but
Well, it
I'll
depends.
keep my eye out.
They were recent this week, weren't they?
yes.
It is odd. It's the only thing size-wise it could be.
Could
But
it?
there's nothing
not-
there. that's
Okay, could it be the
blocking.
lead object?
No.
That's process
That's
elimination.
going
there.
down at a higher angle below the sun.
Right. I mean, I've not seen really anything in that spot.
Size-wise,
Am I
it could be the
looking?
lead asteroid, but I don't see the stripe. I see the eye sockets before I see the stripe. Or it's two stripes. Lead asteroid has two stripes.
I know. And it's not the
And
blue.
the shadowing, I
Could
don't
it be
see
the
any
blue?
of that.
The blue asteroid? Could it be? No.
No, this is way too big to be the blue asteroid.
Okay. Not the green. No.
No, that's
See, there's
farther over to
nothing
the
else
right.
left. Okay.
Yeah,
so
there's
something is
nothing
weird.
else
What about
left.
Casper? Could it be Casper?
Casper's smaller.
Yeah. Okay. That's all that's left.
Yeah. And there's not a very large asteroid next to the tan asteroid. And in these shots, we were seeing the tan asteroid to the left. So this has got to be something behind, farther back from the tan asteroid, and the only thing in that area is the Skull asteroid. Because that illuminated object to the left of the sun there in that last photograph was literally the tan asteroid. And we know that Matim is cutting into the light flare behind it. And if we look up above this shot, there's this rounded thing in the middle of the halo, which is where the Skull asteroid would be.
So, okay, these two are Terras. So this is not the same object. These are two. This is not like an object here and then it moved and now it's there.
No, they're
okay.
Similar in placement and they're not moving that quickly. The Skull asteroid doesn't move that quick in comparison, like the Texas cube, which is farther closer to us, but yet in the out view moves much quicker than the planets or the bodies of the asteroids that are closer.
What about? I mean, because it looks like there's a cube.
The only other thing it could be is the big three asteroids. If this was Nepacity based, that dark area was Nepacity, because
that
there are three asteroids in the big three asteroid group on the left-hand side of Nepacity that could be cutting into the light. But I don't see three objects. I only see the tan asteroid in the upper left and this rounded just above the sun object.
Right.
It's not perfect science, but and this, if you notice, there's a white cloud that has a secondary bright illumination, and that could be that extra asteroid in front of the chin of the Skull asteroid. It's small enough and in the right place. Now, if that wasn't there, then I would say, okay, maybe it isn't the Skull asteroid. But there's that secondary asteroid that's in front of the chin of the Skull asteroid. And if you look, the eyes almost look demonically close and looking down on the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to keep our eyes out for that spot, top right. Be on the lookout for more of these.
Yeah, and of course, the last week
start comparing.
we saw a bunch of this as well, but it was higher up. And it was just definitely viewable in front of Atu and Atu's moon in the facial illumination.
I mean, the statistical likelihood of that happening with her photo and the woman's photo from Canada, like this, it has to be an object, not a lens. It has to be astronomical. That's not a coincidence.
I did blow them off originally as light anomalies in the photograph, but I take it back.
Yeah. That's okay.
I
mean, we've been, once you start seeing, like Tara just said, she saw somebody else. She was just scrolling and saw somebody else with the same thing that she caught. We didn't put it together until she, pointed it out. So, interesting. I love it. I'm going to be looking for more of these, really. I'm going to start a collection of, I'm not sure, maybe Skull asteroid file.
And just like Sam said, the smoothness of the tan asteroid too, right? I mean, this is really cool.
Wow.
You don't see, that's just not normal. It's not.
Okay, I have a very important picture to show you all. Hang on a second.
We're not always definitive. We can leave things hanging for further study. Well, we don't have to be absolute. Hello, kiddos. Mom, another selfie. Oh, okay.
And then I took this one about 30 minutes ago or so. So there's actually 3 cats there. There's Mittens, and then the little gray one's Little Runt, and then to the left is Sabrina, and they're all, cuddled. I thought that was sweet. And for so long that everybody hissed at Mittens. I mean, it took her a long time to, earn everybody's affection from the other cats, and now look at them. She's one of them now. So
good.
I know, Michelle. And then look who's here. Ta-da! It's Christoper.
Little shit.
Phil.
I can't believe it. Sweet. I can't believe I have an animal in the house again. How did that happen? Look at him. He's like, "What do you want from me?"
I know. You're lucky to have me.
I know, right? He's a
man.
good cat. He's pretty cool.
I believe it.
He's really, you wake up, he's laying on your face. He's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. I wake up. I mean, anytime I'm sitting down, they're like on me somewhere in my lap, or when I
Buried in
wake up,
crap.
they'll be all around me. So it's cute. It is cute. All right. So, what else do we have to do? Oh,
Geez, we're down to the cat pictures.
I know that was just
Oh man.
we couldn't miss out. But
There you
speaking of the lady in Canada, I wish I could pronounce her name. I'm going to bring it up here in a second. I made a slideshow of some of her pictures because I'm a fan. She just, her and her husband both are in our groups, yours and mine, Sam.
Okay.
And yeah, they're for sure on board, and they're super talented.
We have some awesome Canadian members.
Yeah. So I made a slideshow of some of her captures, and I thought we could look at it. So let me get it pulled up here. Yeah. And then I think I saw Nicole has a file ready for us, a file of her not her picks, but picks she selected. So,
And by the way, Canadians, what our government is doing is not necessarily the opinion of our people.
Right. Yes, Tara, she really is, and she's super talented. She's like an artist. Like she has like puts her art in art shows and galleries, and really talented lady. So it's nice. Okay, what Esther Colette? Oh, he heard Canada. He's on board now. He said, "Oh, might be doing the election." Okay, yeah, Esther Colette is in Canada. All right, that caught his ear. All right, well let's get Raquel. I know I'm probably not saying that right, but don't you hate it when you don't know? Okay.
Right. I mean,
I'm
I
like,
can't. I've tried to learn a different language. I've tried learning Spanish. I've tried, getting at it.
Yeah. That's her name. I think I misspelled it. Oh God. I think I did.
Right.
Oh well. What's done is done.
Wow.
I love her pictures. I do
Look
love
at that. That's great.
I gotta fix it.
Wow. Oh, look at that.
Yes.
I've been seeing that a lot this week where, you get this, almost like the top rounding of, another body. It's wild.
Right.
Just like this. Oh, yeah.
That's a good one too.
Wow. Oh.
Right. I mean, definitely pinching.
Yeah.
I mean, long box cube. Maybe I see a rectangle right there. Usually, when
Radiation
crafts
flare,
pinching the
something.
sunlight, it does create a disturbance in an appearance like that.
Boy, something's cutting in there on the upper
like
right.
that, like that. That's what. Yes, yes.
Magnitude of the light cutting through in those rounded waves. That's probably where the second star is, or the blue asteroid, or something like that. I am looking for the second star to be on the right-hand side. It shouldn't be. It should be on the left.
Okay.
But, oh my God, if it is. Ion tail. In this side of a Saturn.
Wow.
Okay, this is the bottom of Atu. Atu's moon because the light's coming from the right. That's easy to call. This, oh boy. This looks like the bottom of Nepesity.
Yes, it's back. It's back above the sun.
Yeah, it's going over the sun
wait.
again. Yeah, in the center.
I love it. I love it there. Above the
That's
sun.
when she also does those nasty
Oh,
close
this
passes
picture
and
is
rain
incredible.
bombs too. So
Yeah.
and these are rainbow asteroid debris fields in front of the sun. Side of Uri. Boy, if I don't put this cheese away, I'll eat the whole block.
Uh-oh. No, no, that's not good.
It's too Gouda.
Oh, Gouda. Oh,
Good old Dutch cheese.
yeah.
Be right back.
Okay, Sam. Look at that. Yellow moon. Wow. That's Isatum, that dark area that's those lines. It's
Wow, look at
Again.
that.
Isatum. Well, it's moon in front, but still.
Oh, yeah.
And that one. It could be a long box cube there too, because it does make lines like that.
Depending on which side of the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, that was to the
once
right.
you wrap your head around, once you see it for yourself happening over and over again like this,
Look at her
and you start
pictures.
seeing it all over the world, it's just, this is incredible.
Yeah, and that's not a normal sky. Even if it was just clouds, that's not normal.
No. I mean, it's the new normal. It's normal now, but
Normal now.
right? Not the normal,
Not the 1970s Western movie, no.
right. Now I got my eyes peeled for that orb, top right of the sun.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll find more.
I keep checking for it. And I'm wondering, are we going to see? Now they are seeing it in the southern hemisphere far better than we are, because the outview angle is different, and this is where most of the reports to date have come from, is that there's an object that's equally illuminated as the sun, smaller object to the right of the sun and below in some cases and above in others. But we've had 10 or so good sightings, but we're still, waiting to see more. And it's entirely possible we're going to end up like the ending of Star Wars movie, where we actually do see the two suns as they leave. That is the bottom of Nepesity again. And she's getting smaller too, and going back to her old ways and old shape and old base cloud, and the open core and all of that. We'll see all of that happening again. Pine forest and maple trees. Yeah, look at that light inaccuracy. The light is being pinched, and you can see that there's something wrong with the light. Wow, I think really Matim is starting to cut in. See that black circle above the sun?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, dark blue.
Wow.
I shouldn't have said black. I should have said blue.
Like that's Nepesity and Saru. You could see it.
Yep, and the double line on the bottom is Saru base cloud.
Let's go back just a second.
That's the side of Uri and the asteroid, the tan. Yeah.
Like you
See,
can
see
see
the
it.
core, the orangey sort of core above the sun.
Yeah.
Big old Saru's core.
Nice.
And that's the side of Urian asteroids. And right there above the tree, the skull asteroid was visible.
Oh no. Let's go see. I gotta see it.
Yeah.
Oh, now of course I see it just fine, right in the middle. Look
Yep,
at him.
and
He's
the
little.
tan asteroid in the middle, just above the trees to the left, and then the skull asteroid is just above the center trees to the side, to the right. And you can see its little shape, and its little outcropping that
Look at him.
the gas or the trail eddies always come off the top of its head.
Uh-huh. I love that one. Okay. Now I know the skull is little bitty right now. It's little.
It's getting smaller because Uri is rising up. That's definitely Matim cutting in,
I think we lose somebody.
fragmenting the light. I can't wait to see how big Matim is going to get. And then Saru is going to be right behind it. And then she's going to be over the top of us, and we could probably see land masses. Who knows?
I can't wait.
Wave at all the people up there on their little
Right.
islands and continents and less deep oceans. And there again, yeah. Look at the white thing above the sun. That looks like the asteroid in front of the skull asteroid. Boy, is the light wrong with that. And again, see the orange? That means something's cutting in, which is probably Matim on the upper left. Asteroids and skull asteroid. It's the top center, slightly left. Coming out of the darkness around into the light to scare little children with all of their might. I still to this day wonder if that thing is carved or if it's got to be carved. Was it set up there and carved to scare generations of humans? I don't know. But there's some really,
Yeah.
an actual asteroid that looks like a freaking skull. And we've got hundreds of pictures of it over the years.
I wish we had like a time machine. We could go back to when it was created or,
Yeah.
know
Or,
the truth
find a
about
nice
it.
old book in a nice old, outer worldly library that we could read. Translate it, for human dummies, Nibiru's Guide to the Planets for Dummies. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Printed 800 BC, The Tourist Traveler Guide. Yeah, look at that. Rainbow. That's debris. That's probably the spiral asteroid straight cloud.
Wow.
Now remember, in the spiral asteroid, there are actually two objects, and that's why it creates the spiral, because they concentrically orbit as they travel, thus leaving that long spiral trail behind them. And we watched that for about 8 years, and it was really teeny tiny in the original start, and we barely even noticed it. And then, everybody was blaming the straight clouds as the lead asteroid was skirting right over our atmosphere for years. And then followed behind it was this smaller one. And now the lead asteroid is much higher and going over the top of us and around the other direction. And so that the just off the deck, close passing asteroid is the spiral. And its little sister.
Okay. Wow.
And that is probably the bottom of Nepacity again, because the light is behind us. Yeah, every time I see this.
There that what is, yeah.
Yeah.
That was it. All right. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Nice. All right.
Yes. Merci.
Okay, Chris. What is out there? What do you see in Vegas?
No, I mean, it's
Nothing.
I think the yellow moon and all that's right there, but it's.
Oh,
I don't
well,
know
let's
if you
look
guys are gonna see
closer.
it or not.
Oh, there's something there. Hang on. Let me make it bigger. Okay.
You know, but
I
the
can
street
blow it up,
lights are
too.
on, and it's just.
Hey, Sabrina. Oh, are you going? I didn't know she was here.
Hey.
Okay. All right. Well, bye, Sabrina, if you're leaving. Oh, sorry, Tara. I just saw that. I just shared Rako's video on my group in case anybody wants to see it again.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was noticing it when I was sitting in the backyard. It looked really good, but the sunset fast and everything's starting to dim down, so there's not really much. I mean, you can't really see it now. But it is doing that, you know, illumination of everything underneath the planets. It's just wild.
Which also proves that they are there.
Right. Well,
Because
the
you
fact
see
that
light,
you can see,
light blue skies as the sun sets.
right.
and-
I can see the yellow moon, and you can see the outline of the lead object, kind of. Because you can see the band. You can see the band exactly how Sam's talking about, how the lead object is coming back around. You're saying it's going back towards the sun, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I see.
And that's the first time
Okay.
we've had it going like that in any of the view all the way from the beginning. It's always been on the left, and it
Okay.
moved to the middle, then it moved to the middle, and then just in the last 6 months it went over to the right, and now it's turning the other direction, which just totally says yes, the lead asteroid is definitely attached to Atu.
Thanda is here. Thanda.
Hey,
She's
how you
here.
doing?
Made it. Yeah. She only has 6 hours to catch up on. He'll be all right. So
Hey, you'll be all right.
Yeah. I'm happy
You
you're
know.
here, Thanda. You know who I'm concerned about? I'm going to message him is Alexander. He's not been on
Yeah.
the last 2 weeks.
Hope he's
Yeah.
feeling well.
So me too. I'm concerned because that's not like him. So.
Hope it wasn't anything I might have said.
I don't think
Right,
you did
no.
say anything wrong, Sam.
I don't think so either.
Oh, it's my lifetime, you know. I mean, I sometimes put my shoe in my mouth and don't even know it.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, that happened.
Yeah,
That
young
happened.
girl size 11s.
Oh man.
Wide.
Yeah.
Like not
right?
again.
Oh my God, you have a size 11 shoe. I can't talk to you anymore.
I know.
You
I
know.
know.
Actually, I wear a size 11 too. So
Oh, I can't talk. No, I can't.
I-
A size 11.
That's
See,
not-
that's like it's the little weird things that we say that
oh man, it's great.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
who
yeah.
knows what.
Well, you never know anymore in this world. I mean, lately, I've been yelled at for less. So, wow.
I know it's weird, and then you got friends you've known for, you know,
Oh, yeah.
20, 30 years, and all of a sudden it's like they can't, they won't talk to you, and it's like,
He's
what
that
did I
crazy
say?
Nibiru guy.
Right?
Okay,
It's
here's
weird.
Pictures. Okay, so I'm pulling up these pictures from Nicole.
Okay. We'll get
I
through
am
them.
tall, Tara. I know. I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11".
Okay.
So yeah, that's why she's like, you got giant feet. You have to be tall. I know. And I forgot how Jillian is. She's tiny. Jillian's like 5'2" or something. You know,
Yeah.
we were laughing one day how we like funny side by side. She's tiny. So okay. 4'8".
So you're like
yeah.
her Nibiru to her Matem.
That's me. I know. Oh man, it's great. Okay, I got her pictures ready to show, but I do need to go. I just need to go refill my drink really quick. I don't have anything to drink, so
Okay.
let me go grab a
Just
drink
your
really
turn to
fast.
talk then.
Yeah, he could do that, or I can play something in the background, whatever you want. I'll just be gone.
Yeah, play a video or something.
What? Okay, let's do that. Let me find one. I have. Oh, you know what? I do have one from last week. We didn't get to show yet. Hang on.
Great.
It's called Cool Clouds.
Cool clouds.
Okay. Cool.
Just some random clouds I found. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
See what I mean? All right,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Cool cloud.
Wow, look at that illumination.
Beautiful.
I bet you were looking at the bottom of his Saturn, because that is his Saturn red if I ever saw it. Boy, look at that. Oh, God, that's...
Wow.
That's 1, 2, 3 base cloud, a close pass.
Wow.
That's a close look at, I mean, the ground reaching. And people, that's a planet.
Wow.
That's not just a storm cell. That's a green planet. 1, 2, 3. We count the rings.
You know, the picture probably doesn't do that any justice. It's probably so tall.
Massive, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Look at that thing move, too. And it's just coming at them.
Hey, can anyone tell me what this
Oh,
is?
cool. Whoa.
Illuminated. That is the spiral asteroid in illumination.
Wow.
That's
That spiral asteroid is something else.
There's the moon. And so, yeah, we're going to be seeing more of this
Look at
illumination.
that.
That's the ion illumination of one of the asteroids. And this is the bottom illumination of most likely is Saturn's yellow moon. Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's being illuminated from underneath after sunset. And that shows you that these objects are right there. That's probably the lead asteroid. Again, these are asteroids that's the tan asteroid is dead center top. And the skull is to the right and up there as well. And see the red blip?
Yes.
Yeah. Asteroids being illuminated after sunset, people. It's a hell of a sky show. I mean, and it's only going to get better at night. And of course, they're talking about their auroras and everything that are happening regularly. And I think that has a lot to do with the planets. Okay, this again is the lead asteroid, and we're looking at it from underneath, and it's going vertical. Now, this is probably somewhere in the Caribbean.
Wow.
That's Uri cutting off the top. That white line is the planet. That's the sun shining underneath Uri. Okay, the light is coming from the left. And everything underneath that planet is dark. That's probably Nepacity again. And I truly believe that storm that we just had go through the country today and last night is this. See the green? This isn't just a supercell, people. This is bigger. Right, yeah, look up. Dude, look up. Always film above that base. Look up. You'll see a planet up there. Yeah, when was the last time we had normal lightning like that? Never. Yeah, this is Nepacity. And you need some good choir music to go along. Again, close past Nepacity. Look at what's above it. Unbelievable. And yet people don't see these. Bigger than any supercell we've ever seen in our lives, people. There again, spiral asteroid base trail. Am I the only one here?
I'm back.
Okay.
I had checked on little guy. Little
Your shoulder
Theodore.
pet.
I know. He's not been feeling good. And he needed his nose wiped and his eyes wiped. And
Oh,
you
poor
want to sit here with me?
baby.
I know. I thought he'd be lonely. He was lonely in the kitchen by himself. He needed to come see us.
Okay, I'm tipping my head.
There he is.
Bottom of necessity core again. See the
There he
snorkel
is.
forming?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I do. I know it's Theo. Yeah, he's purring.
There you
So that's a good sign. Yeah.
There again, the snorkel. See how it's getting smaller because it is actually rising up. And yet the close pass is still a really nasty close pass.
He's a good baby. He's a good little guy.
I think we lost Christoper. I can't tell
He's so
behind me.
happy we showed up. All right, let's see. Oh, he is there. Thanks for. I didn't notice. He's back.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Wow.
Look at that. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Looks like a Star Destroyer coming right out of one of those things.
Wondering why the sky is split.
Because half of it is a planet and the other half isn't.
Broken. And everybody knows something's fishy, don't you?
Wow.
Fishy, ain't it?
It's fishy, ain't it?
First time I ever seen it. That's right. Normal.
That's the side edge of Uri.
Everyone is looking up, wondering
Wow.
why the sky is split.
Right there.
Man.
Because that straight edge is a planet.
Broken.
Yeah.
And everybody
Too bad we
knows
weren't invited to that
something's fishy,
barbecue.
don't you? Fishy, ain't it?
Yeah, you know, God, I've been doing the pulled pork barbecue suffering. I wish I had something.
Right?
I need to find a new restaurant that makes that stuff.
That. Whoa.
Or get a decent recipe, one of the two. Yeah, that's, close past. These are these supercells that are coming through and wiping out everybody, and they're calling it a storm when it's not. It's more.
Like, could that be Uri? Or
No,
I mean, it looked like it's to the left of the sun.
It's necessity snorkeling.
Okay.
And it is moving in a close pass. It's beyond us. It moves from some south to north.
Whoops, that one. Okay, because I'm just checking. Maybe you're right. It's just so illuminated. I thought it was the sun, but it's
center.
not.
Look where the light is coming from.
Right.
It's dead center. And I think, like I said, I think that storm that went through the U.S. today, I think that was it, because you don't see an on-land hurricane forming in the middle of a country. And if you had something come in, with a snorkel, then yeah, that would occur. And looking at rain bomb right here.
Man.
It's hard to imagine that they could get so close and yet not crash into us, but they electrically repel, and we've seen enough evidence of that over the years.
Right.
They didn't crash into us, and so
Unbelievable.
2013 on, I felt a little safer.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks like an
look at that.
rain bomb.
Yes.
Count the rings. 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. Tara, she already knew. I get more people in my group, they're correctly identifying the Pesity more than any other planet. When they try to label something,
It's awesome.
Yeah, well,
it's easy.
very distinct.
No, it has a very, I was going to say that too.
And the open core and the green and the rain bombs and all that. It has a definite. It has a behavior pattern that none of the other planets have. Also, it's the smallest, with the exception of Matim.
Okay.
And Matim does. And it's space cloud. And now we're also seeing the beginning of a Saturn space cloud, which we've never seen before because it never did a close pass before. So. Yeah, this is somewhere in Malaysia or something. That looks, because I see palm trees.
Oh.
Yeah, I often worry about when you're walking around at semi-dark there, Christopher, in Las Vegas. With hate to see you
Yeah,
get robbed or
I'm
mugged
not
or
in my own
anything.
neighborhood. No, I ain't gonna do that to me.
Okay, all right.
But I think I'm lost because I'm over at my wife's mom's house and this isn't my neighborhood. So I think I went a little. I think I walked a little too far.
Yeah.
I think I gotta backtrack here for a minute.
Well, you probably got one of those Google things that'll tell you where you are. So that is the one advantage of having a phone.
If it gets real bad,
find yourself. Where am I?
Right. I'm gonna walk one more block, and then if that's not the street that I'm supposed to be on, then I got to turn around. Funny.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I don't do long walks in strange neighborhoods. Well, I did that one time where I was staying in Portland, and I couldn't find my damn motel back.
Oh no! Yeah. I wouldn't want to be lost in Portland.
I went to the convenience store and I called a cab, and I gave him the address of the hotel, and then he took me there, and it was like 4 blocks away. But I was lost.
God.
Cost me like $20 to find myself. But yeah, Planet. And that was back in the ages when you still put 50 cents in the machine, on the wall,
right,
for a telephone. Now, good luck even finding a phone booth now.
Right, man, it's wild.
I'd be lost because I don't have a cell phone, and if I break down on the highway, I have to flag somebody down to have them call a tow truck for me. I don't even have OnStar.
That is odd. Wow, look at that.
And that is most likely snow ice crystals that's causing that halo. I don't see a cutoff going on.
I mean, I was wondering.
Well, look at the flare. It is coming below the horizon line.
Okay.
That means it's interatmospheric. If that
what does that mean?
Flare cut off at the horizon line, it would be a space anomaly. But being the flare is coming all the way down to the fence post and at the picnic table, that is a in Earth ice crystal anomaly halo. That's the difference between a sun dog and a space dog. Because it goes below the horizon line. And that's how you tell the difference between a sun dog and then a space anomaly.
So you know how Saru or Nepicity can create that hourglass effect,
right?
So
and or halos, cut off halos.
Yeah. So these 2 points coming out on each side, is that not because there's a planet?
No, I don't see that in this. But not only that, we are being shown that the flaring off of this light anomaly is going below the horizon, coming to the photographer. That means it's inside atmosphere like ice crystals because it's snowy. So this is an actual snow anomaly, light within the atmosphere, not outside the atmosphere. Because if it was outside the atmosphere, that shaft light would stop at the horizon line.
Okay, so what is making the sunlight that shape?
Shining through the snow crystals.
Okay, that's making it diamond shape.
Yeah, that's a natural sun dog ice crystal anomaly, and people always say, "Oh, that's what it is," but this is actually what it is. And a lot of times it's not, because there's no visible cutoff on the right or the left that's dark.
DJ.
It's all equal
DJ
color.
thought all sun dogs were illuminations of Hercubus.
No, sun dogs are actually an atmospheric condition having to do with a photographer and the lens. And a real sun dog comes all the way up to the photographer beyond the horizon line, as we're seeing here, illuminating to the fence post. So that's an actual sun dog in a northern hemisphere or in snow environment.
Interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
That's the difference between a real
I'm
sun
blown
dog
away.
and a celestial light cutoff.
Oh,
halo.
that helps. I didn't know it was going to do that.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
that's better.
So that is an
So there's no-
actual inside atmospheric ice crystal condition.
Okay, but are you saying there's no planets involved in this?
No, this is because of ice in the air.
Okay, I'm blown away. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is an actual
You're blown
sundog.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I would have
And
thought
you know, that's
that,
one of the first things that new folks learn is one of the first terms that I always laughed about that. Everybody, oh, sundog, sundog,
does, doesn't
sundog.
it?
And it's like, yeah, you
Yeah.
did, you studied for 5 minutes,
I agree. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and look at that one. I'm just like,
You can always
You
tell
know,
a sundog
confusing.
or a space anomaly has to do with the cutoff line at the horizon.
Wow.
That's why it's instantly answerable. This is, of course, underneath of Saru and Uri.
Whoa.
Lower look. A spiral trail.
Hmm.
See how it rotates?
Yeah. Whoa.
See
I
the
know,
blue
you're
dot
so
that's stable?
confused.
That's the blue asteroid next to the sun.
Look at that.
That's another
Just
baseball.
driving right
coach
towards
pass.
it, just going home.
I want to see that in person, just like that. Come to
I
my
said that to
state.
Carol Ann one day. She told me I was crazy. It
No, it sounds like fun.
does.
I've
look
only
at these people. They're
seen
just driving straight towards it.
I've seen the band of Duplicity really one time that was just so perfect, y'all. It was just perfect. I might have it on here. I can show you real quick. But that was it. That was the last one of the cool clouds. Let me just look and see if I have it really fast. I can pull it up because Duplicity.
I take it you found your way home, Christopher. He's smiling. Okay, you weren't lost. That's good.
Oh, this might be it. Okay.
You want to say it?
See? That's one of my captures a long, long time ago. That 2018.
Wow.
It was early morning, and I just happened to be out, and I turned my head, and it was there, just
Wow.
like that. Yeah. See.
And back then, see, the rings were 1, 2, 3, and they were smaller. And yet, that's a
Still
tiny
same.
little planet, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then everybody thought, "Oh God, Nepesi's huge." No, it's not.
Night,
It
Sandy.
may be
Cheeks.
the size of Earth, or even smaller, or bigger. We don't know. We know that its atom is way bigger than Nepesi.
We'll see you next week, Sandy. Bye-bye. Yeah, that was exciting that day.
And dangerous
And
too.
then, I was going to say that it lasted all day. Nepicity was just an ongoing, because this was morning. Turn it down. And then that was the afternoon.
Now look at that green. Nepesi green. Yeah, rain bomb in action. A year's worth of rain in 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I miss the color days. Like, remember when we the first, oh God, what 2020 we had purple. Everything was purple, and then there was, 2022, everything was green.
Yeah. And it's been a while since we've had that. I
And these
never
were all
seen
the
it
signs
here.
in the skies, and yet, we've got low numbers on the, just amazing. Yeah, a lot of stuff has happened over the years, and we've been trying to wade through it all and try to understand it all, and I think we've got a darn good handle on it. I don't think we've made a lot of mistakes over the years. We've just been sort of pushed into the reality of what we're watching, and this is why people from around the world make all of this work. And I got a cat behind me meowing away, and I don't know why.
Right. They always want something, don't they? Like they just want stuff all the time. That's what my cats are like.
Yeah, she wanted in the kids' room, and they couldn't hear her meowing, so I let her in. Yeah, good old Necessity.
Wow.
Little Theo fell asleep. He's happy to be part of the group now.
Cool.
I don't know why he didn't come in here. He could have come in here, but he's in there by himself. It's depressing. Yeah, DJ. I know.
Wow.
Bossy.
You know, and the thing is the base cloud has always got the same rings, always the same number of rings, same count, 1, 2, 3, and people go, oh, that's just a tornado storm cell. No, if you look at that and you count those rings, those are different. And not only that, this capacity thing is so much bigger, way bigger.
Look at that. Oh, look at that.
And on the left-hand side, over the years, if you look to the left of most of this base cloud, you will see the big three. Right. Just up there at the edge of, on the left-hand side of Nepesi, there's those big 3 asteroids. This kind of almost looks snail footy, that last one. This looks more Nepesi-like.
Yeah.
The other, I mean, there was a period of time where we were mixing Atu and Nepesi.
Yeah.
That's that rolling wave when the planet comes in and shoves the air around it. 1, 2, 3.
Cool. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Remember when they were that small that I could actually still draw in landscape at the bottom of the picture? I liked some of those drawings. Some of those drawings were really, nice pencil drawings,
I was going to say
amateur artist.
I'm going to pull up the pictures that Nicole has, and then there is another video y'all got to see. It's really old too, but the sky turned green and it started flashing. I don't know if y'all will see it, but
awesome.
It's so good. I was so early on at all this, but I was like, it's one of my favorites. It goes way back. Okay, but let's go and get. Here it is. Show 106. She has it labeled. Just perfect. Okay. I don't know if Nicole is listening right now, but we're going to look at your pics, Nicole. So.
I think I saw her comment just a few minutes
Croatia.
ago.
Okay.
Cool.
Let's see. Yeah, I love it. All those colors.
Okay. We're looking at a couple of different things. Bottom of Uri, most likely.
It keeps changing the intensity of the volume. Just does what it wants to do. Sorry, people. I didn't do anything. It just went loud.
It wasn't me.
I didn't do it. Okay. I wouldn't do that. Okay. Go ahead, Sam. Wouldn't you say what? Saru is back behind it all?
Well, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
start there, and then
this could also be Atu's moon and the red asteroid. It's a hard call because I don't really know which direction I'm looking. Most likely, I'm looking west.
Okay.
Well, it's 1820,
so that would be 6:20 p.m.
6:20.
Yeah, so we're looking at sunset, most likely looking west, and so this should be Atu's moon and Uri and Saru, but.
Right.
Let's see, March 13th. Okay, that was 2 days ago. Huh.
I like it. All right, let's keep going. Oh, Helmi in South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah, that's cool. Dang.
That is, of course, on the right-hand side of the sun is where Saturn's yellow moon is, but this could also be a mix in with the lead asteroid just down below.
Yeah.
But we're definitely, the dark blue area to the right-hand side is Saturn's yellow moon. In the middle above the sun is probably Saru.
Wow.
But we are seeing the line of clouds at the bottom at the picture is where the lead asteroid is, but it's off camera. But it's wrapping around is Saturn's yellow moon, and the ion tails are being created from the two of them. It's literally going vertical.
Yeah. I mean,
No, and in South Africa, they
vertical.
have an entirely different view than we do. So.
Yeah. Look at that. That was incredible.
And the micro clouding in the middle bottom where it looks like almost skin, that's folding. It shows you that's on an object that's really far away and tiny, because otherwise the clouds would be much larger. And again, it looks almost like a fingertip or pinched skin or something, And that's probably the lead asteroid.
Yeah. It's been, just right up beside the sun, just to the right for a little bit now.
Yep.
Kind of like that. Yeah, that happened too.
And this is
Robin, okay.
March 11th, and this is 2 coming up. It's probably, by the look of the light on the mountains, it's probably already past sunset, and this is illumination of Atu's moon, and then the red asteroid going vertically underneath it.
Okay.
In my estimation. I remember I do make mistakes. So I was 30 minutes and I get a little dingy. And I was actually thinking about going up and heating up a cup of coffee. So I'll be right back.
Uh-huh. Okay, Sam. Cool. It cut out. You say coffee is what he said? See what I mean? I just changed the song and it goes loud. Okay. Anyway, this is from Robin. And yes, wow, you can see the lead object. It's not halfway, but just a little right of halfway. And we lost Chris. Anyway, and then definitely to the right of the sun is all Saturn's moon and Saturn. And Uri cutting in at the left. Look at all those clouds. It's like you can't see anything but clouds, but same here. Honestly, right of the sun is the easiest because it's always Saturn.
Yeah. And it's at the yellow moon, and then currently the lead asteroid is cutting in, or is moving away depending on the time of day.
Yeah.
Yes, Tara, I know I'm supposed to be perfect, and I do strive for that, but I am not always perfect, although I do try. I am kind of a perfectionist, and I kind of expect that from my friends, and dang it, Gumby. Yeah. Oh, I'm absolutely. You can tell this one. There's at the yellow moon, and there's just, the lead asteroid, and I think the long box cube is included in this as well.
Are you asking a question, Nicole, about a certain? Do I need to go back? I'm not sure what that means.
The sun mid-pick.
All right, I found that video. I want to show you all. I'll keep my eye out for that.
Yeah, if you don't notice that there's something standing right there, then you need to go have your eyes checked.
Well, that repetitive, consistent V shape, is. I talk about that a lot. The people that listen to me on TikTok, they hear me say it every live. The big vertical up and down V shapes in the sky. That's your planets. But the vertical
my
lines.
coffee is hot. I will be right back.
Okay, Sam. That sounds good to me. A cup of coffee. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but who cares? No. Dang, look at all these. I can't really tell if it's opacity.
Yeah, I didn't think about that it is this late that I'm drinking. Well, I'm still
it's like
I never drink coffee after 9.
Right. Well.
So I'm getting close.
It's not much later than 9. It's all right.
No sugar or anything like that, so it won't be too. I won't down it quick or anything like that. It's hot. Well, yeah, I saw a video on how it changes your coffee once you put it in the microwave, and it makes it worse. And yes, they're right.
I'm sure
but
it is.
I don't drink enough coffee to make a pot and then make a pot and then make a pot. I only, I'll unplug it and then I'll pour 3 or 4.
You know what I do? I make like 2 cups at a time. I just make, I put a little bit of coffee in the basket and a little bit of water. And I make, because I'd rather have it fresh, because as soon as it sits there for an hour or something, it tastes terrible.
Yeah, when you boil it down. But I'll pour my first cup and then I unplug it, because I never get through that first cup. I mean, I'll sit with 1 cup of coffee in front of me for half a day.
I haven't made a full pot of coffee like in years.
I used to live on it. I'd have 8, 10, 15 cups of coffee a day, and I don't do that anymore.
DJ,
When I was working, and I was working in the mountains, or I was working for the parks department, or I was drinking coffee
right,
to keep
Michelle?
going.
Yes.
To work.
It doesn't matter.
Superman.
Right. I hear you. Honestly, it does not give me the boost of caffeine energy that I wish it did.
Yeah,
I can like you. I can drink it at night and not be phased at all. So.
Well, everybody's drinking those energy drinks, and I can't drink any of those.
This is
Those
back.
make me sick right away.
Sorry,
There
guys.
again is the edge of Uri, and
Wow.
Edinburgh,
That's nice.
sea level.
Hey, so sorry guys. Just as I turned the phone on, my wife told me that we're leaving to go back home. So I'm gonna leave, and if you guys are still on in like 30 minutes, I'll come back on.
Oh, sure. Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
Chris.
Okay, but if
I'm
I
not
don't
going
see
to
you
wind up
guys,
too much longer, but sure.
Cool. Yeah, if I don't see you guys in like 30 minutes, have a great night, and we'll see if I get home in time.
Hey, knowing
a
me,
backflip
I can
person
talk
for
for
us, Sam?
30 minutes and not even notice it. So
Right? I know,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's why.
Oh, let me
Yeah,
tell you
we'll
this
probably
story,
we'll probably be here. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is this a backlit crescent flare right there, or?
I was noticing that. Yeah, you're right. It is. That's exactly correct. And that's Saturn is on the right hand side, and that little flare on the far edge is the light shining through the atmosphere of planet is Saturn, because it has a gaseous atmosphere, and it's focaling out the far side. Good catch.
Cool.
I did
All
notice
right,
it too.
I guess I gotta go. So if
All
I
right.
don't see you guys, I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, Chris.
Have a
All
good one.
right.
And,
Bye. Good night.
Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. All right.
Yeah, they have such a different view at sea level versus what we see up here in the mountains versus in the middle. I mean, Utah and Jesus, he's up higher than I am. He's lucky. And then he gets
Oh,
to go up
wow.
even higher too.
Look at that.
And that's
Yes.
March 11th.
Oh,
That's oddly Uri, but that's that, like, literally that popcorn thing, but this is straight lines.
Could that be Atu's moon in front of Uri, or
On
'Cause,
March
it has-
11th. Wait a minute. New Zealand. Robert. Yeah, it
I'm just
could be.
thinking if you're drawing. Let me
You're
get
right.
your drawing and let's look
could
at
be
it.
Atu itself.
Let's see. Okay.
'Cause remember, he's down there on the southern hemisphere. So, wow, that's
me find
insane.
it.
I mean, when have we ever seen clouds like that in our entire lives? We haven't. And those straight lines are showing you there's a planet there.
It's buried.
Most likely a gas giant.
This one. I mean, I got this on my mind. I don't know. It's kind of, but
Yeah.
kind of. Anytime I see
Yeah,
vertical
but I don't
lines to
see
the
a
left,
prevalent one circle by itself, in front of the other. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm really tempted to say Uri.
interesting. Okay, there's another new effect I've not seen of
Actually,
Uri.
it's a hard toss on this. I mean, it is New Zealand, and I am occasionally wrong about what I'm looking at from the southern hemisphere.
I'll be on the lookout for more
It's
of
a
those.
different kind of duck.
Cool asteroids. Look at
Yeah.
all those.
Yeah, and I noticed that Christopher used my Grim Reaper, asking the question, "Do you see them yet?" And I feel guilty for making that picture to this day. But the Grim Reaper and the asteroid in the same shot were so. I had to steal that from somebody. I found it on the internet, and I said, I put in, "Do you see the asteroids yet?" on top of the picture, because it was so unbelievably accurate. And then somebody out there stuck the Grim Reaper on that photograph. And so I'm sorry to whoever that belongs to, but I had to steal it. It was so good.
Hey Matt, how are you tonight? We are well. We're on hour 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm
So,
running rented lips right now.
Sam was drinking coffee at 10 o'clock at night, so
Yeah,
you know how that's gonna go.
well, I was yawning, so I figured I better get something hot in me.
Sounds
But, I
good
don't
to
have to drink
me.
all of it.
Almost, yeah.
I'm going to drink enough just to keep me. I'm
I'm
getting
good.
a little tired here.
I know. Me too.
So, in the interest of talking for another half hour, so that Christoper can come back just to say
Yeah.
goodbye, whatever. We'll see where we go.
Whatever we gotta do, right? Well, we still have plenty of material.
Minnesota. All right. That, of course, is Uri. And the tan asteroid is dead.
Oh,
God, it's even on.
Look, this is
Or
Matt.
we've got the
Matt.
skull sticking out there.
That's Matt, and that's Matt's picture. I just now realized he's here to see his picture. It's perfect timing, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Wow. Good job.
Let's see. What part is it? Says just Minnesota. Okay.
Right, Nicole? Yeah.
He's got a few bluffs and hills, so he might be in central Minnesota. I lived in Little Falls for many, many years. Well, not many, many years. I lived there like 7 years in Minnesota when I was a kid.
No, perfect timing. I'm serious. He just now.
Central. Okay. It looked like central Minnesota to me. I miss Minnesota. I miss the summers. I do not miss the winters.
Yeah. He lives 20 minutes west of Little
20
Falls.
minutes of Little Falls. Yeah, that's where I lived, was Little Falls. Out on Route 2, which is now encased in city, and it didn't used to be. It used to be farms, and I've looked at it on maps now, and it's like moved, everybody moved in. So let's see, 20 minutes west, that puts you, I was thinking Sobieski, or I don't even remember the map well enough, but yeah, okay. There's a lot of the cute little towns all around Little Falls. And just a couple of them even have a gas station or two, and barely that's it. But the great little area, central Minnesota. Lots of lakes, lots of fishing, lots of mosquitoes, lots of corn. Good upbringing as a child there. I did enjoy it. Very interesting. I never did pick up the Minnesota accent. I'm sorry. I always had people used to look at me funny because I do have a Montana thing, and we still say howdy, and we have our little sayings. So, like that dog don't hunt. That's a bad joke because that's a Southern statement. But anyway, that's the first thing I thought of. We have cowboy sayings.
I didn't think Montana was as country as what you're describing, but
Depends on which part of the state you go.
Oklahoma is pretty country. I know,
Right.
like
If
Tara and
you go
Texas.
south of me here, they get pretty country. If you go east of me here on the other side of the Rockies, over by Helen, and they get more country. And we're pretty liberal here with Flathead Lake and Kalispell and Thompson Falls and Missoula, and farther south you go past Florence here, which is only 15 miles away from me, south of me. You get into Ravalli County, and you stepped into a whole nother voting populace, and they're kind of cowboy, and of course there's money down there. Of course, there's money everywhere in Montana because you have to be rich to live here, and I'm not rich. I'm just keeping the roof over my head. Look at that! Oh my God, that is a Saturn's yellow moon in front of his Saturn. Look at that!
Yeah.
And you tell me again, what sky have you ever seen that looks like that? If you can't see that there's two big round objects right there, then go get your glasses checked. And people, there's going to be the guy that's going to say, "Oh, look, it's DJ, Montana is kind of a purple state. On western Montana, we are definitely more blue, and then on eastern Montana there's a lot of red, and you mix in the middle, and yes, we are kind of a purple state. However, unfortunately, we did fall into the red state automatic voting situation, and I was not pleased about that, but I would actually like my vote to count.
Thank you, Jerry Lynn. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And they're
I'm
all
not
having a
sure I
party.
like aliens
Happy.
in jumpsuits, but
You know they're doing it on another planet right now. This is what's happening.
all right. We have to learn to be
Oh my
inclusive
gosh.
and be accepting
Right.
of other races. Yes.
They're partying too.
Yeah, people,
Everybody likes to party.
you better think about your P's and Q's and whether or not you're ready to accept other
Oh man.
races.
Oh wow, Matt.
There is that strong rumor where
Yes.
we're going to have to share the planet from now on.
Right.
It is a strong rumor.
Yeah.
5 years from now, we may not be alone. What if there's been movies. What if an alien race parked above us and said, guess what, guys, we're moving in? Or we need to move in because we have no place else to go. And then the question
Thanks,
is,
Matt.
does man allow that, or do we get prejudice and start World War IV or whatever? And oh boy, speaking of world wars,
Dance good.
there's some crazy shit going on in Europe right now, folks. It's getting pretty volatile. And on one hand, I agree with what France is saying, and on the other hand, I'm not going to go into too much politics.
Appreciate that, both of you.
Thank you.
It really
guys.
helps out. It really helps out. It, I mean, it costs about $150 a month to keep it all, everything we need to keep it all going. So,
and we got nailed in our benefits this month really bad. And I hope to God we can recover from this. The bills are paid, but that's it. And I'm at the middle of the month. And I had to actually pull I had a little bit of savings. And I actually had to pull to get those last bills paid because I got shorted a great deal of money this month. The system is.
Is that just a one-time thing, Sam?
I don't know. I can't get anybody on the phone. I've been calling for over a week, and I have yet to get hold of a human. And they run. You'll sit on hold, and then they'll play all these stupid.
Jerry Lynn, what? Wow, you're awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And then after 30 minutes, you get disconnected, and you have to call back. So if you're on hold for 30 minutes and they disconnect you, it's not fun.
Look at them. They are so talented, these kitty cats. Oh my word. They're having a good time though.
Okay, you're easily amused. You've been doing this too long today.
Me? Oh, what? I love it.
Joking,
Nicole, thank you, Nicole. Let's find one for her now too. Yes. Aren't these fun? A little something to break up the monotony. Okay, and I have that video ready. I was going to show you this old video. Let's see. I'm not sure what this one is. Let's click on it and see what happens. Yay. Thank you, Nicole. He's celebrating. That's cute.
Party poppers.
Right. Y'all are awesome. That helps tremendously. It really does. So really appreciate everybody's help. Really. Okay. Okay. This is 2017, and we got out to run a friend on an errand. So we had to go downtown about, 7:30 at night, summertime. The sky was green. And I did not understand what was going on at all. I was brand new in Sam's group. I just knew enough to take tons of pictures at that time. So
yeah, and I will reiterate that back in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s, we never saw a green sky unless it was right before a really big tornado. And then there would be a minor supercell that would turn green in some areas. And people go, it's a tornado, don't worry, green skies. No, when Nepesi's first arrival came in 2017 and 18, and it was so big in close past, we didn't immediately recognize it until literally 2018, and that's when it was affecting the East Coast and everything, and with some really crazy shit. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start it. I was also mentioned that the sky was flashing. It really was. So hopefully you'll be able to see it. I don't know. It was weird looking. And one more thing, the fingers of Nepicity, you'll see it. Like they were right over downtown. It was Weird. I mean, the sky was like fluorescent green. It was just like glowing, heavily glowing.
Now on the left, you have Saru.
Okay. Yeah, this is 2017. I did not really know anything.
That's the green blue to the left, and the green above is Nepesi. And Nibiru is in.
Yes, rest Esprit Colette. You got it. The Sooner State. Go Sooners. No, I don't really care. Okay, and then it's weird here. It's like that color.
Yeah, at the horizon on the left is green blue Saru still, and this is when Saru started to disappear, was in 2017.
Okay.
And then at that time, the Saturn was just to the left of the sun, and it was about the size of a grapefruit if you held it out at arm's length. And then it went above the sun, and then way in the back. Yeah, you've got Nepesi green and Saru green.
That weird.
Yeah, that was way back when. And some of the most sequential early passes of Nepesi were really violent, and people just didn't get it.
That flashing, I watched this video so many times back then. I was just like mesmerized with it.
A lot of people were freaked out about the flashing, and a lot of that has to do with the rotation of the atmosphere of the spinning planet. And if the sun is shining through it, the light gets amplified and decreased and amplified and decreased and amplified. That's where the flashing comes from, is the rotating atmosphere and the refraction of light through it. Most of the time was Nibiru on the right-hand side. And Yuri was there at that same time. Yuri at that time was also on the right-hand side. And that could be that bright light that we're looking at, because the sun is actually at the horizon. Excuse me, I'm getting hiccups from the coffee.
Well, look at the bottom of this picture, and like you see all these like lines coming down and swirling down.
Yeah.
You see that? Do you see that? They're
those
just
are the normal cloud area, and then everything else above isn't.
all those little, I don't know how to explain it. They're like swirling. That was, yeah.
The sun is at the horizon line, so everything you're looking at that's illuminated is probably like the lead asteroid, tan asteroid, and everything. Because back in 2017, Yuri was right here behind all of that. You're looking at Atu, Yuri, and all of that right there on the right-hand side of the sun.
So, is that the green asteroid up there? Because there's something small and green.
No, well, green, of course, is Nepesi is involved with this as well. Okay, let me think back where Nepesi was in 2017, according to the other planets.
Hey.
It was visible on the left-hand, on the right-hand side of Atu, all the way back to 2015. So, yeah. We've got Atu, we've got Yuri on the right-hand side. You've got Nepesi is also on the right-hand side, but it came in a close pass that we didn't identify for a full year because it got way big, way fast. And only when we got the sightings on the East Coast that it all fell into place. And I couldn't believe that they were running so damn close to us, especially tiny, tiny little Nepesi. And then we were seeing it was so much bigger than we expected right away. And it was just like, what in the hell is this? It took a while to, grab hold of what was going on.
Like, see that?
Yeah.
Like that.
I
don't know. That doesn't look like regular clouds.
Cut off by the objects, especially the big one, because Sarah was on the left, Nibiru's on the right, Yuri's in the center on the right-hand side coming in. And then the other smaller planets were rotating very close to us. We barely saw them. And I was very skeptical about what we were seeing with the red planet, and the yellow moon and how it was behaving, and then literally started fully understanding at about 2018 what a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon were really doing. And it was only realization as it was going away did we finally realize what was going on. And then when it started coming back towards us in 2019, 2020, I was just like, just elated, going, oh, we get to see this again. And where is it going to develop? And of course, we're riding that horse today, and watching the ion tail cover all the way across the sky, where it used to be this tiny little line off in the distance before that. And over the years, it's just been amazing. And I'm in awe at how fast that Nibiru and Saturn came towards us. It was expected to be a much longer process. And all of a sudden, boom, there they are.
Here's all the screenshots I took from Tara's live earlier today. It was like 200 screenshots, so.
In a fast file.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, maybe someday all of this stuff will be archived and well, it already is, because, we're on our 106th show. So that is an archive in itself. And maybe people will look back on this years from now. And
hundreds of hours, almost 600 hours now.
Oh God, can you imagine the research time that we have involved if you added yours and mine together?
Oh,
we'd have a couple 100,000 hours.
I calculated, because every day I've worked on this for so many years, right? I mean, 5-6 hours a day times how many years. And
right.
Even holidays, even on holidays, I was doing this. I could not really have been a day where I just skipped it altogether. So,
yeah, I think somewhere around our 5th or 6th year, I calculated the amount of hours that I'd invested, and I was well over 50,000. And I was being generous and trying to, count less than it turned out to be. But yeah, we've got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours in research, and nobody else has this information correlated like we do.
2020. Okay,
and
so
I'd love to find more, but
920 days. So 2,920. I'm going to say 5 hours a day. That's conservative. That's 14,600 hours. It's probably more than that, really. But
oh yeah.
15,000
hours.
hours.
I was working 6 to 7 days a week, up to 10 hours a day, and I was only accounting for about 5 or 6 of those. And I did the math, and I was staggered. If I had a nickel for every hour I put into this, man, I wouldn't.
I know, right?
I'd be able to go out to eat.
That's nice of her.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. We're the base of this. We started sky watching, so to speak. There were cloud enthusiasts and out there and all that, but I mean, looking for the planets thing was our wig, man. We did this, and Rebecca has really made a huge contribution to my work, and she made my job so much easier over the years, because she would come up with these comparatives and I'd be able to grab them rather than having to post, the same 2 pictures and look for that one picture that proves everything. So she made my job so much easier over the years, and then we just got better and better and better because of it. Yeah, look at there, the green asteroid. Yeah, that's it. And if it's up there, we've seen it. And if it ain't up there, we ain't seen it. I always chuckle back again about the sun sim. People were screaming about it for years, and we'd never seen anything, not one picture, not one that fell underneath that category. And so I always just blatantly argued with people when if it's up there, we know it. And not only that, I'm very good at seeing things. And we have taken the time to prove all of this. And I don't post something going, oh, this is the any penny the sky is falling or anything like that. We wait for a lot of confirmation before we bring things to public, because I don't want to lead anybody down the wrong path, period. And that's why I was, taking on 2 hours this morning, sitting staring at, the circle of Matim and trying to make sure that I did exactly what is out there, because I don't want to screw up. I don't want to mislead anyone ever. And I'm very, very adamant about that. Science, but it's got to be good,
here.
well gathered empirical science. And then, we can't go at, we can't, and we do suppositions once in a while, but generically we do have a serious, strict set of rules.
I just want to say hi to Jermaine Brooks. I haven't seen you in a minute. It's nice to see you. Really is. And thank you to Jillian. That's super nice. I appreciate that. Yes. I love it. I love doing it anyway. Yesterday I took, lots and lots and lots of pictures up the street in the wind. So like I just did Tara's pictures, I put them all together quickly. So here they all are from yesterday. You can watch that. But I just wanted to, I did not filter these or anything, but I just thought the rippling, marbling, whatever that effect is, was unusual because
it's a lot of dust in the air.
It's not normal for my camera to make that.
Yeah, that's all that you're in the middle of a dust storm. You're at the far end of a dust storm that was going through Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Yeah. And you even have pictures of you being in that dust area, and so that's why it's gray like this.
You can see all the shadows though still.
Yep.
The dark areas.
Yeah, those big lines of the side of the planet there. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's almost too fast.
Yeah, it could be slower, couldn't it? Yeah. I can slow it down. I mean, watch it later.
Yeah, there again, that's flaring on the right-hand side. And that one dot that keeps catching my eye on the right-hand side. Is that our soul being outshined by this big standard red star? Because I saw it come up over this morning, over the mountains at 8 o'clock this morning. And that sun was way bigger than anything I remember as a kid growing up. Well, I'm pretty sure we're staring at the standard red.
Okay. He's looking at me like, why did you move me? Why? I prop you up here, baby. There. I gotta go let my cat in. I don't know. I think
okay. I'll try to mumble to myself here. I'd like to thank everybody that's still here after 7 hours and 8 minutes. You guys are stellar listeners, and a lot of fortitude on your behalf. I'm sitting here with almost no voice left, and going to drag out the Ricola here any second. I'll be working on my second one. I've already had one, but didn't mention it, and try to avoid having a cough drop in my mouth and trying to talk at the same time. There was 2 of the earlier show, like show 5 and show 8, were almost choked to death, but managed to turn the mic off in time, so you guys didn't have to share that with me. I'm alone in a dark room by myself. No one's here. It's funny. This morning, I was actually afraid. I saw so much activity going on in the house around me that I actually got that fear thing, and it doesn't happen very often. That's rare. But when you got this feeling that there's somebody standing there watching you, and recently I had a rather odd event where I'm a little concerned. Because remember, they don't use doors. They don't need doors. Some factions. And we know that there's so many factions parked over the top of our heads right now. It's spooky. And a lot of people don't even want to believe that. So I encourage you to actually comment in the YouTube video. You ask a question. Tell me if you say you don't believe me, then say so. I won't take it personally. We've been doing this long enough. We don't have thin skin anymore. We've suffered numerous waves of trolls.
Oh my gosh. I got up, I walked out onto the porch, and there was no cat in sight. And now he's back at the window again. I mean, it's like he's trolling me. Anyway, he's trolling me. My cat is trolling me. Okay. Stay there. I gotta go get him. Okay. Stay right there. Who's the big boy? Who is the big boy? Wow, it's quiet. Look at him. He's the troll cat. This is Skinny. He looks like a big Theo, doesn't he? Like he could be Theo's dad, but he can't be, so. But this is Skinny. Okay. Oh, stop it. Okay. What happened to Sam? It got quiet. It got very quiet. Oh, well, he is adorable. Yeah, he's not very a cuddly cat. He's like kind of standoffish, but he's the only, well, except for Theodore now. He was the only boy cat we had, but now there's Theodore. He's muted. Let's see. Huh. It doesn't say he's muted on my end. Sam? Maybe you need to leave and come back in. I don't know. He went for a Ricola? Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Yep. Gray cats, Michelle. Right. Yeah. 4 of my cats are gray. So, yeah. Okay. I got it now. Yep. Ricola time. Coffee, Coke. Okay. Everybody's got these ideas. What happened? Oh, he's gone. Like, he must have got booted out. Because that's what happens when people drop out. I didn't do that. He dropped out. Wow. Well, it's just me. He'll be back. Maybe Chris will be here too. I don't know. 7 hours. It's kind of almost, I know. Yes. I know, Chris. He's not here. I don't know what happened. Oh, he's calling me. See? Sam? Yeah, we were just talking about how you got dropped. Like, oh. Okay. Wow. Okay. I understand. Okay, Chris. Okay, Sam. I'll tell him. Yep, we can do it. All right. Thanks. Bye. He said his internet dropped. Like he has no internet. It went to hell, he said. Like no internet. So he's not coming back on. He said he might as well end the show. So, wow. That's crazy. That's the first time that's happened, I think. Right? Wow. That's never happened where I'm just the only one sitting here. I know. This is weird. It's not like normal. Yeah, I know, Chris. What happened? Okie dokie. Yeah, I don't know, but we do know he was just talking and then boom, he couldn't, connect. So I know, Tara. It's like, dang it. Could be Matt. Lots of energy. My lights were flashing yesterday inside my house. That was a first ever. It was not just one. It was throughout the whole house. The electricity was pulsing, Yeah. Well. Oh, thanks, Thunder. I appreciate that. Yeah, really. And Jerry Lynn, you're awesome. I appreciate you and your donations tonight. That's very, very, man. You know, when things start deducting from my bank account, I'm glad that, you know, once a month I get money from YouTube. I don't get much from TikTok, like talking $10 a month, if that, you know, just anyway. But I get just enough on YouTube usually to cover, you know, our expenses. Thanks to you guys, really. So it helps. Let's see. They are interfering again, DJ said. Well, we know how they are. You know, I mean, they really are desperate. They'll stop at nothing to prevent truth, not just this information, but, you know, stuff that goes against whatever they say that it goes, right? Sabrina, I'm here every time. Forget Sam. Yeah, I know. She's right. All right. Right. We've seen it happen too many times, or so many times, or all the phone calls that I've had with Sam, and the call would drop. I can't tell you how many times, and it was always when we were recording. You know, we'd be recording, and it would go on for hours. So yes. The whole country is flickering. I know, Jermaine. There's a bunch of videos of, you know, like parking lot lights. I saw a whole parking lot full of car headlights flashing, you know, shopping center lights flashing. So I just hadn't seen him, you know, in my house, but let's see. Doesn't he have to pay too much for his internet? Yes, Tara. It's like, I want to say like $160 a month that Sam pays for his internet, and it's not that great. But I guess it's because it's so rural where he is. Because we pay about that, you know, but it's pretty good internet, I guess. It's supposed to be the best, whatever, you know, we'll see. Just going through the comments. Oh, Michelle, right. At least it's better today. I saw that Bruce Martin. I can't remember where he's located, but he said it was very stormy today for him. I'm just glad it's calmed down compared to yesterday. I was kind of tired of the wind just hitting the windows, and, you know, it was a little bit much for too long. I felt bad for anybody in it, like living outside, because that gets old. I know, Nicole. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it. Yes, we are. I mean, really, there is nobody else. It's us. I mean, we're like trudging along, you know, telling everybody what's really happening. And over time, though, don't you think that, you know, we're going to just gain that momentum to where it's going to be obvious that we are the ones, you know, with the right information? Because every day I pick up new followers that see it too. After you tell them, you got to tell them about it and show them some pictures. And they're like, wow, now it makes sense. So, yes. Oh, Michelle, what? One poor lady had her bedroom light flickering at 5 a.m. and her light was off. Oh my gosh. Now I'm thinking haunted. That would freak me out. That would bother me a little. I don't mind, I guess, things like that happening. I just don't want to see them, like as far as ghosts or aliens. I'd rather not. I feel like that would just be hard on me. I don't have a desire to, you know, I'm not one of those people that want to like communicate and see them. that, Hey, Doobaloo's still here. Thanks, Doobaloo. Yeah. We're wrapping it up for sure. There's nobody else left, right? Oh, gosh. Hey, Rodney, where have you been? I just now saw your name. Have you been here this whole time? Lurking? Are you lurking? Yeah, at least we know how to live. Yes, we do. Yeah, the best we can. I don't know. I mean, what happens when if we lose electricity or something? I just have a feeling things will get very chaotic. I don't know. I don't function too well without all the amenities, as far as roughing it goes. But at least, just having the knowledge, though, helps. Just knowing why something is happening helps. So, yeah. All right. Well, there's Chris again. It was a good show, wasn't it, Chris? Show 106. I like it. And show, I think 104 was really, I like that one. I think it was 104. It was one of my recent favorites. We just showed a lot of good stuff. So I hope Theodore gets better. Here he is. Look at him. He's had a rough time getting over this congestion. He's sitting here just coughing. Poor little baby. It's like I'm wondering maybe kitty cat. He might need to make another visit to the doctor. Antibiotics or something. I don't know. Thank you. Oh yeah, Tara. Thank you to you too. You provided a lot of entertainment tonight for the show. Really. It made me wish I could be out there and see it and take pictures too. But the screenshots were just second best. That was just as good. Oh, Theodore. I know. I hope he gets better too. And feline asthma. Gosh, I had not heard of that. Yeah, he's just sitting here. I have a little bit of antibiotics left from mittens I've been giving him. So I'm going to go give him another dose after this. That would help him out. He is a little better today, but he doesn't like his nose wiped. Poor baby. You have a black cat, Darth Vader. Oh boy. That's perfect. That's perfect. I have a black cat. Her name is Sabrina. We call her Brina. And she's like my guardian or something. Every time I go to walk up the street to go take pictures, she follows me about halfway there, meowing all the way, like, where do you think you're going? And one time she went completely all the way up to the field, which is too far, so I don't like that. But now she just turns her back around. Yeah, it was awesome. That was a treat, really, because it was stunning, actually. A lot of good views there. I'm happy for Tara that she has such a great view, honestly. That's so neat. If I ever move, it's going to be a requirement. Cats can take antihistamines. Okay. I haven't heard that. I know Carol Ann, I hope she's okay too, because she wasn't here tonight and she usually is. She said you can get fish. It's amoxicillin for fishes. So I don't know. She's got the details. I got to read up on it, but it's antibiotic. Basically, it's same thing as everybody else takes. Hey, it's Egg. We're still here, Egg. I know everybody disappeared. It's just me. Can you believe it? Yeah, Sam lost his internet. It just dropped. And he ended up calling me and telling me that we're, at the end of the show because he can't get back on. Christopher had to travel and go home. And, here I am. Oh, Batman and Luna. Tara, I didn't know you had that cat. Yeah. Have you showed us our cats before, your cats? If not, you guys send me pictures. I don't remember that. I really don't. Let's see. Benadryl. Okay. Well, I'll have to look into that. I don't have any on hand, I don't think. But it probably would help him feel a little better. Take the edge off. He's been through, a rough couple of months, really. And, Mittens did the same thing. You want down, baby? She did the very same thing. I mean, she was really sick, and it took her a long time to get better. Nancy's here. Hi, Nancy. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we still have more to show that we didn't get to tonight. We talked a lot, but we covered quite a bit, actually. So what we didn't show tonight, we'll show next week. I didn't know you were here, Nancy. Wait, I did. I think I saw you comment earlier. Sorry. 8 hours ago. It's been a crazy ride. Rodney. You're awesome. Thank you. It's a penguin waving. Oh, cute. I can picture that. St. Patty. Oh, yeah. How'd your party go, Egg? That's right. She had a party today. So that sounds like fun. I don't have parties anymore. I used to have like work parties, and I worked, and I was like usually in charge of something when it came to, potlucks and parties, and I was keeping track of everybody. What are you bringing? I miss it. I really do. If I could work, I would, but I can't sit very long, stand very long, whatever. I gotta keep moving. There's a warning. Oh, it was my husband's favorite best first cousin's party. Okay, favorite best for first cousin. Awesome. I don't have cousins. I don't have aunts or uncles or grandparents or parents. It's like both my parents were only children. So that eliminated aunts and uncles and cousins right off the bat. So tiny family. I know. No parties. I know. I don't even remember the last party I threw. It's been years. Like I used to do like Super Bowl parties. Don't laugh. A long time ago. I didn't know it was all rigged. But it was just something to do with all your friends and eat. So we had parties for everything, really. We could think of. We could just do a party. That's right, Tara. You guys are my family now. I don't have a family, really. Not much. It's little. Because when you're the youngest child, everybody just passes away. So that's it. Experimental. That's it. Yep. Yeah, only children. I don't know if talking about me, Nicole, I'm not an only child, but it's close enough. I'm the youngest of 3, but we're not close. I have 2 older brothers. So, but yes, same time next week, next Saturday, 3:00, is our time. That's the 22nd. Guys, there's only 2 more Saturdays left in March, and then it'll be April. That's flying already, like flying. It'll be 2026 really quick. Each year is just, slides right by. Faster than it used to be. I know it's, I think it really is. I think time is, okay, I'll say real quick, there are videos out there showing how people they got another cell phone device and they put it on airplane mode versus, one is on and one is off, and the one that's off airplane mode had a different time. Like they let several weeks or months go by and they checked it and it was off by a good amount of time. So I don't know all the details on that, but anyway, I can they manipulate time? I think so. I think they're time travelers at some level. I think they've already, time traveled, and they already, I think Back to the Future is more not possible, but like it really happened. Like they already, they're just dropping hints and clues. It's more than just entertainment, like they time traveled and they already know what's going to happen and they already know how to manipulate everything because of that. I know what I'm losing it, DJ. Oh yeah, DJ. It was on TikTok that I saw those videos. But you could possibly, a lot of it overlaps on YouTube. But I would just put in like time difference, airplane mode, search. Yeah, it was not too long ago. Right, egg. You can just tell. It did used to be, a month would just be nothing. Every week is like, it's Saturday again. So, yeah. Yeah, Tara saw it too. See? Right. I thought it was weird, but right, Rodney? What if, how would we know that we are split into a new Earth? Like, how would we know if that's happened or happening? I'm just wondering. Uh-huh. Maybe wait for Chris. I wonder if Chris is coming back. He didn't really say for sure, but I can, but I don't know if he wants to without Sam. Right. All right, no, 4 days. Yes. Well, I don't know. It's hard to keep track of what day it is, honestly. But for me, every day is literally the same. It doesn't matter. Weekend, weekday, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Yeah, he said he might. Okay, yeah. Okay, well. Oh, here he is. He said, well, he might. I don't know. Oh, would that be fun? He could probably hop on for a few minutes. I don't care. Yep. Clocks lagging. Yeah, it's kind of like that, Nicole. Right. It makes me want to do my own experiment, because I have an extra old phone and turn airplane mode off, just gotta. I'm wondering if you keep it charged, like plug it in with that. I don't know. I'm going to try it though. I'm just going to turn airplane mode off on it and see what happens. Start there. I heard a message or something, it sounded like. Oh, I think that's good. Right, Fenda. I know it's a big topic, out there when you're listening to videos. There's so many people talking about time and how fast it's going. So, see, even DJ's talking about it. Oh, really, Nicole? Your clocks that are plugged in fall behind. Huh. That's weird. See, I don't I just look at the clock on my phone. I don't even know if I have a clock. I have a clock in my room I don't even use. I haven't worn a watch and I can't remember how long, years. So oh yeah, experimental. I have to look that one up. Interesting. I'm gonna write that down so I can check it. And we're at 7 hours and a half. So 83. So we hit 591 hours at this point. We're at 591 hours now. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. He just jumped up to say hi. Okay. Oh, I see Chris. I see Chris. What in the world?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
You know,
Here
what
we are.
happened to Sam? He just got bumped off?
Yeah. He called me, and said he lost his internet.
Oh,
it just
man.
booted him and he doesn't have it. Like, it doesn't work.
I'm
So
telling
he
you, I'm ready to, find out who his cable company is, or, whoever, and file a complaint anonymously or something.
I know.
It's
I know,
ridiculous
I
what they
know.
do to him. I just don't understand,
Right.
But then it's like I think we kind of know why some of these things happen sometimes. I'm still freaked out over the thumbs down incident. Yeah, that was weird.
I know. It's not done it since either. Just that one time. Just the one show. Wasn't that show 104? I think so.
It was it was 2 weeks
In
ago.
a couple of weeks. Yes. No, that made no sense. It still makes no sense. I'll see if I can find it real quick. We'll look at it. Just because it's funny. Here it is.
It is funny. Those pictures you guys got of me. It's like,
I
oh my
know.
God.
Nicole, she caught these these screenshots.
Oh my gosh. Look at that thing. It did freak me out.
And it's in a bubble. Like
it's like an emoji that just pops up. My wife was trying to figure out what was going on, and it's like I guess this has happened to quite a few people over their live streams or whatever. It's
really,
really odd.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna search it. I'm just curious. Like,
apparently they have to be watching the show whoever did it was watching the show.
And they
might not even have known they'd done it. Apparently, I guess it's happened to a lot of people. So it's just hope
really?
It was. It's like the hope it was just an accident.
That's the best
Look
one.
at that picture. Oh my god!
I know. I is there any? I'll try to search it real quick.
That freaks me out. Plus we were talking. Sam was getting really deep. And it was getting really serious, and then that happened, and then it just it just went downhill for me from there.
Okay, let's see. I put thumbs down emoji popped up, and it says if a thumbs down emoji appeared on your FaceTime screen, that's FaceTime. It's likely due to reactions. That didn't apply to us. Never mind. I have no idea. But
yeah, maybe I'll go on one of the
YouTube
Chat GPT things and see what it says.
Okay, right.
I've been using that a lot lately. It's kind of interesting to ask it questions and see the answers it comes up with, especially with all this information that you guys have put out. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I'm not finding anything about what happened to us, especially a thumbs down in a thought bubble. That's something so unique. I've not seen anything else like that.
I know. That was weird.
We were laughing, or it was so funny at the time. I know. At the time, it was so funny. We were just cracking up. Could not believe it. I actually didn't quite notice it. Everybody else was talking about it. The ghost. I mean, I know. And yes, Sam is. Yeah. I'm sure. Poor guy. He gets tired of that after so many decades of, being bothered.
And Sam is such a good guy. It's just, oh man, some of the things he talks about, and everything that he's gone through with this whole information and how he's gone about, providing all this information to everyone. It's just, his story is incredible. Everything is amazing. It's just, there's no words for it sometimes.
I know. Every time he would explain it to me, he'd tell me different things. It sounds like a movie. It sounds like somebody's explaining a movie character. And I'm like, what happened next?
Right.
Yeah, he could definitely have a movie, all the things he's been through. So based on his life.
Well, and everything that you guys have proven so far, this is the most, this has to be the most important event happening in our world right now. That's all I can see. That's how I see it. There is nothing more important than what's happening right now. This is the fact that we're alive during this whole event. It says it all right there. How is that even possible? Like I said earlier, the likelihood of us even being alive at this point during this time to see this is pretty amazing.
It is. I know. Just to be aware, just to have found Sam and actually be aware, because it's one thing just to be noticing the sky looks weird, but it's another thing to actually know why, and then even on top of that, be connected with Sam. The odds are so little bitty, that we would cross paths with Sam. Yet we did. And here we have a show with him. And I noticed yesterday. Okay, let me show you one thing. Let me just show you back to his drawings real quick. Where is it? It just made me like grin all over the place. But he put Nibiru Followers Anonymous on his drawings. And I am just like, that is like the biggest honor in the world. Because I can remember, years ago when he would do his interviews, like the ones you were just resharing. But like one time he said the name of my group, and I turned and I looked at other people, and I'm like, "Did you hear that? He just said Nibiru Followers, and oh my,
I think I posted
that was like
one,
the highest
I think
high.
It was the last one I posted, and I was listening to it, and he was like, and I really have to thank Rebecca. She's put out all this content, and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and he's just awesome.
And so I was, so fast forward a few years, and then here we are doing a show together. We have a group together, and it's just the best thing ever. It really is. So I couldn't be any happier.
And like the skies tonight, Tara, the footage you got tonight was so awesome. I couldn't sit in my seat long enough. It was awesome.
Yeah. It's definitely, that's one of those nights I definitely be going live, and taking, a couple hundred pictures, too. That's the kind of nights you fill up your phone. And that's the only downside about going live, is because you don't have anything to go home and look at. Because, I need another phone and snap pictures at the same time, I guess. But
so you don't get when you go live, it doesn't give you a recorded video or something like that?
It does, but it's not super quality.
Yeah.
And it's the vertical, and I like it landscape.
Yeah, I do too.
And you can see people's comments scrolling up. If you download your copy, you can see people's so it's not. Yeah,
it's not made for photographing the sky at all. I remember like last year sometime when I first started, probably like January or February, I sent Rebecca like 400 photos one afternoon. That was pretty funny, you know. Oh man, so I was pretty excited.
But there, get up there and sit down. That's his spot. That's where he likes to be. So yeah, I know. I mean, I don't take as many pictures now as I used to, though. I've calmed down a little bit. But I don't know. Yesterday I took a ton, and the sky never really changed. It looked the same, seems like, the whole time until the evening, and then it started getting different because the sun turned into like this little pinpoint. It just got smaller and smaller. It was weird. But I'm just glad the worst is over as far as storms go. I don't think it's going to be more tomorrow. I have not heard. Have you?
No.
More storms? I have not heard.
You know, I didn't know it was going to get windy here. It got pretty windy here yesterday afternoon, and then it died down today, and that's pretty much it. But I have family in Chicago, and I heard it was supposed to get really bad there, but I haven't heard anything from that side of my family. So,
right.
But you know, I just hope everything went okay there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that footage, that image of the eye of that land cyclone, just like Sam says, it's like, oh my gosh, it's hard to allow your brain to actually think that this is actually happening. But there it is. Look at that.
There it is.
Yep.
That one. Yeah. I mean, at first I didn't know what I was seeing, but then I could see the state of Oklahoma right towards the bottom. And I'm like, yeah, that's incredible. No wonder. I mean, it looks like we're seeing, how they have those apocalyptic movies, 2012 or whatever, into the last whatever. It's like we're seeing something that's not real, but it's really real.
Look at that.
So, yeah, no wonder things were so crazy. I feel terrible for all the people in those pileups. That was to be driving when that arrives.
Yeah, look at Chicago's right in the middle of that.
If anything, you need to pull over and get off the road when it gets like you can't see, because you don't know.
I mean, I've never driven a semi truck, but I would imagine you'd think that would be. I don't know. I think you would think it would be pretty stable. It'd be blown over like that. My gosh.
Yes.
Just imagine the how much energy is behind that gust of wind.
Right.
Yeah, and I had no idea it happened in more than one state. That's crazy.
Yes. Right. I didn't either. I mean, I knew Texas and Oklahoma, but I did not realize, it was pushing on into Arkansas and Mississippi. So, and then last night, all the tornadoes, and there were several fires. Like I said, in Tulsa, like North Tulsa had houses on fire. When I was up filming, I saw multiple fire trucks, going around, down the street. So it was happening.
You've never seen anything like that in Oklahoma, have you?
No, nothing like this. No, I mean, there's been some dust storms,
but fires,
but not with these winds. You saw I went live for like 30 minutes. I mean,
he was about to get blown away, you guys.
I know you couldn't really hear me very good, but I just wanted people to get to see, what it was looking like and sounding like. So,
I mean, you're literally like in Dust Bowl scenario from almost 100 years ago. This is wild.
Isn't it? What if that is the case? You know how it seems like every 100 years it repeats it. There's so many things that have repeated itself on 100-year cycle.
I'll have to look for some images from during that time in history and post them, see what they look like.
Right.
Those photographs from the 1930s I've seen them before. Some of them, they're incredible.
My dad was a child in the Dust Bowl, and so he would tell me stories of, how they had to put wet cloth or something under the doors and on the windows, and, to try to keep the dust from coming inside, but it was inevitable. I mean, their home was just full of dirt. So, and can you imagine your lungs and, everything else?
Right.
So I knew yesterday, should I be standing out here? But I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm resilient. Yeah.
Exactly. That's how we all are. It's like, I don't want to say we feel like, oh, that can't happen to me. But it seems like we're all dealing with this pretty well.
Right. Right. Well,
the more
I
Sam
feel
keeps
like-
talking about it, I'm like, do I need to start digging a hole out in the desert, or
really?
Yeah,
I know.
I saw yesterday on TikTok. There's this woman. It's really strange. She's wearing pearl necklaces and dresses all day, and she's digging a tunnel system underneath her house, and she's got no permits.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
guess people finally contacted the authorities, and they came out and stopped her from what she was doing. But she ends up getting all of the permits she needs, and she's building this system underneath her house, like a shelter or something. It's wild.
I mean, I would if I could. It's like I can't, but I feel like
she's moving tons. She's got a pulley system for all the dirt. She's moved 2 tons of rocks from underneath her house.
Wow.
It just makes you wonder what would motivate somebody to do something like that.
Yeah. Like how deep? I wonder if she's trying to dig, and then what? I mean, I can't imagine just living in a hole for X number of years to survive.
No. Oh my gosh.
Something. Can you?
No.
I don't know. I really can't. I mean, it's one thing to have a fully stocked bunker or something, but what about? Because I'm not that prepared. I mean, I have some canned goods and whatnot, but that's not going to last
a month.
That long.
And see, what I worry about is for my wife, say something does happen like that with the medications. Okay, it's like we have to have these meds. What are you supposed to do?
What would you do?
And
I've
asked the doctor about it, and they can't just go ahead and give her a year's supply. It's like over $100,000 worth of medication. It's just ridiculous.
Right. Right.
So what? Do we go to Mexico to purchase the meds? Should I call? I don't know what I'm supposed to do to get a surplus of medication. So, over the years, I think we have somehow she's accumulated a few bottles. She might have 2 months worth of meds, but are they going to be good? Are they going to last? Who knows? But the fact that they cost so much money is ridiculous.
Yeah.
30 pills for one of these drugs is almost $4,000. How can they do that? So it sucks.
Right. I know. I've come across that before with other people and medications. Somebody I knew needed a shot for psoriasis.
Right.
And the only thing that helped, it was thousands of dollars.
It's psoriasis is a very painful type of arthritis. It's not fun.
Right.
Yep.
It's
and these
terrible.
drugs are they're so expensive.
It's terrible because the one thing that would help him, you couldn't really afford it unless sometimes he could get it donated or whatever. But
so
it's just a matter of money.
Something to think about. These are the kind of things that go through my head. When we talk about this stuff, and we've just seen over the week this insane storm that came through. Or a couple months ago when Rebecca was dealing with, I don't know, you were below zero a few times this winter, right?
Yeah.
I've never experienced.
Yeah.
I've never ever experienced.
It's cold.
Anything below 30 degrees, probably.
Oh my word! Oh gosh.
I wouldn't know what to do. No. I wouldn't know how to warm my house, or I wouldn't know how to do any of that stuff. So.
Good night, Egg. Egg's going to bed, everybody.
Good night.
And Carol Ann is here. Wow.
Hey.
I was hoping you were okay, girl.
Yeah, we were thinking about you.
Yeah. We're still here. Sam lost his internet. His internet just kicked him off and told him it was over. So he's anyway. So yeah, for a while it was just me, and then Chris, he got home and jumped back on. So we're just sitting here hanging out, chit-chatting. But I'm glad to see your name pop up. Yeah. Let's see. Who else is on here? Yep. There she is. Egg is going to bed, though.
Night.
Let's see. I hear Skinny trying to get into cat treats. He's going you're like that. He's determined. He just knocked him over. He probably did get him out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Self-serve, you know.
Oh no. Have you seen this one video? It's like this dog is he's watching the snacks or whatever, and the video camera's watching the dog, and he kind of pushes the camera over so the camera's not looking his way at the treats. The dog pushes the camera, gets the treats, and then the cat comes back over, pushes the camera, so it gets him in trouble.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's funny. I'll send it to you. You'll laugh. I think you'll get a kick out of that.
I'll put this on for a minute, Tara.
Cool.
It's just some time lapse captures from people on YouTube.
Whoa.
But I picked out some good ones. I felt like this time around. I went through and tried to find better ones. Oh yeah, because sometimes you can see the planets just
right.
Right, doing their thing. Right. Like they'll peek out from behind the clouds just for a few seconds, but I love it when that happens too. You can just tell it. Look at that. I don't know. I love all that stuff. Like, what is causing that line? You see that?
Oh, yeah.
You see that?
I wonder if it's glass or... Who knows? But that's odd. Look at the right of the sun in a few frames.
Yes.
There's
back it up a little bit.
There's an object at the right. See it? Oh wow. Yeah, look at that. Wow, that's weird.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's like the sun goes over it and
right. Wow, I wonder if that's the space tube.
Wow.
That's weird.
I don't
or just
know.
Another
then, okay, because
it's a contrail maybe from an airplane. I don't know.
Because look, okay, let's go back up a little bit more. There's.
It's got to be a plane.
And then the one to the lower, 7 o'clock position. See, there's this other one that has a double line. Watch. See? I don't know what I'm looking at, but there. See, it has 2 lines for a second. I mean, we know there's all these asteroids.
Look at that.
But
I think the top one's got it. Oh, that's so weird.
Okay.
I think the top one's a plane.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Also, look at there's all these little tiny things zipping by. They're not planes.
Right.
See?
Oh, whoa.
Zip, 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 zip. What are those? Are those asteroids?
No idea.
Are they crafts? I'm just saying. We know they're out there. They're just zipping. Zip, zip, zip.
Yeah, that one was weird.
Isn't that neat? Oh, yikes. Here comes Ice Adam's moon. Yeah, right there. Okay. Did I see a person in the clouds?
I think I did too.
Did not.
Like a stick man, Sabrina? Yeah,
gosh.
the stick man's with his arms and his legs, maybe, like Hangman. Wow. Yeah, look at the cutoff right there. Whoa.
Yes. So
that's cool.
got to be an epicity. Look at that.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh.
That was
wow.
It's cool to see Nipicity above the sun again. I missed it. I like it at sunset. It's so showy. Yes. And of course, this dragging. I mean, to me, it just looks like skid marks across the sky. These planets are just dragging by. Gosh.
Yeah,
It's endless.
There's one time lapse that you guys presented on the show sometime last year of Yuri, and it's like a full day of just counterclockwise rotation. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And you can see the stripes and everything happening. You can see the asteroids passing by, just like Rebecca talks about. They're not planes.
Right.
Oh God, so cool.
It's, I mean, when you think about it, though, you're like, of course, all these streaks are not planes. You know what I mean? Or left by planes. You think there's like thousands of chemtrail planes out there? No. Because anytime I'm out, I keep track, I count, and like on a high day, it'd be 20 or 30 planes I've counted. Look at that. Lipicity is back. That is so awesome. So 20 or 30 planes does not equal all the lines that we see, like that.
Wow.
And then that, I thought that was weird. I was like, what? I noticed that when I was saving it. I'm like, what is that? I mean, the light, because here comes the sun. It's on its way. But what was
that? Was definitely illumination on something.
Like the light was reflecting. Let's go back a second. See?
Wow, it looks like that yellow moon footage.
Or could it be
that you have?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That oh man, I don't know what year you got. I don't know what year that one came from, but it's that footage of Isatum's yellow moon and the sun, and
yes,
it's that completely lit up illumination that kind of fades out once it passes by.
That was like 2 or 3 years ago, I guess. Yeah, that I just happened to find that on YouTube. I was just looking in front. I was like, wow, that's a best video ever. It's just sitting there on YouTube.
There's some things that are just they're so important. There's such an important part of the whole evidence, process that and all the evidence that you guys have gathered. There was some footage that is just so important. It cannot be refuted as anything else. It perfectly matches with Sam's information, and it's incredible.
Right.
Sometimes I just don't have the words for it.
I know.
I need to start writing down.
Much.
I need to start writing down some words I can use, so I don't sound like I'm using the same ones all the time.
Isn't it funny though? Yeah. I know. Look at this. You can see two different atmospheres. One's going this way, and one's going that way, and how all these planets, maneuver around each other so delicately, without too much interference is pretty awesome. I'm impressed. It really does remind me of like clockwork.
Yeah.
How they just
definitely
they're each just going and coming and doing what they do, and
it's like if you think about a clockwork,
they go
and
see here comes another one.
Right.
They're going different direction anyway.
I mean, how Sam's mind works, there's no way he came up with this. It's impossible.
Right. I know.
Wow, look at that. Yeah.
That's special.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that nice? Okay. I cannot get enough. I feel bad. I mean, I feel bad for the channels that make these videos because they get like next to no thumbs up, or no I mean, these people are just working away trying to make these time-lapse videos, and there's like one person that likes it.
Oh.
I'm always telling them how good they are. Look at that. Yes,
Yeah.
that's Yuri. But
Wow.
they deserve more attention than
Definitely.
what they're getting. I appreciate what they're doing, Dang. Is that Nipicity? I think so. It looks like it. Again. It just tells me that Nipicity is really coming back
look
to
at
the spotlight.
You can see the
Let's go
the
back a second.
waves.
Right.
How it, you can just see it rotating.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Let's look at it again. Here it comes.
That's
I know. This is exciting. There it comes. See? Going by. Wow. Hey, Doobaloo. She's still here. I knew she would be. I know. I love time-lapse videos. It's my thing. I love them. There's just so much to see.
Wow.
Yep. I was just thinking, I'm at, in other groups, if the sky looks like this, right away, people are just instantly saying cloud seeding. Do you see that a lot? Because I do.
HARRP or
right. And I'm like telling people there is no way they could ever manipulate the sky to repeat itself like it does day in, day out worldwide. It's important. No. And doing that's not HARP. HARP doesn't make ripples like that. No. It's just.
And then like the amount of solar output it takes to create all the life on our planet. That's another one for me.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even want to argue with anybody about that. I keep having this one. Somebody keeps coming on my TikTok channel, and they say things like you're still spreading those lies, and stuff like that. And he finally said, why don't you follow me so we can have an adult conversation about this? And I never asked to have a conversation with you anyway, but I said, fine. I'm more than happy to explain all this to you. And he initiated the conversation, or she, and they never contacted me back. So, we'll see what happens with that.
I don't have that many people argue with me like I used to, but not so much now. But I feel like, we have more than enough photographs that prove our point that they cannot, there is no comeback, to that. It's like, so I don't have too much of a problem with that like I used to. Yes. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
For just a second, you can see something cool, and then it gets covered up. But that's definitely Ice Adam's moon.
Yeah.
That.
Oh yeah! Wow.
That right there, and then doing its thing. And Ice Adam peeking out from behind, just barely, that darker area. But look at it; you can see them moving around.
Wow.
That is so fun.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Let's see. The rebels. I know. Awesome. It is. Yeah, Yeah, experimental. It feels like that. I mean, I doubt very many people are sitting here, on a Saturday night just going crazy over clouds, We're just going, oh, I can't get enough. More, give me more. Oh my gosh. I doubt that's a thing. Oh gosh. And that. Trying to sell. I'm guessing that's to the right of the set. Yeah, I mean, it looks like based on the light. I mean, for a second, it looks like Atu's moon, but it's not. I don't know. I'm kind of a
It's either
turned
to
around.
the right or directly, behind.
Above. Yeah. Because it doesn't look like anything. It looks like Nipicity. Oh, it has to be. How? Nipicity is really making changes. Let's go back a second.
Yeah, Nipicity is one of the harder ones for me to figure out.
Let's go back. Okay. See how green it is? Okay. And Sam drew Nipicity this time. Top left of Isatum, I think, if I remember right. So that makes sense.
And he brought it. Didn't he bring it in front of? In front of and over Saturn's yellow moon, kind of to the left.
I think so. I think so. I'll have to go back and look at it. I just barely glanced at it before the show started, but yeah. I mean, that Nipicity is the only planet that does that kind of lines. Honestly, they all have stripes of some sort. All the planets do. I used to see stripes and I immediately just thought it's Nipicity, but no, they all do it. Man, that is really weird and cool at the same time. Bottom of Uri, maybe. Maybe. I mean, now the sun's coming out and it.
Yeah. Babe.
What?
Wow. Tara.
Wow, you go, girl. Let's go back one more time then. And now let's think about Uri. Okay, we saw that picture earlier. Were you here, Chris, when we saw that? Yeah, it was one that Nicole picked out, and it was Uri. Okay, I'm going to pause this. Let me show you, because we were talking about. Let's get that picture. Let's see. Let me find it. It was one there. This one.
Wow.
And Sam said Uri, and he's like, and I said, really? And he's like, well, we've never seen Uri like this before, and this angle, and this and that. And so that kind of explains that now, because I've not been used to seeing Uri really striped like
and it
this.
seems like Uri is. There's a lot of photos where Uri is crossed in front of, here's the sun, and Uri's crossed in front of it. And it kind of moves this way, just like it does here. And then the sun comes, kind of.
After this, we'll check the drawing again.
It's so cool.
I think Tara's right now that we've seen it play out in action.
Yeah, was that the skull asteroid that just went by? I don't know.
Did he wave?
I don't know. Sometimes it's there it was again, maybe. That sometimes I'm seeing, faces, which kind of drives me nuts.
That's the hardest thing I have to identify is the skull. I don't know why. It's can't see it. Darn it. This is the last one.
Wow.
See how red it is, Tara? We were just talking about that. But he said the red's coming from my Saturn to the right of the sun. It's just, bouncing off.
Wow.
That was the last one. That's sad.
That was cool.
All right. Let's go look at Sam's drawings a second because I want to double check where he put Nipicity. Okay, so right, it's basically right above the sun, a little bit to the
Oh
over,
yeah.
because there's that side, and then whoops, here's this side. So it's peaking. So see, it's not directly above the sun, but it's just over. But
Okay.
still, that's because last month last month Nipicity was to the right of Isatum, and now it's almost to the left. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
almost.
And sometime during the week, maybe like 2 or 3 days ago,
Hmm.
I was totally confused. It was almost like Nipicity came in first, and then because it's usually the yellow moon and Isatum right at the immediate right of the sun, and then it was just one day it was completely different, and I thought, was it Nipicity, and then 45 minutes later, did that pass, and now are we seeing Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon after what I was seeing, prior to that? It was really odd.
Right.
And then Sam's
Huh.
drawing came out, and it's like, okay, I think I kind of understand what happened a little bit.
Right.
And
Right.
it's so
right.
wild to see. It's so wild to see it all change as the weeks go by, and then he comes out with his drawing, and that's what I love doing this, because it's so awesome to see his drawings come out, and then you compare the pictures that come out several days afterwards or just on the day of, and you get all these comparisons that you make, and it's just insane.
It's well, like I say to when I'm making them on live and stuff, I'm like, the only way this can work, where I can just sit here and just grab pictures that I've never even seen before
Right.
and line it up to a drawing from a year ago, is it's really happening. There's no other explanation. There's no other way that would work, but I could sit there and just make comparisons, all day and never run out of never have a dead end. It would just, there's always a match. So it's pretty awesome when you're right. Like Sam says, I hate to brag. I
Right.
really do. I don't want to brag, but it's already been proven, we're just, it's done. It's already done deal. So we're just waiting for everybody to catch up, basically.
Yep.
We just tell every day new people, and eventually every 8 billion people will know about it. I guess.
The way Sam's talking about the next couple years or however long it's going to take, how everything's going to start illuminating facially and everything's going to look a lot different.
Yeah,
that's pretty exciting. And to hear him talk about that in his interviews and his understanding of the Skies series, that's really exciting to hear.
Oh yeah, right. I was happy to see you shared those older clips, because those are my favorites.
Cool. Yeah, I thought just like he's got no access to the YouTube thing at all, so I just started recording. Some of them are long, some of them are 10-15 minutes, so of course I'm lazy and I'm doing the shorter ones first.
Yeah.
But I got the computer. I have to get it set up at the computer shop, so I'm waiting to get my deposit in the mail, so I can go get that taken care of. But once I have the computer, hopefully we can make Sam his own YouTube channel.
Wouldn't that be perfect?
Yeah, it would be cool. I mean, because if I could have had that set up, maybe he could have been in the chat now or something. It's unfortunate that he got bumped off like that.
I know.
And then he talks about when I talked to him on the phone like maybe 2 weeks ago, and he told me about what his daughter was talking about with us on the show. That was pretty.
That's freaky.
And then he gets the first thing that goes through my head was, he disappeared off the internet. Where'd he go?
Right.
Right.
I know.
So,
it's concerning. It makes you worry a little bit for him, when he goes missing. That's where did he go and what happened? You know,
and then
while
he
he was
talks about
gone.
the all this paranormal stuff happening with him, and it's I mean, I'm not, I've seen things, but not the way he does. It's just it's got to be hard.
Right. I feel for him. I do. I feel like he's been through more than enough, but for whatever reason, he was like born to do this. Like, how could anybody be that connected to another solar system? Does that make any sense? Why would a person, he told me he has seen asteroids. He's dreamed of asteroids since he was a kid, and not knowing at the time what that meant. And then, this. I know. There's a lot of people that think Sam is an alien, because he's just so, like, wait, you're telling me he does this and that, and yes, he has, and makes no sense.
I think Sam's as human as humanly possible. If he's an alien, then I don't know.
I know. Yeah. As far as he knows, he's human, he said. So, oh boy. I know, Tara. It is scary. I have a,
is what it is. Some people just
I feel
have their
like
sight. We're all aliens, Carol Ann says.
Oh, we
Sam's
all
not
are?
alone.
Okay. Okay, Carol
I mean,
Ann.
I guess so, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, you all got a point. I forget that we're aliens too. Darn it. It doesn't feel like I am.
No.
No. I feel like aliens are like superheroes or something.
Right.
But no. I got like arthritis and, issues.
I know.
Do aliens have arthritis?
I'm
You
sure,
think they have? I
they're
bet they do.
biological like we are. They must have something going on.
I bet so. Okay. I don't think about all that.
I mean, but if they can walk through walls and appear out of a different dimension, I hope they have good healthcare plans.
What, Carolyn? She says, so I put my hand up on the screen and did the Spock hand at the same time as me. Oh my gosh, we did it. Oh my gosh, Carolyn. There are so many similarities between Carol Ann and I, guys. It is just like mind-blowing, honestly. It's like whatever she says, it's like, oh, you too? Yeah, I mean, it's like anything and everything we talk about. It's like we're the same person, just in two different places. So I don't understand it, but I love it too. Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, isn't it funny? Like everything, every ailment, every, like her husband's name is Lynn. My dad's name is Lynn. It just goes on and on. She has a cat named Mojo, or my cat was Mojo, and her cat was almost, I think Mojo was like its nickname or something. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what are the odds that we both have a cat named Mojo? Yes, I don't fully understand it, but it's so perfect at the same time. Moji, that's it. Moji.
Cool.
So a lot of similarities. And there's Dubaloo. She's here too. She's I'd say we're connected only because every time I go live, like she's right there. There she is. I'm always looking for her name. I'm like, I know she's gonna be here. Dubaloo will be here, right? So it's so fun. Yeah. Except for the live yesterday. She caught me on the tail end when I walked home, but the wind, was just, so I couldn't stay out there too long. But anyway, well, guys, what do you want to do? I guess we made it 8 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's, it's a very noteworthy time, I'd say.
Yeah.
Let's see. Rebecca remembers, what was that? Rebecca, remember how Sam hears something on your end? I hear it now. Huh?
Oh, whoa. Really?
You hear a cute little voice? What? Okay. Like you hear it coming from where?
Does anybody else hear it?
Where is it coming from, Sabrina? I'll have to listen for it. Tara, she says, it trips me out. There were crazy reasons behind my move a year and a half ago. Then I find Rebecca and learn all this, and it was a life shift that moved me. Then it brought me here, right? And she got the best view in the world, a block from her house or something. It's like, yes, that's nice.
We saw every planet today with Tara's walk. It was great, and just watch to watch the transition. It was just beautiful. Right.
I was happy that it worked out, Tara, that you could, do that to show us and be on the show.
Same thing that you're saying. It was. It's always coming up at the right time for everybody.
Right. Thank you, Carol Ann. The more we give, the more we give back. I know. It works that way. It really does. Let me find a little something. Let's see what I can find. Yeah. I'm glad to see you. I keep saying that, but I had you on my mind wondering, is everything okay? Let's find some dancing cats. I don't know. Let's see what they look like. Oh yeah, that one's cute. Oh boy. Thank you, Carol Ann. They're having a great time.
Looks like it. Oh, look at the one on the right.
Yeah. Funny. Oh my gosh. It's been a rough day, you said. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I feel it. I feel your pain. I do know. But I'm glad you at least we were on long enough for you to, catch us. So we could at least hang out for a minute together. That's fun. So okay. Well, let's see. I think we've caught up on the comments.
Cool.
Mostly, yes. Hey, Sassy. Sassy's still here. Wow.
Hey.
Hi, Sassy.
The truth always comes to light.
That's us. Right. It does. It always does. And we're watching it happen in so many ways right now, which is why honestly, guys, the internet, I feel like it was brought out at such a perfect time, because they knew, information was going to be coming out. I don't know, but I feel like it was a weapon against that. So they could just quickly, squash out whatever truth there is coming out. They could just get on the internet and be like, nope, that's misinformation or whatever, Yeah.
Well, the internet is, government system. The whole,
right,
whatever they call the dark web, the onion sites or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big computer person, but it's all, it's all built by the, government. Very, very crazy stuff.
I don't feel like they just did it for our happiness, and you know what I mean. I think there's a deeper reason for them, but the way that they can spread disinformation so quickly and easily worldwide, instantly, just the push of a button,
right?
But so can we. We can share truth, in the same fashion. So anyway, it's on. Bring it. Yeah, right. Just come and get us. No, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding. Let's see. Well, good. I see you, Sabrina. I see you. Yeah, she's here. Yeah. Thank you, Sussy. Right. Good night to you too. I guess we'll go ahead and wind it up. Cool. You want to? 8 hours, 30
Sounds
minutes. That's a pretty good show. We're at, let's see. I need to add an hour. So we're at 592 hours. showtime. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pass 600 next week.
I was gonna say next week, if we go 8 hours, we'll be hitting
Goes
600.
quick. You know,
Yeah.
5 hours
So-
goes by like nothing. When you called out 5 hours,
Oh,
today,
yeah.
it seemed
Oh,
like
yeah.
it just had passed.
We were still saying hello at an
I
hour and
know.
a half. And I was just like trying to get to the comment section, an hour and a half later, I was like saying hello to people still,
know. I've learned to just close my mouth and just wave to everybody and say, hey, welcome to the show. And then,
Oh,
we'll start,
gosh.
somebody will open their mouth and that's it. It's over with.
There's a
And then
lot
2
of
hours goes
distractions.
by and we're still
I know.
saying hi.
That's funny. Right. Good night, Matt. Good night.
Good night, Matt.
Yeah. And there's Carol Ann doing our thing here. Yeah. And there's Tara. Good to have you.
Hey, Tara.
I'm glad
Thank you so
Tara
much.
was part of
Uh-oh.
it tonight. Yes. And Nicole. I think she's been here the whole show.
Yeah.
I think. Mostly. So most of the people here have been here like hours. So, and Michelle. Good night, Michelle. Yep. We'll be here next Saturday. And Dubaloo, of course. I just want to tell Carol Ann, that little Theo is feeling better. He's better today. He ate pretty good, So I've been keeping her track of, how he's. Like I said, he had like a rebound. He just came down really sick again. So, but I just want her to know he's better. Yeah, we love even aliens. I'm not opposed to that. I'm really not. I'm okay with that, actually. I mean, they're just beings too, right? I don't think they're all bad or something. No. So glad to know that. I'll send you that stuff to you. Okay, Carolyn. Yeah, cool. He'll get over it. He'll grow up to be a big, strong boy cat. So anyway, well, all right, guys. I guess we'll go ahead and call it here. 8 hours, 33 minutes. And we'll be back next Saturday at 3 o'clock. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be here in a minute. So
Yep. And if Sam's watching, good night, Sam. And
night, Sam.
Yep. And thank you everybody for coming. Thank you, Tara. And we'll see you guys next weekend. Good night, Carol Ann. Good night, Dubaloo. Good night, everybody.
Yep. Been fun.
Good night, Rebecca.
All right. Night, Chris.
Great
All
show
right.
today.
See y'all next week. Yeah, it's
Cool.
been fun. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Here we go.